Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I trust you enjoyed day one of the conference and welcome to day two. May I begin by reminding you throughout the day to enter any questions you have for the speakers in the chat, and I will ask them on your behalf. And if you experience any problems with the live stream, pushing refresh should get you right back in the session. So hit refresh and hit the chat often. In the interest of time, let's jump right into it. We're joined first by Robert Kaplan, Senior Fellow, Marvin Bower, Professor of Leadership Development Emeritus at the Harvard Business School, and Karthik Ramana, Professor of Business and Public Policy and Director of the Master of Public Policy at the Blavatnik School of Government, University of Oxford. Karthik and Robert will share a fascinating, insightful, and workable way of accounting for climate impact.
Hello, I'm Bob Kaplan, Harvard Business School.
And I'm Karthik Ramana, a professor at the University of Oxford's Blavatnik School of Government. And together we're going to present a paper on e-liability accounting. E-liability accounting is an accurate and verifiable way of measuring corporate GHG emissions, not just direct emissions, but in fact emissions incurred by the corporation throughout its supply chain. So consider the most basic decision in green energy, one to build a wind turbine to replace a coal-fired power plant. We might be thinking about the cost associated with building this wind turbine. We might be thinking about all of the downstream benefits yielded by decarbonizing the grid. But what we still don't know to this day is what is the total GHG impact of building a wind turbine relative to continuing to run a coal-fired power plant. That is to say, what is the total impact as you look up the entire supply chain of a wind turbine? This would include the minerals necessary to mine the metals that will eventually go into the wind turbine. This will include all of the concrete that might be necessary for that process. As you think about that entire set of incurred emissions, does the operating cost or the operating emissions impact of a wind turbine actually make up for that of a coal-fired power plant? This is the sort of question that we want to ask and answer, calculating the total GHG impact of any product or service. And it turns out this is not just an engineering problem. This is an accounting problem, a problem of a rigorous GHG accounting. And GHG accounting might sound like a really boring subject, but it is one of the most basic and important issues involved in solving climate change. Why? Because unless you measure something reliably and report it at the level at which people make decisions, for instance, the decision to buy a wind turbine, or more recently, Congress has passed a bill that incentivizes people to buy electric cars, so we would be able to do an e-liability accounting of an electric car. Unless you measure the total impact of environmental impact of products and services at the level at which decisions are made, people can't be expected to modify their decisions. We know this is the case with costs, and we believe this is the case with climate change as well. In fact, if you look at the issue of managing climate change in the market economy, controlling supply chain emissions is far more important than perhaps controlling the direct emissions of any one entity. Because for the vast majority of entities outside of the fossil fuels industry, the ratio of supply chain emissions to direct emissions is greater than 1. And in fact, for the average one of these entities, according to data from the Rocky Mountain Institute, it is over 5. That ratio is over 5. For companies like Amazon and Walmart that are in the retail sector, that ratio is close to 11, which is to say that most of the impact of GHG emissions for most companies in the real economy is happening in their supply chains. And finding a way to reliably and verifiably measure these accounting impacts in the supply chain is what we need to do to address climate change. So One question that might be on your mind is, isn't there already a way to do this? And there is something called the GHG protocol, which is the dominant GHG accounting standard out there. The GHG protocol was conceived about 20 years ago at a time when very few people, and certainly very few major companies, were thinking very seriously about climate change. And so it was with perhaps great intentions that they decided to create an approach to GHG accounting around what they call scopes. So let's just quickly talk about what these three scopes are, because there are three in the GHG protocol. The first is called, perhaps predictably, Scope 1. And Scope 1 relates to all of the direct GHG emissions from sources that are owned or controlled by a company. So, for instance, this could be if a company is operating a fleet of motor vehicles, then the emissions associated with that fleet of motor vehicles would be its Scope 1 emission. So these are just direct emissions. And in fact, the Scope 1 emissions measured across the entire economy, the sum total of that, is in fact the total emissions that are in the economy. So on one level, Scope 1 is all that matters. But of course, as we mentioned, for the vast majority of companies, Scope 1 is a small part of their total footprint. Much of their emissions impact is happening upstream in their value chain. And of course, some of it is happening downstream as well. So you have something called Scope 3, which is another type of scope within the GHG protocol, which measures indirect GHG emissions. So Scope 1 measures direct GHG emissions, and Scope 3 measures indirect GHG emissions, both upstream, that is to say from suppliers and their suppliers and so forth, as well as downstream, which is to say customers and customers' customers and so forth. And you might wonder, wait a minute, you said there were three scopes, you talked about Scope 1 and you talked about Scope 3, but you missed one, you didn't talk about Scope 2. Well, yes, of course, there is something called Scope 2, you can infer that. And Scope 2 is actually a special subclass of Scope 3. It refers just to GHG emissions that are attributed to electricity and heat that is purchased by an entity. So when you have an entity purchasing electricity and heat from its, say, grid or from its natural gas suppliers, then those emissions are called Scope 2 emissions. And you might wonder, why are those Scope 2 emissions a special class of supply chain emissions carved out from Scope 3? Well, part of the answer is going to lie in all of the complexities associated with Scope 3 accounting, and Bob is going to walk us through some of those complexities now.
Yeah, but just to anticipate, Karthik and I suspect that the origin of Scope 2 is that it was the only Scope 3 emissions that the creators of the Greenhouse Gas Protocol knew how to measure. And everything else was kind of out there philosophically. They'd like to do it, but not really sure how to do it. And in fact, that uncertainty was well-founded because they couldn't measure it. And 18 months ago, when Karthik and I started to work on this and got exposed to all the scopes, and we independently and simultaneously agreed, this can't work. And it can't work in any realistic supply chain. So as an example, take a company, a supplier in the middle of a very long supply chain, in this case, automobile supplier, say it's making car doors. Well, for them to measure all of their first upstream supply emissions, they'd have to know who mined the minerals, the ore, the metallurgical coal that might have been used to produce steel. They'd have to know which shipping company moved all of those minerals to get to a steel company, and which steel company it was. And then the transportation to them. But then also, if they have to think about downstream, they have to worry, well, what is Toyota or BMW going to be doing with this car? How do they put it together? And then what are the drivers who are going to drive the car going to be doing with it? And this is an incredibly complex job to start calling up and trying to get data from all these places. I mean, an automobile company or an airplane manufacturing company, has 15 to 20,000 components, 10 to 15,000 suppliers, many of whom they don't even know. They're 2 or 3 tiers away from them, either upstream or downstream. How can they possibly find out this information? It seems like an impossible task. And so as we got into the scope 3 to figure out how could they imagine they do this, we realized that in a way that they admitted that they couldn't do this. And in the standard, they allowed companies to say, well, if you can't really measure the actual emissions upstream and downstream, then you can use what they call secondary data, use average data from industries or consultants who provide you with this. And that's the way, in a way, this problem has been finessed. But this is not an accounting solution. I mean, for those of you in the audience that have been exposed to accounting, imagine having an accounting standard that says, well, we really want you to measure the actual cost of the materials and services you buy. But if you find it difficult to do that, well, then just use average. I mean, can you imagine that we're going to run a market system where everybody is using industry average data and you don't know the specific costs of the materials that companies are buying or the services that they're buying? This wouldn't be acceptable. But yet this is the prevailing standard now. You also notice, if you go back to the previous slide, that any given emission in the supply chain is counted by every single entity in the supply chain. And so if you have a 10 deep supply chain, a given emission is counted 10 times. Now, when we point this out to the greenhouse gas protocol enthusiasts, they say, well, that's okay, but at least it's being measured. But the multiple counting is actually a serious problem, as increasingly companies are signing up to net zero targets, which says we're going to reduce all the emissions, both our own and our supply chain and customers, to zero over some period in the next 20 years. Well, if you do this, imagine that all you need is, let's suppose there's 10 kilograms of CO2 emissions that save somewhere in the supply chain. Now you have 10 companies counting that same emission. So now you have 100 kilograms being counted to net zero targets, even though only 10 kilograms was saved. Because as Karthik said, the only emissions that get to the atmosphere are scope 1 emissions. And yet every company in the supply and distribution chain is claiming credit for those 10 kilograms of emissions. And so there's really a serious flaw in that. And then the final part, as we thought about this even some more, is this symmetric treatment between your upstream emissions of your supply chain and your downstream emissions of your customers and your distribution chain. Now, if we do expect, and you'll see that we want companies to control their supply chain emissions, they do have control of that, because they can control the design of their products and which components and which services they embed in their products. And they also choose which suppliers they're going to purchase from. And so they have the opportunity of purchasing from lower emitting suppliers for the same product or service. So a great deal of control. But companies have virtually no control over how the customers are going to use their products, and they don't even know who their customers' customers are. So they have no knowledge of them, and certainly they have virtually no control over how their customers are going to use the product or embed it in their own products and services. So we have these three, really significant problems that are inherent to the Scope 3 standard. So one of our collaborators has said, Scope 3 is a very nice rhetorical device. It got people thinking about supply chain and downstream emissions, but it's not a very practical measurement device, and certainly not accounting. And again, simultaneously and independently, Karthik and I realized that this is actually an easy problem to solve, at least, the supplier side, because it's just inventory accounting. It's things that accountants have been doing for decades, if not centuries. And the key insight is not to look at the entity as the unit of analysis for measuring greenhouse gas emissions, but to look at the outputs of the entity and have the greenhouse gas encoded into the output. And that way, when the output gets sold, transferred to the next organization, further downstream, they will take on the accountability for all the emissions that have been accumulated to that point, and then the ones that they add into the product, into their products and services, and then transfer up to their customers, who then will have this accumulated amount of emissions in the products and services. So if you just take, you excuse the use of T accounts, but accountants, sometimes that's the simple way, you could actually have, for each company, is what was the starting amount of their e-liability, accumulated greenhouse gases that they've not yet transferred upstream. You'll see where this comes from. How much they purchase from all their tier one suppliers, all of whom they obviously know. We don't have to go on a search to figure out who your tier one supplier is. Then we have our scope one emissions, where we produce emissions within our own assets. Now we have finished goods. And when we transfer the finished goods, then that gets transferred out to whoever's purchased them from us, including maybe the transportation and distribution company that's moving it to the next stage. And in the same way that inventory costs move up a supply chain, we'll have these accumulated emissions moving, from original sources, extracting minerals out of the ground, all the way to the end use consumer. And so it's a combination of inventory accounting, as we said, but cost accounting within the company. As you can see here on the left-hand slide of slide 9, what we do in cost accounting is take site-wide expenses and drive those analytically and logically using approaches such as activity-based costing to all the individual outputs we produce with those common assets, as well as the purchased products and services that are going into this production function. So we already know how to do this cost accounting of taking, except in this case, it's GHG accounting. Instead of using currency, we'll use kilograms of CO2 or CH4 or CO2 equivalents, whatever units you want to be measuring it. And then, so we'll have this product by product, and then on our aggregate inventory account, we'll have everything that happened in this period. What was our opening e-liability balance? How much did we acquire through purchases of products and services? So electricity as a service, steel, glass, fabric, electronics that are going into this car door, or tangible products. How much did we generate on our own assets and our production process? Now, the one thing that we can do that's actually very interesting here is if companies are purchasing carbon offsets, figuratively planting trees in the Amazon, though it's not as simple as that, but we can think about that image. Well, that's a reduction in the greenhouse gases, and they should be entitled to reduce the greenhouse gases then that are embedded in their final products and sold to their next tier of customers. So this system automatically accommodates the carbon credits that companies might want to do, or if they're doing carbon capture, they grab a lot of carbon out of the air. Well, that's good too. That's a subtraction from their e-liability account. So we're pretty excited because it's such a simple solution to this extremely important problem.
So one of the reasons why we're so excited about this product, e-liability accounting, is that it can actually be audited. It means that e-liability statements that companies put out can be audited to what is called the fairly presented standard or the true and fair standard of auditing that we're used to in the context of financial statements, in the context of audits that you see on, say, a company's IFRS financials or a company's FASB financials. So why is that important? You say, well, why do we need these sorts of audits? Well, in part because if a financial statement is auditable, and if an e-liability statement is auditable in that same sense, then we can start writing supply chain contracts on it. If you think about it, something like an iPhone has thousands of components across many, many tiers of suppliers. And yet a company like Apple can control down to the nanocent what is the cost of its iPhone, what is the cost of those components. And the reason it can do that is because it can write rigorous supply chain contracts with all of its thousands of suppliers. In the same way, a company, if there's auditing of e-liability, can write rigorous supply chain contracts to control what is the environmental impact of the product that will transfer on to its customers or eventually to the end consumer. So how,
Yeah, and colleagues, yeah. Just and as another extremely important component of the auditing, it means you can have the same validity and integrity to your environmental numbers that you have in your financial numbers. And the way the Scope 3 is written today and the standards that are used for Scope 3, no auditor could really sign up to a fairly presented opinion, right, which means that the environmental reports, by its very nature, are going to be inferior, having lower validity and lower integrity, which we don't want. We want regulators and customers and investors and consumers to have the same feelings of confidence in the environmental numbers that they have today in the
That's
financial
absolutely
numbers.
right. And in fact, most companies that put out so-called ESG reports these days don't have audits. To the extent that they do have audits, they have what are called not obviously false audits, which are double negatives. And you say, well, what does that even mean? It means that when a company says that its Scope 3 impact is, say, 100 tons of CO2 equivalent, for instance, then all the auditor can say is that number is not obviously false. It's not obviously made up. But what the auditor cannot say is if that 100 tons of CO2 equivalent reported as a Scope 3 is anything close to what is the true economic, or in this case, true environmental impact of that particular company. That's what's so important in this process. It's the integrity of the accounting that then allows you to be able to drive innovation in supply chains. So how would an e-liability audit work? Well, it would work very simply analogous to an accounts payable audit, because as Bob mentioned in slide 9, basically what you see in an e-liability statement that's reported is a closing balance, an opening balance, and then changes in between that result in the difference between the opening and the closing balance. So we will know as an auditor what the opening balance is. We need to verify that the closing balance reported by the company is in fact true. And you will use things like the receipts for transferring in inventories, as well as the receipts with customers when you transfer out finished goods, to verify what are the e-liabilities transferred in and out. The part that will require a special kind of verification is the e-liabilities generated from so-called Scope 1 activities, because these are direct emissions generated by the company at its own site. And if the company has a particularly innovative production technology, for instance, it's able to reduce the emissions to produce a widget relative to everybody else in the industry, then the auditor should go in and audit that Scope 1 process. Likewise, if the company is claiming offsets from its production process because it says it's planted a lot of trees, the auditor can go in and audit that. But that audit process will look very similar to the kind of audit you see on accounts payable. So now if we move to slide 11, we'll be able to see next to each other, face by face, what are the advantages of the e-liability approach and how it addresses some of the well-known disadvantages of Scope 3 that Bob's already talked about. So as we said earlier, Scope 3 violates the most basic principle in accounting, which is the entity concept. And that results in the multiple counting of the same emissions many times in a supply chain or in a value chain. And of course, Scope 3 allows companies to report industry average emissions as their own, which means that any competitive advantage from emissions reduction is immediately obviated away. So the way the e-liability approach addresses this through eliminating multiple counting in the system, by creating an incentive-compatible transfer of emissions through a supply chain, by accommodating a rigorous process for contra-emissions or offsets, and by running on effectively the existing accounting and auditing systems. So because the e-liability reporting can run on inventory accounting systems, because it can run using cost accounting software that the company already has, it can be reasonably cost effective to run an e-liability system, perhaps much more so for the same degree of accuracy that would be needed in Scope 3. Because it also integrates in the way we already do accounting analysis for, say, things like inventory and cost of goods sold, the financial analyst community will be familiar with how to use this data to make estimates of the competitiveness of a company. So we don't need to go back and re-educate a whole bunch of people in the asset management industry on how to use data that comes out of the e-liability system, because it uses the same principles as inventory and cost accounting. And importantly, e-liability can define the GHG materiality of a company independently of its financial materiality, if that's the direction that regulators want them to take. Of course, different jurisdictions might have different views on that. And of course, carbon border adjustments are becoming increasingly popular as a bipartisan solution to climate change in the United States. Well, if you want to go with a carbon border adjustment, you need to have something to tax. What is the basis on which you would run this taxation? Well, e-liability would provide you a basis for taxation of a carbon border adjustment, or indeed any other kind of taxation, whether it's a value add tax, whether it's a consumer-focused use tax or sales tax. You need a basis for taxation, and e-liability provides an auditable basis for that. Now, one of the questions that does come up as we talk about the advantages of e-liability about Scope 3 is that Scope 3 measures not just upstream or supply chain emissions, but also downstream and customer-related emissions. And so one question that we get often asked is, what about downstream? Why is e-liability not counting downstream? So Bob's going to take us through that.
Yeah, so I've already talked about some of this is the much lower controllability that a company has, plus the difficulty of tracing it. Through this inventory method that we have set up, there's no problem. We can measure greenhouse gases across the most complex supply chains all over the world just by using these fundamental inventory principles. But we don't have any principles to establish what happens once we transfer products and services to customers, and we don't have control over them. Now, companies can estimate this, but it's still going to be, it's like forecasting with a financial statement that has a much lower degree of reliability and integrity than the transactions that have already occurred to date. And so if you want to think about downstream emissions, and they're not irrelevant, recognize they have just very different quality of data and measurability here. And in fact, but companies that do feel that they can make a difference downstream, well, they should be they should feel free to disclose that. Nothing stops them from disclosing it. We talked to a food manufacturer, made rice, and they said they changed the recipe for the rice and the ingredients so that consumers can cook the rice in 3 minutes versus 30 minutes. Well, that's a 90% savings in the gas that's being consumed, the electricity that's being consumed to produce that rice, and they should take credit for that. But that's a different kind of standard than measuring, all the greenhouse gases that went into the production and distribution of the rice, getting it in the box that gets it to the customer. So what we've been talking about with the regulators and standard setters is you don't have to ignore downstream, but it's a very different type of concept, and develop standards specific for the nature of downstream, because we already have a complete accounting solution for upstream and owned company emissions. And you don't want to distort those. You want to hold on to those. And then separately, you can think about how to get the disclosure on the downstream. So Karthik, what happens next? So what's happened since we published our Harvard Business Review article and then an update is we've actually been working on companies to see how this works in practice. Is this feasible? How much work is involved? Is it giving data that's meaningful to the managers? And we've also been advocating to various standard setters that don't go out on a limb on Scope 3 requirements, because we're going to cut it off behind you, and you're going to fall down and be embarrassed by this. You can get companies started thinking about supply chains if they haven't thought about it before. That would be a good thing to do. Maybe you need to start with industry average data just to get in the ballpark and understand what's going on across all your products and services. But don't institutionalize this into a standard, and actually encourage them to get to this more accurate approach over a 3-year period, and encourage them to, as much as possible, start getting actual data from their suppliers and start reporting it, perhaps with the safe harbor provision that the SEC has put out in its exposure draft.
Excellent. So what's our theory of change? Well, look, there are lots of problems in the world today, and many of them seem completely intractable. But one of the most urgent problems that we all face as a planet is climate change. And we actually think that the good news is that this most urgent problem has actually a pretty simple solution within sight, which is the deploying of centuries-old inventory technology and, decades-old cost accounting technology to measure reliably and verifiably carbon of companies in supply chains in a way in which customers can make decisions on it. So suddenly this becomes the basis for companies to compete on emissions excellence, just like they compete on cost or quality or something else. And our vision, our hope is that by the end of this decade, we effectively have gotten to a place where it's second nature for companies to be using e-liability to compete on their emissions efficiency. And it's second nature for customers and consumers to be demanding this information, just as they demand price and quality information. Now, the thing... Sorry.
And in fact, this is the only way to set off the competitive dynamics to decarbonize company supply chains. So there's a lot of rhetoric about doing this, but if you don't have good measurement approaches, it's not going to happen. I mean, now we have a path forward for this to occur.
But the thing is that, when this process evolved in the context of financial accounting, and there have been many historians that have tracked the evolution of capitalism to the evolution of financial accounting, and they say capitalism and market societies got more sophisticated and wealthier as the quality of accounting improved. But that process took hundreds of years. And the accounting rules were socially constructed. They were legitimized through bottom-up processes. As people saw their value, they got institutionalized by regulation. And so financial accounting played this very important role in the development of the modern world as we know it. The challenge, of course, is that we don't have hundreds of years to solve climate change. I mean, if we believe the scientists' data, and there's no reason not to, we don't have much time at all. And so this process that we know worked well in the context of financial accounting, we've got to find a way to turbocharge that process and run it in a very short period in the context of GHG accounting. The good news is we know it works. So what we're trying to do now through our work with companies, through a not-for-profit agency, is to encourage very sophisticated and highly motivated companies to drive this e-liability system at scale. And what we're going to share with you in the last few minutes is the results of some early pilot studies with two pioneering companies that have taken us up on this challenge. The first one of these is a global tire company that has its operations primarily based in Southeast Asia. And here on slide 16, you see a simplified representation of the tire manufacturing process, which is a standard industry kind of representation, but as customized by this particular company. And, as you would imagine, as with any complex process, there are hundreds of inputs. In fact, this particular tire company has about 200 suppliers and 200 different inputs, effectively. And of course, there are many different processes associated as you take these raw materials across 200 suppliers and inputs and you put them into different processes. And then you run your own you have your own scope 2 emissions, that is to say, the use of purchased electricity and heat in order to run the tire curing, the tire bonding, and the final sort of production process that results in the tire that you can sell on to an automobile company. And so when a company starts to think about running a pilot, as this company did, the first question they asked us, where they were very enthusiastic about the idea, they said, we'd like to try it. But do we really have to call up all of our 200 suppliers and ask them for supplier-specific data? And do they have to what if they have 200 suppliers? Do they have to call up their 200 suppliers? How is this going to work? And this is where we pulled out an old rule that Bob actually had described in the context of some of his earlier work in cost accounting. And it's called the Willie Sutton rule. And Willie Sutton was a famous bank robber. And when he was finally caught and asked, why does he rob banks and not, say, houses where there's less security? He said, well, that's because there's money in the banks. And so the Willie Sutton rule is basically focus on where the impact is, focus on where the magnitudes are. And it turns out in the context of the tire manufacturing process that just a handful of suppliers and a handful of inputs account for the vast majority of emissions. So it turns out that carbon black, synthetic rubber, natural rubber, and steel products, just these four inputs, account for almost 85% or even more than 85% of the emissions. So if you've got 200 suppliers, but it turns out only 4 of those suppliers account for 85% of your supply chain emissions, then the Willie-Sutton rule is focus on those 4. And as long as none of your competitors are doing it, 85% efficiency in the process is more than enough. As more and more of your competitors start producing e-liabilities, then of course you're going to have to look at where you can add value, and that's when you would start iterating into other suppliers in your supply chain. So what we present here on slide 17 is some camouflage data from this company. So obviously to protect its competitive interests, what we've done is normalize the data to a unit, it's a simple unit of 1 on the, this is the value marked in yellow. So don't actually read the values on the table for their magnitudes, but read them for their relative impact. And I won't go into the technical elements of this in great detail, but what I'll suggest is 2 things. One, as the company started to talk to its top 5 suppliers of carbon black, synthetic and natural rubber, steel products, and synthetic textiles, and asked them for supplier-specific emissions data, those suppliers themselves came back to the company and said, well, if you want to know about supplier-specific emissions data for the inputs we are sending you, we also want to make you aware of these low-emission inputs that you don't buy, that we offer in our product line, that we could make these low-emissions inputs available to you. So in that first column you see on the first graph you see, or table you see on slide 17, you see the inputs as rows, and then you see the percentage of the input to the total weight of the output in the second column. And then in the third column, you see the currently normalized data on carbon footprint of those inputs. But 3 of those suppliers came back and said, here are some cleaner inputs that we can make available to you as well. And as the company went through the e-liability pilot, it looked at the various sources of Scope 1 emissions in its own direct operations. And it said, yes, of course, there are lots of Scope 1 emission sources in our company, but if we're going to focus on the Willie-Sutton rule, let's focus on the big source of emissions. And for tire manufacturing, the big source of emissions is the tire curing process, because this is a tremendously heat-intensive process that requires, in the case of this company, drawing on electricity to generate that heat from its grid. And because this company is based in Southeast Asia, the grid there uses primarily coal-based electricity. So they're using a lot of their Scope 1 impact is coming from, well, effectively this is Scope 2, but they're counting it as their direct impact, is coming from the use of purchased electricity from a grid that is based on coal. So they said, okay, let us focus on some alternative sources of energy, alternative sources of electricity. So the first thing they said is, what if we put some solar panels on the surface of on the roof of our factory? What will be the GHG impact of those solar panels, and how will that impact our efficiency, our emissions efficiency of the tire curing process? And that's what you see in the second table, in the lower table on slide 17. But as they were looking at that, they said, well, some of our heating machines in the curing process are quite old. What if we replace them with newer, more energy efficient machines? Those machines would turn out, not only would take much less electricity, well, 5% less, not much less, they would also take somewhat less natural gas, because they use both electricity and natural gas. So as the company started this process of running an e-liability pilot, the process of measuring these things at the accurate level that would require auditing, that would pass the level of auditing or a test of auditing, started asking them or getting them to ask questions about where the emission savings were possible. And as they went through all of the various options in emission savings in inputs, emission savings in the electricity process, emission savings in the kinds of boilers they used, they came to a conclusion that they could produce the same tire that they produce, the standard passenger car tire, for somewhere between 20 to 25% less emissions. Now, of course, this will come at a cost, because installing, for instance, solar panels will come at a cost. Installing new boilers for their tire curing process will come at a cost. Some of the low emissions inputs we talked about in the first table will be more costly. So part of what now the company is in the process of doing is figuring out, how does it take this 20 to 25% emission savings and have a conversation with its customers about volumes, for instance. Maybe the customer will buy more volumes of these low emission tires that allows the company to justify the additional cost. Or maybe the company, the customer is willing to pay a premium for the low emissions tire because this particular tire company sells to luxury car makers. And some of the consumers of those luxury car makers might well pay a premium knowing that there are low emission tires involved. So it goes back to that old adage of managers manage what is measured. And as you build in a rigorous system of measuring emissions through the e-liability, you end up seeing lots of places in which companies can change their strategy and have conversations with their value chain on how those strategic changes can be passed down to create real value. There's a second pilot that we've been talking about, and Bob's going to introduce that.
So the second pilot, I'll try to get through this quickly. It's a very similar message, but very different setting. This is for a company that makes cement and then process, and that gets ready for make into concrete on construction projects. Cement, very old product. Portland cement was invented 200 years ago. Completely commodity product. But in emissions, cement produces more carbon emissions than any country in the planet except China and the US. So if cement were a country, it would be the third largest emitter in the world. So this is kind of the Willie Sutton rule applied to where do we want to look here. Relatively simple process is diagrammed here on slide 18. Basic key ingredient is limestone. You have to heat limestone up, change it to produce something called clinker, term I never heard before, and a lot of CO2 associated with grinding it up and producing this clinker. And then clinker is mixed with some other stuff to make cement. It's milled, ground together. And then the final cement is mixed with other, what's called aggregate, sand and gravel, and goes to a big concrete mixing truck that we see on construction projects. And it turns out this company was already looking in what would be called the e-liability method on its own because it wanted to do better than Scope 3. It wanted to produce to a higher standard. So we actually had a head start there. So these are disguised data for one of the plants of this very large cement company. And there's a total of 200,000, tons of CO2 emissions equivalent at this plant. Much of it produces itself, the direct because of the heating and crushing of the limestone and grinding the cement. But there's some that's purchased, particularly slag, which is getting mixed in with the cement to produce, it's produced with the clinker to produce the cement. And so there are three basic production processes. So this illustrates the cost accounting story. The tire company is really the purchasing and inventory accounting story. And you can see of the 200,000, about 90% of them is associated with clinker production and a small amount in grinding the slag to mix with the clinker into the cement. And, so clinker, this has a lot of gases. Now, the interesting thing is their usual cement that's called CEM 1, the basic cement commodity product that they're selling and making into the concrete, actually produce, and the actual amount is disguised, but there's a lot of tons of CO2 per ton of cement, okay? But they turn out you can have different mixtures. They have different recipes they could use. And instead of putting as much cement into the mix that goes into the concrete, they can bring in some of this slag, which has a lower GHG footprint. And you can see as it goes from this first traditional commodity version to CEM 3, has much lower clinker because you're using much more slag in there, but it has basically the same properties. I mean, the only difference is it takes longer to cure on site. So here we have this hundreds of year old product, but now for the first time, they're thinking about innovation. They're thinking about, let's not make it with 100% cement, let's add in some slag and do that and talk with the customers in the same way that the tire company is talking with them. And in another study, I'm doing another study with another supplier to the cement concrete business. There's a technique you can use that actually substitutes recycled glass, consumer glass that you get out, you can take out, the blue cartons, at least in the US, that get picked up once every other week. And they recycle that, and that substitutes for the cement. And the recycled glass essentially has a zero footprint because it's all been used in the initial version of the glass. And they could substitute as much as 50% of the cement in a concrete mix. And so here's all this, what could be more boring and mature than making cement? And yet there's all this possible innovation that could go on once we get measurements and once customers and investors really care about this. So, where are we trying to work? If those of you academics want to get into this, where should you be looking? We talked about the Willie-Sutton rule. Find out where there's a lot of Scope 1 emissions, either in your own operations or in your supply chain, and look for where the innovations are coming. Organizations that can produce the same output with a 30 or 40% lower greenhouse gas footprint, own operations and a supply chain. And so it becomes a competitive advantage, particularly if they have GHG sensitive customers and investors. So just to summarize, it's not that arduous to become a pilot. Focus on a few key inputs, steel, cement, limestone, clinker, synthetic polymer, carbon black. Work with those suppliers. You can go through the same pilot. It's not going to take that long to do. And we can get quite valid, accurate measurements, which you can quickly leverage with your customers, into a competitive advantage. So final words, Karthik, for the academics, regulators, business people on this call.
So we're obviously driving forward with this. We think that the e-liability system offers a very simple and clear way in which we can measure carbon in supply chains. Hopefully these two pilot studies will show you how easy it is to get started on this. Of course, there will be a journey, but this is a journey that we can help you with, and we are keen to do so through this not-for-profit that we have initiated. We should also mention that on the two pilots we described, we've been working with our colleague and co-author, Stefan Reichelstein, who is a professor at Stanford. And one of the things that Bob and I are now continuing on is to think about accounting for carbon offsets. Because as we said, when we built the e-liability system, one of the things we wanted was a system that would also work with offsets. The problem, of course, is that offsets present a whole different set of accounting challenges. One of the challenges with offsets is that not all of the public goods associated with e-liability, the e-asset, that is to say, are in fact fully capitalized. So how do you create a system for accounting for offsets when you've got partial capitalization of the underlying natural capital? And how do you avoid the perverse situations where people are sort of destroying, for instance, public forests in order to claim an e-liability offset? So we definitely don't want that. We should also be thinking rigorously about how to account for timing differences and the uncertainty in offset delivery, including issues like leakage in natural capital offsets, and how to think about which offsets are alienable from the underlying operating activity and thus lend themselves to transaction or trades on secondary markets. Obviously, you want to create a secondary market for offsets so that that allows for efficient allocation of productive resources and economies. But we should think about this alienability principle very carefully. And that's a feature of some work that Bob and I are now doing with another co-author who also happens to be based at Stanford. And we're also, Bob mentioned briefly the issue of downstream and how to think about downstream. Earlier, we mentioned that this is something that doesn't lend itself to rigorous accounting, but it can lend itself to voluntary disclosure. So what might a reliable framework for comparable voluntary disclosure of corporate downstream emissions look like? That could be another area for research and also for companies that are really innovative in this space to engage with. And
so it's an incredibly exciting time, I think, to be an accounting academic and look at this whole new sphere and of work and unit of measurement in a problem of such societal importance. So we hope we've inspired some of you to pursue this. And even if you don't pursue it, as we produce cases, and we have cases underway, we hope you'll teach it so that your students will be able to understand these key concepts and how accounting principles can be applied to the measurement and the auditability of companies' greenhouse gas emissions, their own and their controllable ones in their supply chain.
Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to email either Bob or me.
Thank you, Bob and Karthik, for walking us through your model and offering some vital insights on accountability and accounting for climate impact. We're now joined by our second plenary of the day, Jeffrey Heal. Jeffrey is an expert on sustainability and carbon accounting and the Donald Waite Professor of Social Enterprise at the Columbia Business School. Over to you, Jeffrey.
So let me start by thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity to pull together my thoughts on the issue of sustainability accounting and carbon accounting. This is a radically new topic. 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, it didn't exist. Very few people were interested in it. But today, most large Western companies are pledging carbon neutrality within a couple of decades. And most governments are pledging massive reductions in their carbon emissions. And clearly a prerequisite for making any of this work is that we can record and measure the emissions of carbon. In other words, we have a system of carbon accounting. And being carbon neutral, being carbon zero, implies that we know precisely where we are in terms of carbon emissions. So the demand for carbon accounting comes entirely from a combination of governmental insistence on reducing carbon emissions and from corporate moves to respond to this and to comply with government wishes to reduce carbon emissions. And in order to do this, companies have to be able to measure their carbon emissions, and they have to be able to model how various different choices, various different policies on their part would affect their carbon emissions. And finally, of course, we need to be able to audit any claims that carbon emissions have been reduced. We need an independent assessment. We need to be able to give an independent assessment of how valid claims are to have reduced carbon emissions. So the way this works at the moment is that we have a so-called greenhouse gas protocol, and companies' emissions of carbon dioxide and associated gases are divided into what we call scopes 1, 2, and 3. Scope 1 emissions are emissions from a company's own facilities. Scope 2 emissions are those from power purchased by the company. So if your company buys electricity, for example, and that electricity is generated by burning coal, then Scope 2 emissions are the emissions from the coal used to generate electricity that the company purchases. And Scope 3 emissions are emissions from elsewhere in the supply chain, its suppliers and its users. Now, this is best illustrated with some examples. So I've given you an example here of Exxon. Exxon's Scope 1 emissions are the emissions from its own operations. So Exxon has offices, it heats and cools its offices, it runs trucks, it runs aircraft, drilling equipment, and so on. So the emissions from those are Exxon's Scope 1 emissions. Exxon buys in electricity from third parties, and some of that will be generated by fossil fuels. And the emissions from that are Exxon's Scope 2 emissions. And then Exxon's Scope 3 emissions will mainly be those from the use of its refined products. So Exxon produces gasoline, which is burnt in cars and trucks. That produces emissions. Those are part of its Scope 3 emissions. Exxon produces jet fuel, which is burnt in aircraft. Again, that produces CO2 emissions, and those are part of Exxon's Scope 3 emissions. There will be other Scope 3 emissions from elsewhere in its supply chain, but these are the principal emissions in the case of a company like Exxon. Here's a different example, American Airlines. American Airlines Scope 1 emissions are the emissions from its own operations. And again, that in this case will mean burning jet fuel in its aircraft, burning gasoline in its trucks, etc. American Scope 2 emissions, again, are the emissions from the generation of electricity that it purchases. And its Scope 3 emissions are those associated with its supply chain, which in this case will mean making its aircraft and its engines, plus some others perhaps. And finally, I'm giving a third example here to tie these things together, which is Pratt & Whitney, the jet engine makers. Pratt & Whitney's Scope 1 emissions are those associated with the operation of its plants again. Scope 2 emissions are again those associated with any electricity that it purchases from third parties. And Scope 3 emissions are mainly those from the operation of its engines. When its engines are operated in an aircraft, they burn a great deal of jet fuel and produce a lot of emissions. But there also will be some other emissions from its supply chain. For example, Pratt & Whitney will use a lot of aluminum, and that aluminum is produced using some rather energy-intensive processes. So there'll be emissions from that, and those emissions will be part of its Scope 3 emissions. Now, think about these three examples I've given you: Exxon, American Airlines, and Pratt & Whitney. One of the things is there's a huge amount of overlap in some of these emissions we looked at here. And good accounting systems really don't double count. It's an absolute sort of sine qua non of an accounting system that never double counts anything. But if you think about what I've just been through, it's clear that any company's Scope 3 emissions are going to be a utility's Scope 1 emissions. Okay, and then Exxon's Scope 3 emissions are American Airlines Scope 1 emissions, because Exxon's Scope 3 emissions come from the combustion of its jet fuel, amongst other things, and that's being carried out by American Airlines in its aircraft, and so that's a Scope 1 emission of American Airlines. Then Exxon's Scope 3 emissions are also, of course, Pratt & Whitney's Scope 3 emissions, because Pratt & Whitney's Scope 3 emissions are come from the combustion of gasoline in its engines, and that's exactly what is part of Exxon's Scope 3 emissions. So we can see from this that the emissions from American Airlines aircraft are being counted three times. They're being counted as American Airlines Scope 1 emissions, and they're being counted as Scope 3 for Exxon and for Pratt & Whitney. And so adding these three things up will give a very misleading impression of total emissions. And actually, more importantly, from a policy perspective, any reduction is going to be counted three times. So suppose, for example, American Airlines uses more efficient engines or it routes its aircraft more efficiently, then that will count as a reduction in American Airlines Scope 1 emissions, but it'll also be a reduction in emissions from Exxon for Scope 3 and for Pratt & Whitney for Scope 3. So we've got a major issue of double counting here. How do we deal with this? The only real solution to this is to focus on Scope 1 and focus only on Scope 1. And if you think about it, every emission has to be a Scope 1 emission for some company. And there's a footnote there that says also could be a Scope 1 emission for households or for governments. For the moment, I'll focus on companies, and I'll come back to that in a second. So if we add up all Scope 1 emissions, it captures all emissions. Now, Scope 2 emissions are clearly duplicative of utility emissions, and some fairly simple math shows that the sum of all downstream Scope 3 emissions is the same as the sum of all Scope 1 emissions. So that's duplicative. And as some of the examples show, the upstream Scope 3 emissions are also duplicative. So what we have to do then is just focus on Scope 1. Now, what we have to do, we have to add to the corporate Scope 1 an equivalent measure for households and for governments, and for all levels of governments. Governments here means federal governments, state governments, municipal governments. We also have to think about how to handle emissions from products that are exported or from inputs that are imported. Okay, so those will not be captured in Scope 1. Now, if we're just focusing on US emissions, which is what we normally are, we can forget the emissions from imports or exports, though we do need to think about those if we're looking at global emissions. In order to deal with the first point, emissions from households and governments, we need to construct an equivalent of Scope 1 emissions for the household sector and for the various government sectors, and then add these into the total of Scope 1. So the bottom line here is that the only corporate emissions that matter are Scope 1. Others are completely duplicative and can be neglected. And we have to add to the sum of Scope 1 emissions the equivalents for households and governments. And these would involve, for example, households and governments burning gasoline produced by Exxon. So, for example, if I have a car and I burn Exxon gasoline in my car, then that's a Scope 1 emission for me. If I happen to have a private plane and I burn Exxon's jet fuel in my private plane, then that's a Scope 1 emission for me, and so on. These are Scope 3 emissions for Exxon that are not duplicated by any corporate Scope 1. But they are duplicated by household and government Scope 1. So as long as we can construct a Scope 1 for households and governments, then just adding up Scope 1 is fine. Now, in fact, all the data we need to do this is available. At Columbia Business School, we have in fact used data from the Environmental Protection Agency for facility-level emissions data for corporations. We've used data from the Energy Information Agency on household consumption and household emissions of greenhouse gases. And we've used data from the Energy Information Agency on government emissions. And with this data, we've been able to construct a complete set of Scope 1 accounts. So we've got estimates of Scope 1 emissions for all corporations, for households and for the government. So we can produce a consistent set of accounts on this basis. An interesting question is why Scope 3 and Scope 2 have persisted for such categories for so long, because they are essentially redundant from the perspective I'm taking here. And the answer is that whether you need Scope 2 and Scope 3 depends a little bit on what you want to do with your emissions data, what your aim is. Scope 2 and Scope 3 are part of an approach that seeks not so much to measure total emissions, but to attribute to a corporation as great a level of emissions as possible, to attribute to a corporation all of the emissions that could conceivably be associated with it. Now, Scope 2 emissions are clearly the primary responsibility of a power producer or a utility, and they're Scope 1. But there is a sense in which there would be no power production if there were no power user. So we can think of the company as indirectly responsible for its Scope 2 emissions. So in that sense, they are associated with the company. Scope 3 emissions from Exxon's gasoline, again, are primarily the responsibility of the airlines or the auto owners or the truckers. But again, there's a possible indirect responsibility for Exxon in the sense that if no one produced the gasoline, then it couldn't be used. But you can turn that argument around too and say, well, if nobody used it, it wouldn't be produced. So the Scopes 2 and 3 are essentially redundant, but there is a difference between accounting for carbon so as to understand the total flows in the economy and the contribution to total emissions, which is what we need to do for policy making, and accounting in a way that shows the maximum that can be attributed to corporations. And that may well have been part of the goal of the environmental groups that originally developed the Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 framework. And the second thing I want to talk about, just very briefly now, is accounting for carbon offsets. A corporation is said to have gross zero emissions if it has no carbon emissions at all. It has net zero, it is at net zero or has net zero emissions if it has emissions, but these emissions are somehow compensated for or offset by some other activities. So the question I want to talk about is, what does it mean to compensate for / offset a company's emissions? So here's a simple example to get us thinking about this. Imagine a company that produces 1 million tons of carbon dioxide a year. Then it starts up a plant that sucks 1 million tons of carbon dioxide a year out of the atmosphere and disposes of it permanently in some way. We don't worry for the moment about how it does this. Is this company net zero? It certainly looks as if it ought to be, right? It's producing 1 million tons of CO2 a year, and then that goes into the atmosphere, and then it's taking 1 million tons of CO2 out of the atmosphere. So why could it not be net zero? Well, one possibility is that the plant that removes CO2 from the atmosphere would have operated anyway and removed the CO2 even if the company had done nothing. So in that case, the plant could not be said to be compensating for the company's emissions. It would be a failure of what we call additionality in this context. And if the capture of CO2 from the air is really additional, something which would not have happened if it were not for the company's intervention, then the company is carbon neutral. And the uncomfortable point here is that whether we have an offset or not depends on a counterfactual or a baseline, which we need to measure from. We need to make that counterfactual as robust and as obvious as possible. With that proviso, air capture of CO2 is a very good offset. And we just have to confirm that the air capture would not have happened if it were not for the transaction generating the offset. Now, another much more straightforward and much more popular form of offset is paying someone to plant trees. If you look at, for example, Microsoft, many of the offsets that they're claiming to use are offsets from forestry. They're paying people to plant trees. And trees, of course, as they grow, absorb CO2. So that's taking some CO2 out of the atmosphere to compensate for what Microsoft is emitting. Now, there are some issues with this. One, of course, is that trees grow very slowly. They absorb very little CO2 in the early years. So in the picture there, you've got a small tree. A tree that size doesn't absorb very much CO2. It's probably the tree has to be out there for 5 or 10 years before it really starts absorbing CO2. So you can't really claim that trees are absorbing your CO2 today, or they will absorb CO2 in the future. Now, a bigger issue is that trees can burn and release any CO2 that they've stored. In fact, an awful lot of the trees that have been planted as offsets on the West Coast have been burned in some of the fires on the West Coast in the last couple of years, and they've released all the CO2 that was supposedly stored as offsets. More subtle issue is that if you cause 1,000 trees to be planted in some location, and at the same time someone cuts down 1,000 trees nearby, have you actually caused a removal of CO2 from the atmosphere? In fact, because the opposite has happened, CO2 has actually been released into the atmosphere. But again, you can make an argument it would have been worse if it were not for your actions. So again, there's a counterfactual issue coming up again there. The mechanism of this, suppose that a US corporation wants to buy an offset from Brazil, then for this offset to be what we call Paris compliant with the Paris Agreement 2015, Brazil has to keep national carbon accounts which meet UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change standards. And these accounts must show a reduction in emissions. And the reduction in emissions must be at least as great as the sum of all offsets companies are buying from Brazil. So those are conditions for an offset to be Paris compliant. Very, very few offsets are Paris compliant, of course. Most of the offsets currently being traded in the voluntary offset market are not Paris compliant and don't meet this standard here, though there are some that do. Now, the UNFCCC at its Paris meeting, and also again in the subsequent Glasgow meeting, devoted many hours to the issue of what is a legitimate offset and what is an offset consistent with the Paris Agreement. And they don't use the word offset incidentally, they use the phrase ITMO, or Internationally Transferred Mitigation Outcome. And in order for an offset or an ITMO to be valid, you have to be able to demonstrate that it's additional, that is, as I say, it represents a removal of CO2 from the atmosphere which would not have occurred were it not for the transaction underlying it. Then, as I just indicated, the country where the offset is created must have national carbon accounts consistent with the UNFCCC standards, and these must show a reduction in emissions greater than or equal to the claimed offsets. And I just remarked, very, very few offsets in the voluntary market meet these conditions. Let me make a final remark on offsets before I wrap up altogether. We want the world as a whole to have zero emissions somewhere in the second half of the century. Now, the world can't have zero emissions if any company is using offsets, unless these are air capture offsets. So no offsets other than air capture could be allowed in the long run. Why is that? That's because suppose two companies, A and B, both produce 1 million units of emissions a year, and A pays B to reduce its emissions to zero, buying the right to claim this reduction as an offset. So you've got a situation now where B has reduced its emissions from 1 million units a year to zero, and then that's created an offset, and A has purchased the offset. So B is gross zero, it's producing no emissions. A is net zero, because it's producing 1 million units of emissions a year, but it's bought 1 million units of offsets. So A is net zero, B is zero, but the world is neither. The world is still producing 1 million units of CO2 a year because A is still producing 1 million units of CO2 a year. And indeed, the whole purpose of an offset is to allow you to continue to produce emissions. So unless those emissions are removed from the atmosphere, which means you've got an air capture offset, then we're not actually at zero. So the bottom line there is that we have to have offsets, either no offsets or only air capture offsets in the long run. So overall conclusions from this discussion. If we want to measure total emissions and drive these to zero, we're interested in Scope 1 emissions only. Everything else is duplicative. But we must have household and government Scope 1, as well as corporate Scope 1, and those are not currently recorded. And offsets are problematic. It is very rare that we can with certainty claim that these are real reductions in net emissions. And offsets other than air capture have to be zero if total emissions are going to be zero. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and that's my last remark.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for sharing your profound understanding of the need for accountability in a sustainable world with us in such a clear way. May I remind you all again to share your questions in chat. We now hear from Lars Petersen. Lars is Professor and Co-Head of the Centre for Sustainable Business at the NHH Norwegian School of Economics. Lars has prepared an engaging talk on the pervasiveness of ESG and sustainability matters.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation here at the CARE 2022 conference. My name is Lars Jakob Tynas Pedersen, and I'm a professor at the Norwegian School of Economics, where I am co-head of the Center for Sustainable Business, together with my colleague Sveinung Jørgensen, who has been part of developing this presentation, but who is not here with us today. So at the Center for Sustainable Business, we do research on the technologies, behaviors, and business models that promote sustainable business, whether related to business models, consumption, finance, and reporting. And that, of course, reflects the fact that today sustainability and ESG matters are everywhere. And in this presentation, I am going to argue that you cannot spell ESG without I. And I will soon explain what I mean by that. And ESG, of course, is an acronym. It's 3 letters. And in the field of ESG, which is often referred to as an alphabet soup, there are a lot of acronyms. ESG, CSR, SASB, TFCD. You can hear people say sentences like SASB and the IIRC has merged and become the VRF. And this alphabet soup, which is referring to the many different entities, institutions, standards, and so on in the field of corporate sustainability can sometimes be a little bit confusing. And why then am I bothering with putting another letter into the mix? You cannot spell ESG without I. And what on earth do I mean when I say I? Well, what I mean is that ESG, meaning environmental, social, and governance issues, in some sense, cannot be properly understood without taking the letter I, which stands for innovation, seriously. Because behind the improvements in ESG performance that big and small companies, startups, and incumbents are trying to achieve today, behind those improvements are innovation efforts, and more specifically, business model innovation efforts. And what I'm going to argue in this presentation is that for us to properly understand the ESG matters of a company, whether we are users of information of a sustainability report like an investor, questioning whether or not you should invest in a firm. If you are a policymaker or a regulator looking at a company and its footprints from the outside, we do not only want to understand what is the environmental footprint, the social footprint, and the economic footprint of the company. We also want to understand, crucially, we want to understand how does this relate to the fundamental business model of the company, and what changes and innovations are the company trying to make to its business model so as to improve these social, environmental, and economic outcomes. So at the get-go here is really the notion of the business model. The business model, of course, is a phenomenon that stands on its own feet outside sustainability, outside ESG. It's become a real fad in the management literature in recent years to talk about business models and business model innovations. And we see also now in the field of sustainability that the conversation is increasingly being focused on business models and their externalities as the starting point for conversations about sustainability and ESG. And the business model, very simply put, can be referred to as the architecture of how the company creates, delivers, and captures value. So any company, whether for-profit or, for that matter, companies that are not for-profit, have a business model, a model of how they create value for their customers and also for other stakeholders. The value delivery model, which is really about what are the resources that goes into creating this value, what are the activities that are necessary to carry out to create value, and what are the partners that are needed in order for these value creation processes to be successful. And then finally, any business model has a value capture model, which is essentially the logic of profitability. It's the idea of how this particular company creates value and at the end of the day makes money.
As questions have been coming in from the chat wondering why readers of a sustainability report should care about the company's innovation efforts. Isn't it all about the footprints?
Now, that is a very good question, Peter. Thank you. And I think it's timely to ask, why should, let's say, a user of a sustainability report care about the business model? And let's take a concrete example. If we look at the business model of, for instance, Carlsberg, and we see it here on the screen, this is actually taken from one of the very first pages of Carlsberg's very comprehensive ESG report. And essentially the whole report starts out with an account of what does the basic business model of Carlsberg look like. And then when you continue reading the account of their environmental footprints, for better or worse, their social footprints, for better or worse, and their governance structures that are trying to help them achieve these financial, environmental, and social goals, we see that all of that is really flowing out of this basic account of what the business model of Carlsberg looks like, from sourcing to brewing to distribution to sales and marketing, and of course the consumption of this product, in their case beer, which has some clear upsides, but of course from both environmental and social standpoints also have some very clear downsides. So for interested readers, pick up that report and have a look at how the business model is really, in some sense, the point of departure for their entire presentation about what their footprints look like and what kind of efforts they are putting into trying to improve those footprints. And you can say that this is really nothing new. I mean, for a long time, we've been talking about the business model also in the field of sustainability. And like this Carlsberg case illustrates for us, the business model is even put into the sustainability reports as a starting point. Not all sustainability reports, not at all, but we see this increasingly in sustainability reports of many different kinds of companies, that they start out with talking about the business model. And if we look at some of the key institutions and key players in the field of sustainability measurement, reporting, and also sustainable finance, we will see that this interest in the business model and the innovation of the business model has been present for some time. So, for instance, if we look at the SASB framework, the conceptual framework of SASB, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, which I previously in my alphabet soup referred to as having now become part of this new value reporting framework, they have they present or outline 5 dimensions of sustainability that are sort of at the core of how they treat sustainability in their reporting framework. And we see some usual suspects here. We see environment, the E in ESG. We see the S in ESG, the social dimension, but it's really chopped into 2 different dimensions. Human capital, which is about social aspects that are internal to the firm. And then the third one, social capital, which refers to social footprints that are relevant in some sense outside the firm. And then there are 2 final dimensions, leadership and governance being one, which is the G of ESG. But most crucially for this presentation, the 4th point here, business model and innovation, which is one of the 5 dimensions that we see in SASB's conceptual framework. And on the slide here, you see SASB's own description. This is from the conceptual framework document, which I think is from 2017. So it's a few years ago already. And we see how they describe this as being a key part of sustainability because it relates to the impact of sustainability issues on the innovation and business models of company, and specifically on the integration of the environmental, human, and social issues into the value creation process of the company. So if we think back to the business model we saw earlier and the value creation on top of that business model, the question that is asked here is really, well, how are these environmental, social, and human issues integrated into the manner in which the company creates value? So basically into the value proposition of the company. And we see here that several aspects are pointed out, one of them being product innovation, Another one being related to impacts on tangible assets, such as the resources that I mentioned as part of the value delivery part of the business model, and also the financial assets of the company that also are influenced by sustainability issues.
Lars, may I interrupt? I have another question from the chat. The question is, why and how is materiality assessment so central for ESG-related innovation?
Yeah, that is a good question, Peter. And this question of materiality really comes up very clearly when we think about this SASB framework, and it's really been one of the important institutions driving the conversation about materiality forward in the field of sustainability. So let's talk a little bit about materiality, because this concept, which of course comes from the fields of accounting and auditing, has really become a key topic of discussion in the field of sustainability in recent years. And when we talk about materiality in the field of sustainability, we're really asking the question, well, what are the material sustainability issues? Meaning, what are the sustainability issues that are important for the firm itself and for the value creating processes of the firm, so the business model of the firm? And then also, what are the sustainability issues that are important for the stakeholders of the firm, those who are outside the firm but that the firm relies on? And in recent years, we've seen a little bit of a tension between two different concepts of materiality in the field of sustainability. On the slide here is a paper that I recently published together with my colleague Sveinung Jørgensen and our finance colleague Aksel Mjøs. We recently published this paper where we discussed the tensions between the two types of materiality, the one perhaps most associated with the GRI framework, where we see that the x-axis refers to the significance of the impacts, the ESG impacts of the company, whereas the other materiality matrix that we see here on the left is perhaps more similar to the SASB mindset, if you will, where the x-axis is referring to which sustainability issues are important for the company. And for both of these two, the y-axis refers to what are the sustainability issues that are important for stakeholders. And of course, whether you assume a sort of impact-oriented or a company-oriented perspective on the x-axis here, you might arrive at some quite different conclusions with regard to which issues are material. And with reference to your question, Peter, why is this important for innovation? Well, when we think about materiality, and we can see this here on the figure from this quite old report now, the materiality report by Forstater and colleagues from 2005, where they really make this argument when we talk about materiality in sustainable business contexts, we are really taking the whole path from strategy to reporting and back, meaning that materiality helps us identify material sustainability issues. It helps us prioritize them, because if we think back to the materiality matrix, we want to understand what are the highly material issues, those that will be high up to the right corner of the materiality matrix. So from a strategy perspective and also an innovation perspective, that process of materiality helps us sort out and prioritize between what are the sustainability issues that this company really have to deal with, and what are the sustainability issues that are perhaps slightly less important and that can be monitored, but we don't have to put all efforts in to solve them right now. And that, of course, will trickle down to the right side of this picture, which is about measurement and reporting, because you also, of course, want to have good numbers and good insight into the most material issues, those issues that will be most important to provide insight to an investor or to other users of information, and that also for internal decision-making purposes in the firm are important, because the companies are, of course, also measuring these footprints so that they can track their own progress in trying to improve on them. So there's a very clear link here from strategy and innovation as it relates to sustainability issues on the one hand, and then the measurement and reporting both for internal purposes and external purposes of those footprints over time. So materiality here really plays a key role in the identification, prioritization, management, measurement, and reporting of sustainability issues. So I want to use one example just to illustrate the complexity from an innovation standpoint that lies behind any number that you will find in an ESG report. You want to look at the numbers in an ESG report and believe that they are telling you something important about the footprints, yes, the magnitude of the footprints, yes, for better or worse, but also the progress for the company over time in managing those problems and addressing and improving on the given sustainability issue, whether that is waste management or avoiding human rights violations or improving biodiversity outcomes or whatever kind of number you're looking for or issue you're looking for in an ESG report. And I'm going to share a case with you here that we have worked with our research team for many years. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working very closely with a Norwegian fast-moving consumer goods company, Orkla. It's the biggest consumer goods company in Norway, and they operate across all consumer goods. And they've had a really big effort related to what we see on the picture here, plastic pollution. Consumer goods such as soaps and food products and so on have a lot of plastic packaging. And if you go to the Orkla ESG report, which is very comprehensive, you can find a table like the one we're looking at here. This is from the 2021 report, and it gives you a couple of numbers. And they, of course, give you an indication of what is going on within the given year, and also if you go across the columns from year to year. But what this isn't telling you is all the innovation that is happening in the background with regard to the business model itself. And in this project that we've had going on with Orkla over 4 years now, we've been trying to look at what might be business model innovations that can drastically reduce plastic footprints over time. And together with the company, at the same time that they were doing incremental things, starting to introduce recyclable plastic, trying to work with waste management firms to bring the plastic back and ensure that it doesn't end up in the oceans and so on, we've had, as this picture shows, business model experiments along many dimensions. We've tried to work with big bags in the home where you can refill the same packaging again and again. We've tested refill stations in the store to see if people are willing to go to the store and refill on their old plastic bottles. We've had home delivery of soap to customers who use an app to get refills returned to their home. And we've even worked with cleaning companies who come home to the homes of customers and refill their soap while they're there so that no new plastic packaging is needed. At the end of last year, Orkla really took a large step ahead when they launched a new venture inside the company, a company called Påfyll, which is Norwegian for the word refill. And it is a company that has made generic refill packaging that can be purchased on a subscription basis so that it's delivered to your home, refilled, and thereby making it unnecessary to have single-use packaging at all. And this will remind you of similar ventures in other countries. And I give some detail on this research project, not for the sake of soap or for the sake of Orkla, but to shed some light on the big innovation efforts that lie behind the dry and simple numbers that we see in the ESG report. And what I'm arguing is that if we don't see and if we don't get information about these business model innovations that are happening in the background, it is insufficient in a way in order to understand, well, what is the likely progress being made over time with this company? Are they only making incremental small steps, or can we hope that these efforts over time will lead to more comprehensive effects on, in this case, the plastic footprint that perhaps can make the numbers that we saw in the table earlier much, much lower than they are today. Now, the critical sustainability reporting scholar might argue that this is way too much to put into a report. This is hard to quantify, and perhaps this is the kind of information that needs to be and needs to remain a little bit more on the qualitative side in an ESG report if you are to provide information on these kinds of matters. But I'm arguing here that if we look at all the sustainability improvements that firms are doing, many of them are incremental, and perhaps they can make some incremental progress for a period of time, but then at some point they hit the reality of their business model that is not fundamentally being changed, and thereby it becomes harder and harder to improve the footprints. And this case that I'm telling you about here is an illustration to show how, in the background, companies need to ask themselves, are there fundamental changes we need to make to our business model so as to make them more sustainable, and how can we inform users of our ESG information about these efforts that are going on in the background so that they can properly assess our efforts to become more sustainable while remaining, hopefully, just as profitable or perhaps even more profitable in the future. So to wrap up, ESG and I. We are arguing here that improving ESG performance more than incrementally very often will require business model innovation. So in order for ESG to improve, we need the I. Therefore, ESG work crucially needs to be tied to business models, and the measurement and reporting of ESG should also provide insight into this kind of business model innovation going on in the background. And I've argued that materiality is crucial for tying together ESG and I to move from strategy and innovation on the one hand to measurement and reporting on the other hand in a manner that can allow companies to align their sustainability performance, their ESG performance on the one hand, and their financial performance on the other hand. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Lars, for a most enjoyable conversation. Thank you all for joining us for our plenary sessions. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we will hear the best possible collaborative conversation on regulation in a sustainable world, designed and introduced by Colleen Honnesberg. Welcome back. Our next panel discusses a very timely topic, regulation. I'll hand it over to our moderator, Colleen Honisberg, Associate Professor of Law, Stanford Law School, who will be joined by speakers Joe Grunfest, Robert Jackson, Satyam Khanna, Alison Lee, and Robert Stebbins, all of whom will provide their unique perspectives, building on their experience at the Securities and Exchange Commission. Over to you, Colleen.
Hi, everyone. So thank you so much for being here today. I am absolutely delighted to be able to introduce my fantastic panel. So we have Commissioner Alison Lee, who will speak at the beginning. And we have Satyam Khanna. We have Commissioner Rob Jackson. We have Bob Stebbins. And then we have also Commissioner Joe Grunfest. So for the beginning of this panel, each of our panelists are going to speak for about 5 minutes on a topic of their choice and something that they think is really important and something that, keeps them up at night and that they think is really important to communicate to the audience. So we'll go around. Commissioner Lee has volunteered to go first. So for those of you who, this is a woman who really needs no introduction, but I'll provide one nonetheless. So former SEC acting chair and Commissioner Allison Herron Lee were sworn into office on July 8th, 2019. She served as acting chair of the commission from January 21st, 2021 to April 17th, 2021. During her tenure, Commissioner Lee focused on bringing transparency and accountability to markets on issues related to climate change and other ESG-related information. She has over 2 decades of experience as a securities law practitioner, and she has written, lectured, and taught courses internationally on financial regulation and corporate law. She was a member of the American Bar Association's former Committee on Public Company Disclosure, and she participated on a USAID project in Armenia, assisting in the drafting of a comprehensive law of the Republic of Armenia on securities market regulation. So, Commissioner Lee, thank you again for coming today, and I'll, let you take it from here.
Thank you, Colleen, and good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining. It's really a pleasure to be here today, and especially a pleasure to participate in events like this, which are designed to encourage collaboration and the leveraging of resources between and among practitioners, regulators, academics, and others on the important topic of sustainable investing. And as you all know, the SEC recently proposed a rule, actually back in March of this year, to require disclosures around the risks and the opportunities that public companies face with respect to climate change. And I know you're going to hear from some of the other panelists today, my colleagues here, about some legal and some jurisdictional issues with respect to the proposal, and I'm very much looking forward to that discussion. What I would like to do, however, is focus a bit on the policy choices that are reflected in this rule. And given that we also, I know, have a focus on accounting here and a number of important accounting academics in attendance, what I'd like to do is drill down a little bit on the accounting policy choices that are reflected in the proposal. So let me start with just a big picture overview of the major provisions in the proposed rule. It essentially borrows from or leverages the TCFD protocol, so risks and opportunities, governance over those risks and opportunities, strategy related to those risks and opportunities. And then we have targets and metrics piece, just as TCFD does. And here again, the proposal would leverage the existing GHG protocol. So you would have to disclose scopes 1 and 2. All companies would have to disclose scopes 1 and 2 GHG emissions. Scope 3 emissions would only have to be disclosed if they are material or if a company has scope 3 targets. Then the 5th piece in the rule is directly in the financial statements and would require a footnote that disaggregates climate impacts and expenditures in line items in the financial statements where the total impact or the cost is at least 1%. So those are the 5 big picture elements of the proposed rule: risk, governance, strategy, GHG emissions, footnote disaggregation in the financial statements. And as I mentioned, I know this is an accounting related conference, so I'd like to call attention and invite debate around a couple of the policy choices related to the accounting aspects of the rule, focused mainly on the reporting of GHG emissions and the level of reliability around those disclosures. The SEC has proposed third-party verification of only scopes 1 and 2. There's no proposed verification around any company that's required to disclose scope 3 emissions. And the way the verification would work with respect to scopes 1 and 2 is, in the first year, no assurance required. In the second and the third years would start with what's known as limited assurance or review, which is the level that we see for like 10Qs and quarterly reports. And then after a 3-year ramp up, it would proceed to what's known as reasonable assurance, which is the level we have for 10Ks. So the third party verifier does not have to be a public accounting firm, but rather it can be an engineering firm or some other type of firm as is currently in use, so long as they meet certain standards for independence and expertise. So some questions. How important are the reporting of GHG emissions to investors and markets? And what does that importance implicate in terms of how reliable we need and want those numbers to be? Do we need third-party verification at all on GHG emissions? And if so, is it appropriate to limit the verification to just scope 1 and scope 2? And also, if we have third-party assurance, should we progress from limited to reasonable assurance? So I'd kind of like to get I'd love to have some discussion around how we should be thinking about what appears to be kind of a weedsy distinction here. But let me just explain, so that you can see that the answer, I think, to this question is driven largely by one's view of the importance of the underlying disclosure. You think about, for example, a person who examines your parachute before you go skydiving. Would you be content to hear that a review shows nothing to indicate a problem with the chute, or would you instead want to know that the chute has been examined and found to be sound in all material respects? Now, on the other hand, let's say you're grocery shopping and you're picking out fruit. Is it enough to just outwardly observe that there are no real problems, or would you want a thorough examination of each piece of fruit? So I mention these examples to bring focus on the fact that the answer to the level of reliability really does depend on your view of the importance of the information to investors and markets. So I'll just conclude with this. My own personal view is that GHG emissions may be the single most important element of disclosure within this proposed rule. I think a lot of investor money is going to change hands based on that particular metric. So that, in my view, militates toward greater emphasis on reliability. Let me stop there because I look forward to hearing from my fellow panelists and colleagues on this and other topics as well. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I think, yes, it's definitely a huge question for us in accounting, and I'm so glad to hear that you guys are thinking a lot about it as well. So next we have Satyam Khanna. Satyam Khanna is the CEPR Policy Fellow at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, where his research focuses on financial regulation, corporate governance, and sustainability. He joined Stanford after serving as the SEC's Senior Policy Advisor for Climate and ESG, the agency's first ever official dedicated to integrating ESG considerations into federal securities law, where he worked under acting chair Allison Lee. Before that, he was counsel to SEC Commissioner Rob Jackson, and he was an advisor at the Financial Stability Oversight Council at the U.S. Treasury Department. So, Satyam, thank you for coming here today as well.
Thanks for having me, Colleen and team. So Allison provided a really nice layout of the key issues at the SEC with respect to assurance, and in particular, at the end, highlighted emissions disclosure. I want to make 2 points generally about the SEC's activity on climate disclosure, but particularly emissions. The first is that we should be clear-eyed about the limits of the SEC's authority, specifically a regulatory gap on climate financial disclosure that we all need to be aware of is over private markets, because the SEC's climate disclosure rules won't cover privately held companies for the most part. And as you know, those markets are large and growing. There are more private companies now. They are staying private longer. And we all need to be thinking more closely about what the lack of transparency in private markets means for investors who are considering climate-related risks. Now, other regulators aside from the SEC, such as the Fed, the OCC, CFTC, and others, may be able to shine a light into some pieces of those markets. I'll concede that. Coordinating bodies like that of the FSOC at Treasury, where I used to work, and the Office of Financial Research will also play a crucial role in looking at various regulatory gaps. But the bottom line is that for those in the audience who are thinking about financial regulation and climate, the opacity of private markets is an issue because it has a number of implications for investors. The second point I'll make is that while the SEC's authority indeed has limits, we should be clear about the uniqueness of the SEC's role in this space. Specifically, I've seen commentary that the proper role for climate disclosures is not the SEC, specifically emissions disclosure, is not the SEC but the EPA, or that the Clean Air Act impliedly repeals the SEC's authority over the 1933 and 34 Acts over greenhouse gas emissions. And those arguments, in my view, are mistaken as a matter of law because implied repeal is heavily disfavored, and more importantly, in my view, impractical as a matter of policy. I spent time last year at the EPA on a detail from the SEC, so I have some sense of what relying on its greenhouse gas reporting program for purposes of investor protection would entail. That program, the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program at the EPA, is indeed a greenhouse gas emissions reporting program, but it is there for an entirely different purpose than at the SEC. It regulates, in fact, at the facility level, and critically, it only regulates U.S. emissions sources. There are also statutory carve-outs and various reporting thresholds that would make analyzing emissions information from the perspective of an investor extraordinarily difficult, to say nothing of the SEC attempting to integrate that reporting program into securities filings. I would encourage folks to read a comment letter to the SEC in its climate disclosure rule from the EPA itself on this very point. So I'll leave it at that. We should be mindful of the limits of the SEC's reach, but at the same time, the agency plays a crucial and unique role in climate disclosure in our overall regulatory system.
Next, we have Bob Stebbins. So Bob, thank you again for joining us today. So Bob Stebbins worked at Wilkie, Farr & Gallagher from 1993 to 2017. First as an associate, and then as a partner in the firm's corporate transactional practice. From May 2017 through January 2021, he served as general counsel of the SEC. Upon leaving the commission, he returned to Wilkie, where he is again a partner in the firm's transactional practice, as well as co-head of the firm's corporate governance practice. So Bob, thank you very much for being here, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Forgot to mention I'm also on Commissioner Jackson's board. That's the biggest thing. Yeah, it's nice to be with everybody. Nice to see a lot of faces again that I remember. I just wanted to talk quickly about the Jarkessi decision as well as the West Virginia case. And I know Commissioner Grunfest and Commissioner Jackson are going to have at it on this, but just I'll give you my views quickly on this. So a lot of boards, I do a lot of board work, speak to a lot of general counsels. They're very interested in ESG. It's very important to the boards. I think these decisions have the potential to make life difficult for everybody because, in my view, I think the rule's going to pass. I don't know if it's going to pass with Scope 3 in it or not, but I think it's going to pass, and I'm quite concerned that it's not going to survive, at least the Supreme Court. I think it has a good shot of surviving the D.C. Circuit. So the Jarkessi decision to start with, that is something that deals with administrative judges, something that's maybe not really on point for this panel, though I'm sure everyone on the panel is interested in it, maybe not everyone in the audience. The most interesting thing I thought coming out of it was this raising of the non-delegation doctrine. I didn't think the argument was that great, but they raised it at the Fifth Circuit. It's going to go up to the court. It's going on bonk first. So this SEC definitely will need to take this on. And the administrative law issue as to removal and the ALJs is a very tricky one for the government, but I don't know that it's really on point for this one, but I'm going to be really interested to see what happens. I think it's going to be very difficult to have taking away all the ALJs from the federal government doesn't sound like a very good idea to me. And it's going to be really tough to thread the needle here for the court. But on to climate. So while this decision had come down, soon after that, the West Virginia decision came down. And this raising of the major questions doctrine, which seems to make the non-delegation doctrine not matter so much. and Jarkessi not matter as much for the environmental release. But the major questions doctrine, to quote in the back, it says, in particular, we have understood Congress does not usually grant agencies the authority to decide significant issues on which they have no particular expertise. So when there is a mismatch between the agency's usual portfolio and a given assertion of power, courts have reason to question whether Congress intended a delegation to go so far. That's from Kagan. That's not from the majority. So given that statement, and then you can imagine the statements from the majority, I have trouble seeing the court supporting the climate disclosure rules. There's great people in the government who are going to argue on behalf of these. Michael Conley in the GC's office is as good as they get. The SG's office is phenomenal. They're going to put out the best arguments. They're going to say it's disclosure. These are disclosure rules. It's right in what the SEC always does. When I read the rule, there's a lot in it. I just think it's going to be a very difficult case. And I will let Commissioner Grunfest and Commissioner Jackson take it from there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Bob. And I think next we have Commissioner Grunfest. So Joe Grunfest is my colleague here at Stanford Law School, where he is the William A. Franke Professor of Business Law, and he is also senior faculty at the Rock Center for Corporate Governance. He is a former SEC commissioner and currently chairs the audit committee at KKR. In addition, as a fun fact about Joe, he is a former director of Financial Engines, which he co-founded with Bill Sharp, the 1990 Nobel laureate in economics. So Joe, thank you again for coming here. We're delighted to hear you, and please take it away.
Thank you very much. And Rob, I'd like to thank you for a terrific setup for my presentation. What Rob pointed out, and I think this is really profound, is the SEC's rule is subject to material litigation risk. I think there's universal consensus around that. And people can have different points of view with regard to how significant that risk is and the various parameters of legal doctrine upon which the rule might survive or just utterly crash. And I'm going to expand on that a little bit. But before I do that, what I'd like to suggest is that there's an entirely different way to go about the question of climate disclosure that relies on a different theory of the SEC authority and that gives rise to a strategy that economists would call Pareto superior. What that means is whether or not the courts rule that the SEC does or doesn't have the authority to adopt the rules, this alternative approach leads to better climate disclosure or a higher probability that the courts will approve the climate disclosure than anything that the SEC has on the table now. Let me take a step back and let me position myself in this debate. I strongly favor climate disclosure, unambiguously. I do, however, have profound questions about the legal strategy that the SEC is using to achieve an objective that I strongly support. And let me lay out what might well be a better way to get from here to there. And it's better on two dimensions. Dimension one, it gives us more expansive disclosure than anything that the SEC is currently requiring. And it allows that disclosure to be updated and to remain timely and to evolve in a way far better than the SEC can do itself. Second, there's significant litigation risk here. Even the strongest supporters of the rule will say there is litigation risk. The approach that I'm going to suggest has far lower litigation risk than anything the SEC has on the table. Let me describe what it is. And at a certain level, it's shockingly simple. All it basically says is the SEC should adopt two additional rules. Rule 1, for every registrant that's required to disclose emissions or make other environmental disclosures, pursuant to regulations that are required by some other regulatory authority, whether it's the European Union, subject to the rules that they're going to propose, that everybody looks at and it says, if these rules come in place, they are more expansive than anything the SEC is going to require. Or whether it's pursuant to California SB 260, all right, which currently is likely to pass out here in the great state of California, which would require mandatory Scope 3 disclosures by everyone, regardless of whether it's material or not. Plus, you've got the EPA existing greenhouse gas reporting program. My proposal would simply say for every registrant, look, if you're required to report greenhouse gas emissions or make other environmental disclosures pursuant to other regulatory authorities, simply aggregate up that information that's already publicly available, report it in a standardized form. I don't care for present purposes whether it's furnished, whether it's, filed. Let's put that aside. We'll get to that. And simply report in a rational, aggregated way that eliminates double counting on a single form as part of an annual reporting regime by the SEC. Simply look at what the EU is doing. Simply look at what California is doing. Simply look at what the EPA already requires. You aggregate that up, and we get better climate disclosure than anything that the SEC will require, even if the SEC's rules are entirely adopted as currently proposed. So, from that perspective, if you are confident that the SEC's rules are fully legal and that the current Supreme Court will adopt them, you should support my approach. You get better, more expansive disclosure, and that's what we want. Now, let's look at the dark side of the moon. What are the odds that this Supreme Court upholds these rules? My personal view, and I respect people that have a different perspective, is it's not a high number. All right? Let's realize that this is the Supreme Court that did not allow the vaccine mandates. This is the Supreme Court that vacated the eviction moratorium. This is the Supreme Court that gratuitously granted cert. It didn't need to grant cert in West Virginia versus EPA. And as I predicted, those regs were going to go down in a flaming mess, and you would have an expansive, muscular interpretation of the major questions doctrine. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. And I think Mr. Stebbins' view that there's significant risk for the SEC with regard to these rules is a very, very well-informed perspective. If that's right, the proposal that I'm suggesting has an infinitely better chance of surviving appellate review. Why? Because it's based on an entirely different interpretation of the SEC's authority. All it's saying is that the SEC has authority to take information that is already in the public domain. The SEC is not requiring that any company do anything new with regard to measurement. Take the information that's already in the public domain, aggregate that information, provide it in one place in order that you have informational efficiency and so that it promotes price formation in the market. That's it. The SEC is asserting no authority over climate disclosure. The SEC is simply saying informational aggregation, informational efficiency. That is a theory that is far more likely to withstand judicial scrutiny than anything in the 510-odd pages of the SEC's proposal. So if we wind up looking at the litigation risk element, we also, I think, clearly reach the conclusion that the probability that this type of rule, which is based on a very different theory of SEC authority, has a materially higher probability of withstanding judicial scrutiny and is less likely to be vacated. And just as importantly, even if you're optimistic about the SEC's authority, leads to a situation where we have better climate disclosure. So, net, nobody's more in favor of climate disclosure than I. My concern, legal strategy. The tactics, profoundly suboptimal. There's another way to go. And I think what the SEC can and should do is if it wants to go ahead with its current rules, fine. But in addition, let's add these additional disclosure requirements. It says, look, if you're already disclosing this pursuant to other regulatory authorities, just aggregate it up, report it on a form, let's eliminate the double counting, and let's get the investors the information that they clearly want with much lower litigation risk. And by the way, the cost-benefit profile of this approach is infinitely cheaper than the cost-benefit profile of the SEC's approach, which basically requires the creation of an entirely new measurement machine. I could go on, but I'll be kind to the audience and stop.
Good. Thank you, Joe. And then finally, we have Commissioner Jackson. So Rob Jackson was an investment banker before he went to law school. After graduation, he served on the Second Circuit, and then he practiced corporate law at Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen, and Katz. He left Wachtell to serve at the U.S. Treasury Department, where he worked on the TARP bailouts and the Dodd-Frank Act, and then he left and returned to be a law professor at Columbia and then at NYU. In between, the president nominated him, and the Senate unanimously confirmed him to serve as an SEC commissioner, a role he served in until 2020. So, Rob, thank you very much for participating today, and I'll let you go.
Well, thanks so much, Colleen. I'm just delighted to be on this panel with so many friends and former colleagues, Bob Stebbins, a tremendous general counsel, Allison Lee, my colleague, co-commissioner Satyam Khanna, who, like you, Colleen, back in the day, has the regrettable distinction of having been my student, and of course, the terrific Joe Grunfest, who preceded me as an academic serving on the commission. I want to start by just noting for all the folks watching, whether you're a lawyer or not, my guess is you have the experience in your life where you have a particular expertise, a thing you're really good at. And every once in a while, you're tempted to try something else, and the results can sometimes be disastrous. Like, for example, I'm a good lawyer, but I'm really not a handyman around the house. I leave that to other people because I got to tell you, otherwise my child, who you can see behind me over my shoulder, it's my 1-year-old son, would really not be safe. And what you've just heard on this panel is C+ constitutional lawyering from A+ securities lawyers. I'm going to explain to you for a little bit of background why you're hearing so many lawyers try to do the kind of law they really don't understand, why the legal threats that have been explained to the SEC's climate rules are not serious, and why they're not being taken seriously by the people at the SEC. And then I want to talk about what the real policy issues are that we should be discussing today. So first, to give you a sense of what's happening here, the SEC has proposed an important new climate disclosure rule. And in response, what you've gotten is the standard sort of Washington political response that you would expect. You've gotten a lot of pushback from those who say they're for more transparency, but in fact spend a lot of time lobbying against it. And to give you an impression, Professor Grunfest and some others have sent in comment letters to the SEC explaining over and over again that the Clean Air Act of 1974 is a crucial problem for the SEC's climate rule. And I, even though I'm not on the SEC anymore, I watched the SEC's comments, so I was taking a look, and that comment came in from Joe Grunfest, it came in from 20 academics in the field, it came in from a former commissioner, Paul Atkins, thought to be the most conservative ever commissioner to serve on the SEC. And I got to tell you, I'm a law professor, so I turned to my research assistants who work on this kind of stuff and said, boy, we really better read that Clean Air Act of 1974. It sounds like it's important, and I don't know the Clean Air Act, I'm a securities lawyer. My students came back and they said, Rob, this is a little awkward. There is no Clean Air Act of 1974, man. Like, that's not actually a thing that exists. Instead, the Clean Air Act was passed in 1970, the same year that the President Nixon signed into law the National Economic Environmental Policy Act of 1970, which the SEC interpreted just a couple of years later to expressly say that the SEC is required by law to consider environmental matters and consider in connection with the implementation of its mission. Nobody who cited the Clean Air Act of 1974 mentioned that inconvenient fact, nor did they point out that the SEC has been requiring environmental-related disclosures, both material and not material, since the 1970s. And that's why I worked with a group of 4 former SEC chairs, 5 former commissioners, 5 SEC general counsel, and 4 directors of the division that writes these rules to explain to the SEC that these arguments about major questions are not serious, mostly advanced by securities lawyers who have a policy priority, who are trying to guess what Brett Kavanaugh might do in 3 years. They really don't know one way or the other. And to prove it, they advance arguments like Joe's that their preferred policy outcome is Pareto optimal. Now, this is the CARE conference, and I've been here a few times before, and you must have heard before someone who really cares about something calling it Pareto optimal. I also tell my wife that the things I'd like to do, like the restaurant I want to choose for dinner, is Pareto optimal, but that's my prior. That's not economics. Instead, actual economics tells you that Pareto optimal choices are only those that make everybody better off and no one worse off. And of course, Joe's proposals, by providing disclosure that is not designed for investor use to investors, has many, many costs. It also involves significant delay at the agency level and uncertainty in the market. All of those costs are very serious and foreclose the possibility that this might actually be Pareto optimal. No, these are not serious arguments, and the policymakers who are focused on it aren't so worried about that. What they're worried about is a much more important, difficult question that is core to the SEC's mission. And that's the one that Allison Lee raised way at the start of this panel. I hope we'll talk more about it. This being an accounting conference, I hope we'll talk about some real policy questions and accounting ones in particular. You see, Commissioner Lee wants to know, given that there's going to be the production of GHD relevant information under the SEC's rules, should we have assurance of that information? And if so, what kind? And she said something that I think is crucial that I want to highlight for all the accountants listening in today. The point she made is that there is going to be some process for third-party assurance, and we know from years of data, Sarbanes-Oxley, pick your context, that the prospect of third-party assurance not only provides more accurate information to investors, but the ex-ante idea that it might occur actually provides investor protection because management tend to take more care with respect to the actual estimates they give. I don't think anybody on this panel or on anyone on the SEC actually wants the data produced by this rule to be noisy or sloppy or reflective of a lack of oversight in the way that the accounting information we got prior to Sarbanes-Oxley could sometimes be. So I'm hopeful, like Allison Lee, that those in the audience will be debating and discussing what the right mode of assurance is to make sure that the information produced by this rule is the useful information that investors need. Thanks, Colleen.
So thanks, Rob. So for the next, let's say, 20 or so minutes, I would love to give you guys an opportunity to, first respond to each other, to if there were any other issues that somebody else raised that you think would be good to respond to and helpful to, have a discussion. Joe, I assume you would like to go first, so you are.
Sure, I would, but but I have several things to say. But before I say anything, I'd like to invite Rob. If Rob, you're willing to comment on some of Rob Stebbins to comment on some of Rob Jackson's views, and then I'll. Yeah, sure.
I don't know that I have any particular comments. I mean, as to whether it's a serious issue, that major questions doctrine. I mean, I think I have trouble reading the case and not thinking it's a really serious question for the SEC. And we can say we're climate experts at the SEC, other than Satyam. I don't know who that person is. Maybe it's Commissioner Lee, but it's not an expertise in the commission. It just isn't. I don't see how this isn't a really serious concern and issue for the commission. I'm not, and the rules are going to pass. They're definitely going to pass. And we're going to get to find out. So maybe Rob and I are going to bet $5 as to what's going to happen.
Yeah. So, as I look, I think the two Robs are on opposite sides of the coin, and I'm going to agree with Rob against Rob. Basically, Rob Stebbins against Rob Jackson. And I'm just going to make a couple of points, and I'm going to make them as briefly as I can. Number one, Rob Jackson, you and your colleagues were just flat out wrong in predicting the results in West Virginia versus EPA. Just flat out wrong. To me, and I've been public about this, is the Supreme Court granted certiorari in a case where it was totally discretionary. There was no rule that the Supreme Court really had to look at. This was a gratuitous grant of cert. The grant of cert occurred, in my view, because the Supreme Court is on a mission. The Supreme Court's mission is to cabin the administrative state. Now, every one of us on this call might disagree with that objective, and I do too, but that's what they're doing. And to me, the result in West Virginia versus EPA was entirely predictable on the day that cert was granted. And what we see is a step towards a very muscular and expansive interpretation of the major questions doctrine. And I would agree with Rob Stebbins that this creates very significant litigation risk. And I think the consensus among all practitioners is that the probability that the SEC's rules withstand judicial review after West Virginia is significantly lower than it was prior to West Virginia. Second, Clean Air Act, 1970. What supporters of the SEC's authority argue misses one very important Supreme Court precedent. And that precedent is a case called Teamsters versus Daniel. In Teamsters versus Daniel, the United States Supreme Court ruled that a defined benefit pension plan that actually invested in the stock market was not a security subject to SEC regulation because of the existence of ERISA, the Employment Retirement Income Securities Act of 1974. That was 1974, not 1970. So the existence of ERISA was interpreted by the Supreme Court as saying that primary responsibility for that form of regulation should rest with the Department of Labor rather than with the SEC, even though the money was invested in the stock market. Now, it would be trivially easy, and many of us could say unfortunately, for the Supreme Court to write a short opinion saying, we don't even have to get to the major questions doctrine. We're simply going to look at our precedent in Teamsters versus Daniel, where if Congress subsequently acts to give authority to a different regulatory agency, that divests the SEC of authority over those issues. Now, it follows almost a fortiori that if Congress, by passing ERISA, where money is invested in the stock market, means that the SEC can't regulate those pension plans, if Congress passes the Clean Air Act of 1970 that gives the EPA the authority to regulate disclosure regarding emissions, that the SEC doesn't have that authority. And the Supreme Court can write that opinion without even getting to the major questions doctrine and argue it's a simple question of statutory construction and inference from congressional behavior. Now, I don't know that they're going to do that. That's a litigation risk. But what I am saying is that this alternative approach isn't susceptible of that risk. And for that reason, if we want to have good, vigorous disclosure that will survive Supreme Court review, this is the way to go. And then let me ask one question for Commissioner Jackson and Commissioner Lake. Name the 5 Supreme Court justices that would support climate disclosure as currently proposed, and give me odds that they will actually support that. The art of Supreme Court litigation is simply about counting to 5. Would love to hear the 5 that you think would support.
Colleen, maybe I'll quickly jump in since some of that is directly responsive, but of course,
just very quick, Rob, just bear in mind most of the attendees at this conference will not be lawyers. So if you can make this big picture, thank you.
Yeah, sure, I'm happy to. So the short version is our group made no prediction about West Virginia versus EPA. Everybody saw what was coming in that case, and it's got nothing to do with what's happening in the Supreme Court. Just to give non-lawyers a background, what happened in West Virginia versus EPA is the EPA, after many years of wanting to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from sources of certain emissions, decided to actually take steps to shut down those emission sources. And the SEC, the Supreme Court said, well, you don't have the statutory authority to do that. And they were building on cases that go all the way back 30 years ago. Here's another example. The Food and Drug Administration woke up in the Clinton administration and said, hey, it turns out we have the power to regulate tobacco. And for 40 years, they had said that they didn't. And in fact, a few years before, they said that they didn't. And the Supreme Court said, no, that's not how this works. You said you didn't have the authority. You don't have the authority. That has nothing to do with a disclosure rule at the SEC that builds on 40 years of disclosure and a specific statute that says the SEC's mission includes these considerations, that the SEC interpreted to include those considerations 50 years ago, that no one has said anything about since. Now, again, I want to emphasize, and by the way, let me just say that you haven't heard from Bob or Joe about Biden versus Missouri, which is a 5-justice opinion. And Joe, the answer to your question is Brett Kavanaugh. In Biden versus Missouri, those justices uphold the Medicare and Medicaid decision to address COVID considerations at Medicaid facilities. Of course, everyone argued that Medicaid didn't have the authority to go that far. And 5 justices rejected it and said, literally the quote from that opinion is, dealing with Medicaid facilities is what the Secretary of Health and Human Services does. Dealing with disclosure is what the SEC does. Bob and Joe would have an argument if what the SEC was doing is substantively regulating the climate. And everyone agrees with that, but that's not what they're doing. What they're doing is mandating disclosure, which is why these arguments haven't been really taken that seriously. And I have to say, just to be clear, the letter that I wrote, which had nothing to do, didn't make any prediction about West Virginia versus EPA, it was joined by Republicans, Democrats. It was a careful history observing 50 years of SEC rulemaking by several general counsels, several former chairs of all parties. And this kind of lawyers dancing on the head of a pin stuff is not really driving the debate. I will say this, for those of you who are listening in wondering, isn't it interesting that lawyers go into the SEC and make this argument? I want to tell you a little bit about how SEC rulemaking happens. This is how it happens. The SEC makes a proposal, and people who don't like it come up with all kinds of crazy reasons why they don't want the SEC to do it. And in the background, there's a threat that the SEC is going to get dragged into court, and some randomly chosen set of judges is going to make policy. That's not an optimal way to make policy, and I agree that that's how it happens. But that's not the way the real decision makers at the SEC are going to affect these markets. The way they're going to affect the markets, the decision they're going to make is going to be driven by what investors care about. It's very clear in any boardroom in America right now that this is a subject investors are focused on, and that, not guesswork about what Brett Kavanaugh is going to have for breakfast in 3 years, is going to drive the outcome of the SEC. But I don't know, Allison, whether you share that perspective.
I do. I'll tell you, I'll touch on something that you mentioned and that Bob Stebbins raised, and that is this idea that it's not our expertise at the SEC, or that we don't possess the expertise to deal in this issue, which of course would be part of the analysis that would be made by the Supreme Court. And of course, that depends on how you view what it is we're doing. And as you point out, Rob, what we're doing, or what the SEC was doing with that proposal, is focusing on our expertise, which is disclosure. The disclosure of risks and opportunities, description of business for companies that sell registered securities. So if setting aside the notion of how long or how deep or how many years of expertise we may have on the staff, and I will submit to you, we have many. We have decades of expertise in the climate space, because we have been reviewing and thinking about these issues for, as Rob points out, several decades. But I think that the critical thing here is to remember what it is we're trying to accomplish, and that is disclosure. I think your point, too, about the recent Biden case is a good one in this regard. There are some limiting principles potentially at play, in my view, that might enable Justice Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, whoever it might be. We're sort of Monday morning quarterbacking here before the game has even been played. But and one of them is this. One of the things that we're trying to do with this proposal is not create a disclosure regime, but rather fix one that is broken, one that is in existence right now and is not serving capital markets appropriately and is resulting in the misallocation of capital. That is a potential limiting principle for those justices to consider and think about as they look at what it is we're trying to do with this rule. I'm not going to engage in speculation about predicting who will do what where, but I do think there are some principles at play here that may well override some of these considerations and hopefully get markets where they need to be in terms of the transparency on these important issues.
Thank you, Allison. And if I just may return to Rob for a second, I think, Rob, you're misapprehending and perhaps even mischaracterizing my proposal. Because I'm not saying that the Commission can't and shouldn't go ahead with whatever rules it wants to adopt. Go right ahead. What I am saying is that in addition to anything that the Commission wants to do, it should also adopt a rule that says if you're disclosing climate information pursuant to EU regulations and California regulations and EPA regulations, aggregate that up. We'll give you a standardized form and report it on that form as well, and that will actually have more information than would be required under the current rules. So in other words, Rob, what I'm saying, and to be totally accurate about it, what my letter says is, look, to the SEC, go ahead and adopt whichever rules you want. Knock yourself out. All right? Adopt the rules as proposed, make whatever modifications you want, go right ahead. But in addition to that, if Exxon is disclosing information to the EU and to California and to the EPA, let's make it efficient for investors. Let's aggregate that information in one place, and we will then have all of that information. We'll eliminate the double counting, and we'll have better information. That's what I'm proposing. I've never said that I'm skeptical about the SEC's ability to withstand judicial review, as is Rob Stebbins. But I haven't said the SEC shouldn't adopt those rules. My letter says specifically, go ahead, knock yourself out, adopt whatever rules you want. But in addition,
I just want to jump in, and Bob
rules,
or Satyam, if either of you guys
do you have an opposition to that?
Like to jump in, please do.
I just wanted to emphasize the point that the disclosures for the EPA are not for investors. That's not why they exist. They exist for the purposes, the environmental remediation purposes of the Clean Air Act. There's to the extent to which investors care about the thresholds, the extent to which it's material, et cetera, all the core securities law questions don't apply because that's a different set of data for a different purpose. Investors, there's a lot to unpack in Joe's word, aggregating it up. That could be an enormously difficult task for anyone, even the most incredible data scientists, to do. And to simply say we can aggregate that up to the parent company level, add in your supply chains or whatnot, is an enormously difficult task. But remember, the SEC has a consolidated parent, has authority to require reporting at the consolidated parent, and the EPA does not. The EPA's authority under the Clean Air Act is at the facility level. Now, you might say you can add up the facilities and this and that. Again, this is a really difficult task. So that word aggregating there's a lot going on in there, and we should be clear about how impractical that task is.
Colleen, if I could just jump in and add one quick thought, because I want to be responsive to Joe. Joe's latest letter, I think, raises a very important and interesting point. Joe, my answer to you on using the EPA or other data would be Satyam's answer. It's not obvious to me it's designed for investor consumption, and since you and I have spent so long thinking about this disclosure designed for investors, we can both agree that the kind of disclosure you might design for one purpose might not be the one you design for another purpose. But Joe, you have raised, I think, a very interesting possibility that I want to ask Bob Stebbins about. The possibility Joe's latest letter raises is, you might consider doing this in steps. And I think, Joe, here you have you're onto something. And let me say a little bit about why. First of all, the SEC's rulemaking process in general often benefits where there is some kind of seriatim engagement process with the public. It gives them more time to build an evidentiary record, more data to draw from. And I can tell you one of the things I worked on when I was working with Bob Stebbins when he was GC, Bob, our market structure reform efforts led by you and Chair Jay Clayton proceeded that way, in a way. Wouldn't you agree, Bob? They proceeded in a straightforward series of steps that built on each other. And just to be clear, Jay eventually took all the steps. But the D.C. Circuit just on Friday afternoon upheld yet another judgment in this area of the SEC. And it seems like, Bob, the courts are more open to rulemaking that proceeds in segments, drawing on data and reactions that we get over time. And I take, Joe, that to be part of the thrust of your latest letter. And Bob, I'm wondering, as a former general counsel of the commission, what you make of the idea of rulemaking over time, drawing on some data that's produced by each step in that process.
Well, I certainly think it's very beneficial to see how the rules are playing out and to have data done by and work done by people like yourselves, academics, to analyze the data that we do have and then write on it and the commission uses in the letters. I do think it's a great way to to do law. I'm not as big a fan of just, and both parties are guilty of it, of just changing the rules when one party gets in, even though there's no data yet that's changed. I'm not a big fan of that. I do like seeing a real reason to do it. And I think it makes it a lot easier for the SEC when they go into court to say, here's why we're doing it. And to be clear, these are my people defending these rules, and I'm always going to root for my people to win. So I'm very happy that they won again in the DC Circuit. That's a couple in a row, and hopefully that will continue.
Yeah, but if I'm listening carefully, I think we have progress with the other Rob, with Rob Jackson, because I think accurately described, my proposal says to the commission, knock yourself out, adopt whatever you want. It's great. And let's hope that it works. And let's hope that Rob Jackson's interpretation of the Supreme Court is more accurate than mine. That's the result I want. It's not the result I think I'm going to get, but it's the result that I want. Now, in addition to that, why don't we also simply require aggregation of information already in the public domain?
Well, Joe, to be
How can
responsive,
that
as I was saying, I think those aren't designed for investors. So what the risk you get is confusion. And Allison, I want to ask. I'm just curious for your view, Allison, about this possibility of doing this over time, because you've been at the commission very, very recently, and it might be helpful to give some context for the pros and cons of doing things in pieces as opposed to doing things all at once.
Well, you're right to point out that we had some success with that recently in the market structure space. Those particular rules, of course, build on each other in a way that you don't necessarily have the luxury of doing in this space right now when it comes to climate. Understand, too, that what we did with the climate proposal was focused solely on climate. This is not an ESG proposal. It doesn't rope in any number of other potentially significant issues when it comes to sustainable investing, but focuses instead on climate. So I am not averse to the notion of building on data as we get it in the markets. Here, we're just looking at 5 pieces, essentially, of information that we think is relevant to climate for investors. So I don't necessarily see the need to break that down. But Joe, I take your point about building in some kind of mechanism whereby we might have a better assurance that over time we will in fact get better transparency into the markets. So I don't have a view that you're necessarily wrong or incorrect in your approach. And it does turn at some level on kind of trying to second guess what the Supreme Court will or won't do. But I do think here we have done exactly that. We have one step in the right direction on climate disclosure with 5 very, very basic premises, encompassed in this proposal. I want to add one other quick thing while I have a couple of minutes here to Bob Stebbins' point about changing regulations. That is another issue, of course, and another reason why I think it's important for us to get a rule out right now that would advance transparency on these important issues, because we do see that. We saw that in the last administration when they came in 2017. We see some of that now. That is not necessarily optimal for markets, and I think we need to make sure that we minimize that where we can, so that if we have a regime that requires that spans out over the course of 5 or 6 years, is there any guarantee that regime will actually be completed?
So given the time constraints, I think it would be best if we move on into sort of concluding thoughts. So let's go in reverse order from where we started. And I would ask each of you to spend 1 to 2 minutes. If there's anything else that you want to touch on from the discussion that you didn't have an opportunity to say, please jump in. I think the audience would be really interested in anything more about how you chose the assurance provisions in the proposal. We would also, because we're academics, many of us, we would love to hear about the topics that you think are, really important for us to study. We would also be interested in hearing other areas of ESG that remain and that, there's still rules to move forward on. So I'll start with Rob, then we'll go with Joe, then we will have Bob, then Satyam, then Allison.
Well, thanks again, Colleen. I've so enjoyed the conversation. As always, I've learned a lot from Joe, Bob, and Allison and Satyam. I'll be very brief. To me, the thing that I haven't had a chance to say, you've heard a lot of SEC inside baseball here. You've heard a lot about what we do to try and predict what the courts might do, what policymakers might do, what folks on Capitol Hill might do. But you've heard, but as you know from Colleen's introduction, my original sin in my career is that I went to business school before I went to law school. And what we haven't talked about is that markets, not folks in Washington, are driving this. You see, trillions of dollars have been invested on a thesis that these issues are important. And all of you who are listening know that at the end of the day, markets win out over even the most ardent political philosophy or opposition. And so, as Colleen has pointed out, what's really going to be crucial in the way all of you can help us, I said this the last time I was at CARE, and I want to say it again, is using these data to study what we can learn about companies and their activities in this space, and in particular, how companies are responding to the SEC's mandate and what kinds of changes companies are making or not making in response to those things. You see, to me, when the market makes those kinds of responses and moves in response to the SEC, and you all help us study them systematically, that's where we get the best policy. That's where folks can have an actual informed conversation about what investors want, who really care, what they really care about, and allows them to have a conversation with the boards of the companies that they own about the kinds of steps they do or don't want them to take in this space. That's really, to me, what this policymaking moment is about. So for each one of you out there, whether you're preparing your dissertation or got tenure a long time ago, please think about using these new data to tell us something, teach us something about the way companies think about climate, because we're at the beginning, not the end of the journey of giving investors more information in this space.
Thank you. And Joe?
I do think this has been a terrific conversation, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate, Colleen, because I think we've made significant progress, at least towards the end, where if there's consensus that the SEC can go ahead and do what it wants to do, that's great. And then we've got this additional information, and let me just observe that if you read the California and EU requirements, not only do they require attestation, so you get attestation of data without an SEC requirement of attestation, which raises its other whole separate set of issues. But you get the attestation of data, and you have Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 information, which would be reported relatively cleanly. The Scope 3 information isn't even subject to a materiality requirement. The information that winds up coming out pursuant to the European regulations also is a double materiality standard that the SEC cannot require on its own, at least I don't think it will, which is why that's going to be even more expansive information. You report that up cleanly, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, that's the information that the SEC wants to get. It isn't useful as provided. And if Rob is right that that information is provided under these other forms, it also isn't useful as provided under the SEC form. So this is information that is useful to investors, right? It's clearly useful to investors, and it's a situation where it comes out. It's going to wind up being subject to various forms of attestation and confirmation, and these proposals should be embraced, and the Commission should move forward for this additional form of disclosure as promptly as possible.
Thanks again for allowing me to participate. It's a very fun panel for me to be on. A lot of people who care deeply about the issues and care about the SEC, and it's nice we can have a civilized disagreement about some issues. It's very fun and refreshing, I think. But anyway, as to one of your questions as to is there anything academics that we would recommend that academics think about and that would be useful for the Commission, I think the one thing would be a retrospective on what's worked well sometimes. We always look at when issues arise, when problems, we go right there. I think sometimes there's been laws passed, things like Sarbanes-Oxley, a lot of good seems to have come out of laws like that. Research into what was done right there so we could do it again. I think it'd be something to keep in mind sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a little bit of feedback on that, but I think most of it came through, so thank you. And Satyam?
My overall point is echoing what Rob Jackson had said about this being the beginning. I think that no matter what happens with the SEC's rule in federal court, we can all speculate as to what that might be. Investors really care about that information, and I think they will continue to care about that information in the years to come. These risks, are of great concern to them, and I don't think investors are asking, what's going to happen this and that with the Supreme Court. But they're more concerned with getting information from boards about these risks, and I think well-counseled boards are starting to do that as well. So I'm very long that investors will care about these issues no matter what happens in federal courts, and I think folks should be thinking along those lines too.
Thank you. And Allison?
Thanks. So I too would like to echo something that Rob said, which is this is driven by markets, and it is. And that means that investors are going to use this information. They're using what information they can get their hands on right now, and that's how they're allocating capital and pricing risk. So as part of what we're doing here, we have to recognize that what we do is going to drive capital allocation decisions. And that's why I have focused on the assurance piece to try to understand, how much assurance do we need? So to the extent we have academics out there who are thinking about these issues and willing to help us unpack them a little more, what I would say is help us understand how significant is the distinction between review and reasonable assurance. And because again, what's riding on it is trillions of dollars that are going to change hands and trillions worth of investment decisions that are going to be made. How much reliability do we need around which metrics? Again, my preliminary view had been it's greenhouse gas emissions. There's some data out there that shows that in fact investors are using greenhouse gas emissions more centrally than any other data point. How much reliability do we need? And is there a real distinction between limited assurance and reasonable assurance? Would love to get some academic information and feedback on that.
Great. I think we're at 1 hour. So thank you guys all so much. That was fantastic. I am sure the audience will love it. So thank you again. It was really helpful.
Wow, that was one of the best conversations I've listened to in a long time. We know the audience will have gained a lot from that, and I want to thank each one of the panelists for your comments, and we look forward to hearing more from you in the future. For now, we'll take a quick break. Welcome back. Following on from the regulation conversation, we'll now hear from two more seasoned academics and two PhD candidates. We'll begin with Christina Bochet, Associate Professor, University of Miami, who will talk about the implications of adopting SASB standards in annual reports.
Hello, everyone. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers of the CARE conference, especially Peter, for the opportunity to present today and share some of my research. I also appreciate your time and interest in this session. Today, I'm going to talk about the company's voluntary adoption of sustainability standards, its causes and consequences. So, as we are all aware, these days, we face extremely difficult and pressing problems related to climate change, human rights, diversity and inclusion, and other sustainability matters. These problems increase the demand for sustainability information. Market participants nowadays are not just interested in understanding how much in profits companies make, they are also interested in understanding what are the externalities of companies' businesses and operations. This growing demand for sustainability information changed the corporate reporting landscape, where now more than 80% of the largest companies in the world report on sustainability. To meet investor needs, companies adopt various frameworks for sustainability frameworks and standards, including GRI, including SASB standards or TCFD guidelines. So in today's presentation, I'm going to discuss the role of sustainability standards. Specifically, I will address the issue: what role do voluntary standards play for sustainability reporting and sustainability actions? It's not easy to answer this question because most of prior research on standards and standard mandate related to your normal traditional financial reporting, that prior research focuses on the standards that were mandated. So the setting of voluntary standards is very rare and unstudied, which makes it a unique and interesting setting to examine. So my co-authors and we address the question of voluntary sustainability standards by studying the development process and firms' adoption of sustainability standards by SASB. I will briefly cover with no research details, just briefly cover two recent working papers that I have. One is co-authored with Jeffrey Hales and George Serafine, and the other one is co-authored with Seokju Choi and Jeffrey Hales as well. In those, if you're interested in more details about our research, empirical approach, and more details about the results, you can find the papers on SSRN, or you can just email me and I will be more than willing to share the papers with you via email. So what do we do? What do we do in the papers? We studied, as I mentioned, the development process of SASB standards. So very briefly, as you may know, and as highlighted in the Economist snippet that I shared with you earlier, SASB standards in recent years have been widely recognized by companies and investors as main sustainability reporting resource. SASB as an organization was formed in 2011, and it took several years, starting in 2012 and ending in 2018, to develop the provisional SASB standards, which were later finalized and approved in November 2018. Key features of the standards include investor focus, industry specificity, thorough market-based research to develop the standards, and explicit quantitative and qualitative metrics and measures to report on ESG matters that are relevant to the company and its industry. As of July 1st this year, SASB and its standards became part of the International Sustainability Standards Board, with the goal to create a comprehensive global baseline for sustainability reporting. So we use the development of SASB standards in our research as a setting, right, to examine whether the development process of SASB standards changed the topic, the focus of managers towards ESG matters. We use to study that, we use the release dates of SASB provisional standards during the period 2013 through 2016, and we examine corporate communications in earnings conference calls. We find that following the release of SASB standards, managers start talking more about ESG matters that were identified in the standards, and investors and analysts inquire more about these issues. We interpret this finding as evidence that SASB standards served as a coordinating device to facilitate sustainability-related communication between managers and investors. We also find that this increase in ESG discussion is particularly prominent among firms that provided little or no ESG discussion in the time period where there were no SASB standards. And we interpret this result again as evidence that SASB standards help to coordinate this conversation on relevant sustainability matters. We also find that the increase is particularly prominent for industries with high disagreement around ESG reporting. And again, this is the evidence of standards serving as a coordinating device for sustainability reporting. Next, we examine formal adoption of SASB standards, where companies do not just discuss ESG matters using words, but also disclose relevant sustainability metrics to demonstrate how they are managing these issues. So in this case, for this analysis, our time period is 2015 through 2020. This is a time period where we observed that firms started adopting SASB standards and using them in their sustainability reports. We have 24 US adopters in 2015, 32 in 2016, and that number keeps increasing and reaches 492 adopters in 2020. Our focus here is to understand what factors prompt firms' decisions to voluntarily adopt sustainability standards by SASB, and more importantly, what are the consequences of such adoption. With regard to the consequences, we compare ESG performance of SASB adopters relative to that of non-adopters and trying to match all other characteristics that firms have. In other words, we have company A that is very comparable to company B. The only thing that differs is company A adopted SASB standards, company B didn't. So we compare whether there are differences in ESG performance for those companies. We also compare ESG performance of SASB adopters only just to see whether there is difference in the pre-period versus the post-period after the SASB adoption. We find our results demonstrate that there is a gradual shift from non-adoption to SASB standards referencing to full reporting of SASB metrics, and this indicates that implementing this and reporting following SASB standards, it takes time, right? Because you need to develop the measurement system to begin reporting. We also find that industry peer pressure, focus of institutional investors on sustainability, firm size, financial performance, sustainability performance are among the main drivers of the adoption of SASB standards. And these results are consistent with our prior conversations with several chief sustainability officers of major corporations. In terms of consequences, we find that compared to non-adopters, adopters of SASB standards have lower ESG incidence, lower pollution levels, lower work-related injuries, and higher ESG ratings in years following the standards adoption. And we also find similar results when we only look at SASB adopters and examine them in the post-period relative to the pre-adoption period. I already mentioned the industry specificity of SASB standards. So we take this industry specificity and examine our results cross-sectionally to check whether we observe stronger results among industries that for which workplace safety and pollution levels were identified as material issues by SASB. And we find evidence of that. This result gives us comfort that our results indeed reflect the consequences of the SASB standards adoption rather than something else. In the remaining minute or so, I would like to summarize, to give a brief summary of my presentation. So what we do, we study the implications of voluntary sustainability standards by SASB. Focusing on corporate communications in earnings conference calls, in the large sample of earnings conference calls, we first find that firms increase their discussion of ESG matters following the release of SASB's provisional standards. Later, as a second consequence of the standards, we find that firms start adopting SASB standards by formally reporting on ESG metrics that were identified in the standards. Focusing on that as an event, we find evidence of improvement in ESG performance following the SASB standards adoption. So that evidence, even if voluntary, we find evidence of what gets measured, gets managed. We consider this result as a first initial step in favor of mandating sustainability reporting. As we all know, this is a highly debated topic in these days, and we hope our paper provides some initial support, some initial result for that next step in sustainability reporting landscape. Thank you so much for your time. It has been a pleasure to join the conference.
Thank you, Christina. It's good to see evidence that reporting on accountability matters to the readers of annual reports. Now on to our session with Stephen Orpert, Clinical Professor of Accounting at Arizona State University, and Nicole Holden, PhD student at Arizona State University. They are going to talk on a rather specific topic, the GRI 207 tax. But please note that the implications are much broader than just the tax itself.
Well, first of all, we would like to thank Peter Easton and everybody that's organizing the CARE conference for having us here. We're going to talk about an interesting change in tax disclosure standards with the Global Reporting Initiative 207. I'm just going to introduce myself really quickly. My name is Nicole Holden. I'm a PhD candidate at Arizona State University, and my dissertation is entitled, Does Green Mutual Fund Ownership Impact Firm Liquidity and Analyst Following? I have studied biology and zoology with a year of PhD school at the University of British Columbia, and that kind of led me into this ESG research sector. So I'm interested specifically in sustainability framework integration. And Steve can now introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Steve Orpert. I'm a clinical professor of accounting, obviously here at Arizona State University. I've been teaching ESG reporting in our master's program for over 5 years and investing more and more time on practitioner research and case study in this ESG reporting area. So what is GRI 207 tax? It's the first global tax transparency standard. It extends the FASB and the IFRS tax disclosures that are required, and it has a focus on corporate behavior. So it's potentially a very, very important standard. It's voluntary, but in a sense, many corporations that already follow GRI, it's virtually mandatory because tax is pretty obviously a material issue, both for the corporations and for stakeholders. It has some key features. 207.1 corporations are required to disclose their approach to tax, and that would include their strategy towards tax. 2072, tax governance, control, risk management. Corporations are required to disclose how they incorporate their tax strategies into their broader risk management processes. 2073, stakeholder engagement. And then perhaps the most important part of GRI 207 is 207-4, which is disclosure of country-by-country reporting of income tax paid. That's potentially really, really important because many capital market participants and corporations are pretty well known, and they understand that corporations use global tax strategies to underpay tax in certain high tax countries. So a country by country disclosure could potentially reveal exactly what their tax strategy is. So why is this important? Why is it interesting? Well, we view it as a standard that could potentially change corporate behavior rather dramatically in the tax area. And there's obviously some reasons to do that. You're probably familiar with some of them. There's a perceived corporate global tax avoidance issue around the world. And studies in the United States say maybe 70 billion to 100 billion is the cost to the U.S. government annually. We do know from testimony from companies like Apple that they have stateless income, where they have recorded income but don't even file a tax return. Companies like Starbucks in the UK engaged in a pretty aggressive tax strategy. It was disclosed to the public. They ended up voluntarily paying about £20 million in additional tax. And then, of course, you might be familiar with the OECD's base erosion and profit shifting efforts. The goal is to set a minimum 15% effective tax rate. And the goal, obviously, is to limit tax competition around the world.
So this standard is a linchpin for both stakeholders and practitioners. And we can see this through investors taking action actually with shareholder activism. This recently happened at Amazon, where shareholders want Amazon to release tax transparency disclosures that follow GRI 207.
So our initial work in this area is nascent because GRI 207 is relatively new. It became effective January 1st, 2021. What we're trying to do initially is just tabulate the disclosures. And what you see on the table on the right is that in the ESG reporting area, we see a lot of disclosure in the climate area and health and safety, but tax transparency disclosures are way behind these other disclosures. So we expect to see that improve over the next few years. So far, what we found is that most corporations don't address GRI 207. For example, it was a shareholder proposal at Amazon, as Nicole mentioned, and Amazon recommended a no vote, and it didn't pass. Walmart has adopted GRI 207, but notably, they only adopted 207 1, 2, and 3. They didn't include any tax transparency country by country, how much income tax did we pay disclosures. And there are only a few early adopters. I've listed a few of them there. To give you just a brief example of how this disclosure could be interesting, this is Alliance, and the data, you'd have to focus in on it closely, but what you would see is that with the USA, the Alliance has a negative effective tax rate, but we learn why in this tax transparency disclosure, which is they've invested in wind farms and have substantial credits, tax credits from those wind farms, and that's valuable, directly relevant information for valuing shares of Alliance, forecasting profits and cash flows, but it also reveals to stakeholders how Alliance is behaving in this ESG area as a corporation. So that's one example. And we see several others there too. Luxembourg is usually viewed as a tax haven, and we see that Alliance has a low tax effective tax rate there, but perhaps not egregious, at least as I looked at it.
All right, so a lot of practitioners and stakeholders use ESG ratings to determine how green a corporation is. Current research shows that there is disagreement among these rating agencies of which rating to give each firm. It's also been shown recently that risk is not statistically significantly correlated with the ratings, which is why we think that these rating agencies should take GRI 207 into consideration, because it is both quantifiable and verifiable, and it can be used to determine the credibility of other ESG-related disclosures. So that kind of leads me into our other research question, which is whether these ESG rating agencies use GRI 207 in their current methodology. So this table, just to explain, the first column is a listing of ESG rating agencies that are commonly used in literature and by investors. The second column is a date which the latest methodology was released publicly online. And the third column is whether or not they talk about tax and how they talk about tax in their rating methodology. So interestingly here, there's several firms that don't talk about tax at all. And our research currently indicates that some of these rating agencies are not sure if they do use GRI 207, but currently in all the methodologies, none of them explicitly say we use GRI 207 in our methodology to determine our ratings. So this right here is an example of how tax transparency is being considered at the FTSE Russell. And it's separate, as you can see, from risk management, but it's kind of under that corporate governance umbrella. So we believe that GRI 207 will basically make it so that investors can link the tax transparency, risk management, and corporate governance sections of this pie for a more holistic view of a company. So GRI kind of has the potential to highlight risk and governance within each of these corporations, and it can be used by practitioners and stakeholders alike. And we actually think that investors are going to revise their risk assessment and make decisions based on the release of these tax strategy disclosures. So with that, we'd like to thank everybody for visiting our talk, and please reach out to us if you have any further discussion points or topics that you'd like to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Steve, I wish you all the best in the introduction of accountability for a sustainable world courses at Arizona State University. And Nicole, we wish you all the best in your search for a faculty position. Our final session, before we wrap up for the morning, is from Jurian Henriks, an accounting PhD candidate at Tilburg School of Economics and Management, who presents a very interesting paper centered around the Russian invasion of the Ukraine.
Welcome, everyone, and I would first like to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to present at this wonderful 2022 CARE conference. So my name is Jurian Henriks, and I'm a PhD candidate at Tilburg University, researching the real and capital market effects of firms' ESG performance. Today, I'm presenting a paper titled, Are ESG Ratings Informative About Companies' Socially Responsible Behaviors Abroad? Evidence from the Russian Invasion of Ukraine. And this paper is joint work with Daniel Ahmed and Elizabeth de Mers from the University of Waterloo, Philip Joos, who is also at Tilburg University, and Baruch Lev from NYU. So as you are all likely very much aware of, on February 24th of this year, the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. In response to this invasion, leaders around the world and Western societies in particular were fast to condemn Russia's actions. In response to this public outcry about the invasion, firms were facing tough decisions on what to do with their Russian operations. Several firms were fast to respond and divest or suspend their Russian operations, with, for example, BP announcing on February 27th that it was going to divest its stake in the Russian state oil company Rosneft, and that it would take a $25 billion hit while doing so. Several other firms followed suit, such as the big luxury brands from France, but other firms weren't as fast to condemn the invasion or to take action, with, for example, the oil major Total deciding to stick with Russia despite the exit of many of its rivals. In addition, recently, Ukraine is accusing European and US banks over still having Russia-related links. All this shows that firms are facing considerable shareholder and stakeholder pressure about their Russian operations, and that several firms are taking billion-dollar hits in order to distance themselves from Russia. In other words, operating in Russia turned out to be a financially material ESG issue. However, even before the invasion, operating in Russia was not without its ESG risks and considerations. For example, when looking at the World Bank's worldwide governance indicators, one can see that Russia consistently performed in the bottom quartile of countries on voice and accountability, while Russia's control of corruption was perhaps even worse. And of course, its human rights violations and Putin's autocratic leadership style was widely reported upon in the popular press. At the same time, millions of investors and countless fund managers are investing based on environmental, social, and governance considerations, or based on ESG considerations. It is thus also not very surprising that the ESG ratings industry has become a billion-dollar industry, with ESG ratings providers claiming to measure companies' management of financially relevant ESG risks and opportunities, or to objectively measure a company's ESG performance, commitment, and effectiveness, and with such ratings agencies typically taking an industry-specific materiality approach in order to determine the most relevant ESG risks and ESG opportunities. So what do we do in our paper? Well, we use the Russian invasion of Ukraine to investigate whether such ESG ratings are informative of companies' socially responsible behaviors abroad. In particular, we ask whether more highly rated ESG firms are likelier to exert socially responsible behaviors before and after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We focus on European firms because these firms are most likely to be affected by the Russian invasion in a financially material way, and we collect data for all Stoxx 600 firms. The map on this slide shows the average Stoxx 600 firm Russia exposure based on their countries of headquarters, with bluer colors indicating higher levels of average exposure. The map indicates that firms' exposure to Russia is roughly proportional to the geographic proximity of its country of headquarters to Russia, with firms headquartered in Finland and Poland being comparatively the most exposed to Russia, as calculated based on the percentage of sales, net income, or employees from Russia. In our first set of analysis, we ask whether highly rated ESG firms were less likely to operate in Russia in the first place. In this analysis, we built upon the notion that operating in Russia wasn't without its ESG issues and ESG considerations even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The chart on this slide shows in blue the average ESG scores of firms with Russian exposure, and in orange the average ESG scores of firms without Russian exposure. We find that none of the ESG ratings providers assigned meaningfully lower ESG scores to firms with Russian exposure, whereas most strikingly, Refinitiv social and human rights scores were incrementally and significantly higher for firms with Russian operations than for firms without Russian operations, even though Russia was known for its human rights violations. In short, none of the ESG ratings providers captured the ESG risks and performance issues associated with firms' Russian operations. We next investigate whether, to the extent that highly rated ESG firms are operating in Russia, such firms are at least more fully informing investor and non-investor stakeholders about their Russian operations. We searched annual and sustainability reports before the invasion for Russia-related keyword hits. And we find that after controlling for several other determinants of disclosure, such as firm size or the materiality of firms' Russian exposure, that highly rated ESG firms were not incrementally transparent about their Russian operations, with many coefficient estimates being close to zero and some even being negative. We next investigate whether highly rated ESG firms are any faster to take meaningful action in response to the invasion. We all know that Russia has committed several atrocities and war crimes in Ukraine, with, for example, the indiscriminate mass shelling of civilian buildings or the Bucha massacre. We ask whether those firms that are alleged to be more caring about the social impacts of their operations are then any faster to take meaningful action in response to these atrocities. We define meaningful action as the number of days until a firm announces the withdrawal or suspension of its Russian operations, and we find that highly rated ESG firms were not any faster nor more likely to take meaningful action in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the atrocities committed afterwards. Now, in our last set of analysis, we investigate the stock market reaction to the Russian invasion. And in particular, there are often made claims that investing in highly rated ESG firms is doing well while doing good. And we put this to the test after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We construct hedge portfolios where we go long in firms that are in the top quartile of ESG ratings and short in firms that are in the bottom quartile of ESG ratings. And we find also in multivariate analysis controlling for many other determinants of stock returns that highly rated ESG firms significantly underperformed their lower rated counterparts. In addition, we find that those firms that we identified as having Russian exposure and also the materiality of that exposure was negatively related to stock returns, and those firms that were more transparent about their Russian exposure were facing additional losses. So, taken together, our results indicate that highly rated ESG firms were not less likely to operate in Russia, nor more likely to be transparent about such operations, that they were not faster nor more likely to take meaningful action in response to the Russian invasion and the subsequent atrocities and war crimes, and that shareholders in those firms were not better protected and even saw significantly lower stock returns after the outbreak of the war. Now, as such, our results provide considerable food for thought. ESG issues and performance considerations stemming from firms' international operations are not unique to operating in Russia. For example, Volkswagen recently faced union and shareholder calls surrounding human rights allegations in China, and executives are seeking briefings on Taiwan war risk, while many firms are facing important moral decisions on whether to be affiliated with Qatar's World Cup or with the sports washing in Saudi Arabia. Our results indicate that ESG ratings may not reflect such ESG consideration in firms' supply chains and international operations, and that highly rated ESG firms are not likely to more meaningfully inform investors about the countries in which they operate and the ESG risks that stem from those operations. So thanks a lot, and thanks again to the conference organizers for asking me to speak.
Thank you, Jurian. This is an interesting and timely discussion that we look forward to hearing a lot more about. It is exciting to see young scholars such as you pursuing topics of such global significance. We'll now break for lunch. We still have some engaging speakers to follow, and we look forward to hearing from them shortly. Welcome back. We're now going to hear from Jennifer Modlis, the Chief Sustainability Officer of Philip Morris International. While you may wonder how a tobacco company fits into this conference, I ask you to keep an open mind as we hear from Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. We're grateful that you took the time to join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for that introduction. And thank you very much for having me with you today and allowing me to present in this very important conference. I think that as sustainability becomes a topic that it's in vogue and becomes more and more important for different stakeholders and for different parts of society, thinking about what is the role that companies in general can play in terms of advancing sustainability, it is pertinent to perhaps take a company like ours, like Philip Morris International, as a case study that pushes the boundaries and in a very provocative way makes you think about what does sustainability really mean? And can a company like PMI, a tobacco company, even talk about sustainability? When you think about tobacco and sustainability, naturally they're not an intuitive pair. They don't go hand in hand. So what does it take for a company like ours to be able to speak about it in a credible way, in a legitimate way that is also genuine? And I think that everything starts with materiality. As you know, materiality is an exercise through which different companies will assess different ESG topics and understand that not all ESG issues are created equal, depending on your footprint, depending on the nature of the company, depending on the products and services that you offer, the impacts that your company is going to create. And so what needs to become really the very basis of defining a sustainability strategy and holding yourself accountable when it comes to thinking about ESG is understanding where are those biggest impacts, where are those most pressing impacts coming from, and then in a very transparent manner acknowledge them and then develop strategies that are clear to address them, if possible mitigate the negative impacts, and hopefully get into a place where companies can redefine their value propositions in a way that they are appropriately respecting social and environmental boundaries. So when it comes to a company like ours, naturally, the biggest impacts that our company creates derive from the products that we sell. And so the health impacts of the product are the very center and core of our strategy. This is our priority. And so how do we do that? How do we address them in a way that is acceptable? Is by ensuring that we transform all our company to base its success on no longer making or selling cigarettes, so that we can depart completely from a business model that is centered on cigarettes going into something else. And that is not just about changing the product and making cigarettes obsolete and making smoking obsolete and moving to a different portfolio of products, but really transforming our entire value chain, ensuring that farmers that are today or used to be growing tobacco can diversify to different crops, that factories that were making cigarettes can be transformed to make something else, that the commercialization model that we have in place can also be altered, that post-consumer waste is also managed differently, and that in general the kind of talent that we are attracting and recruiting is also completely different. And so when you start from that, you become not only very specific about what are the ESG issues that are pressing for your corporate strategy, but you also ensure that the strategy that you have in place, your sustainability strategy, doesn't follow a different path than your corporate strategy, but rather that ESG issues become business issues, that your business strategy is also your sustainability strategy, and the way that you understand performance, financial and non-financial performance, is really one same thing. I believe that when companies are able to do that, then sustainability is not an afterthought, it's not just an exercise of cost, but really an opportunity for innovation and giving you that competitive advantage that can allow you to thrive, not just in the short and medium term, but really in the long term.
How do you uphold transparency in your reporting?
Thank you. That question is really so important and probably very interesting for the audience that I'm speaking to today. The Sustainability Index and the ESG KPI protocol are two bespoke instruments that we have just introduced in our company that I believe come in to perfect, or if not perfect, at least add robustness and rigor to our strategy. So what are these? What we have discovered over the years after reporting on sustainability for more than 7 years is that even though transparency and disclosure is very important, reporting by nature is backward looking. And when you think about sustainability, sustainability is about the future, about the impacts that you're going to create. So what is it that we can do to complement our reporting in a way that can bring more seriousness and more clarity to our stakeholders? So what we did is that we introduced a set of forward-looking aspirations that we call our 2025 roadmap in 2020. And we have this set of goals and targets that are connected to our most material issues that we're going to achieve by 2025. But naturally, the question that follows after that is, how are you going to get there? How is it that you define success? How is it that you're going to measure progress? As you know, sustainability or ESG issues can many times become very qualitative. And so it was very important for us to define KPIs that can allow us to have quantitative measures of progress that can also be verifiable and externally audited. The reason for doing this was because we want to really elevate the quality of the data that we're producing so that it can be comparable and at par with financial data. And so what we did is that we introduced this set of KPIs in this instrument that we call the ESG KPI protocol. And we made that available to the public. So you can go into our website and check exactly, for example, if we are reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and we have a target connected to that, or if we plan to ensure that all our farmers are making a living income and the progress, how is it that we're going to make progress to that? You can see exactly what is the KPI, how do we define success, how do we measure that progress in a very transparent manner. And what comes out of that is that progress is not discretionary or arbitrary. It's very objective, it's very tangible, it's very predicted. And in that way, our stakeholders, our investors, our own employees can really understand what exactly do we want to achieve, how do we want to achieve it, and what are the steps that we're taking to get there. So that is the ESG KPI protocol. Now, what we did is that we went a step further and we decided to connect all the KPIs that are on the ESG KPI protocol to our long-term executive compensation. So basically what we're doing is changing the compensation structure of the company to ensure that 30% of our long-term compensation is linked to ESG performance. And how do we do that in a way that is robust, in a way that is serious, in a way that is credible? Is linking it to the set of KPIs that we have put in the protocol. I think that this is a very important aspect of our sustainability strategy. And if you ask me, I believe that this is more or less how the future is going to look like when it comes to non-financial performance and non-financial data. We see that regulation is shaping, policy is changing as well, requirements of reporting standards and frameworks are becoming more rigorous. In the end, the kind of data that investors and shareholders are seeking is data that needs to be reliable, that needs to be robust, that needs to be credible. And for that, you need to build systems like the systems that we're putting in place and the protocols that we're putting in place so that everybody can understand in a very objective and pragmatic way that sustainability is not this fluffy thing that is about feeling good, but really connected to your business strategy.
May I interrupt, Jennifer, with a question from the chat? Question is, how does PMI, Philip Morris, hold itself accountable as it progresses towards its sustainability aspirations?
Well, I think that when you talk about transparency, many times transparency and disclosure become confused. Many companies will create disclosures that are very heavy and very cumbersome, and in those disclosures actually generate more confusion and opaqueness. And so for me, something that is really important is in the exercise of disclosing and making available information related to our sustainability or non-financial performance, that we do it in a way that our stakeholders can understand it clearly. And that's where transparency comes from. How we explain the things that we're doing and not just making the information available. It's perhaps one of our important duties when it comes to stakeholder engagement. So something that we take very, very seriously is that as we develop our strategy, as we make our impact assessments to understand where and which are our most material issues, we also gather stakeholder perception from different parts of society, civil society, NGOs, our consumers, our suppliers, academia, media, government, to really understand how is it that they're perceiving what our company is doing? Do they understand the initiatives that we're taking? Are they satisfied with the work that we're doing? Do they believe that we're communicating appropriately? Do they think that we're doing enough? And sometimes the feedback that we get gives us good indicators to understand that perhaps we need to invest more time or we need to change our strategies. But other times, the input and the feedback that we receive leads us to understand that it's not that we're not doing enough, but we're actually not being transparent enough. We're not explaining it in a way that is clear enough that they are understanding it. And so I think that in order to create fruitful stakeholder engagement and dialogues that can really be constructive, we need to not just disclose the information, but ensure that we are communicating in a way that is transparent enough that everybody can understand it. And so when you ask me about how do you ensure that you are reporting transparently, we put a lot of thought on not just what we report on and what we disclose, but also how we do it. And I think that the way to engage with society and actually advancing and make progress is twofold. It's about that disclosure component, but being very transparent and clear and making sure that your stakeholders are really understanding both the progress that you're making and also your challenges.
Another question from the chat, Jennifer. Why is it important to report both clearly and transparently on sustainability to internal and to external stakeholders?
So how can a company like ours hold itself accountable when it comes to sustainability and more concretely to sustainability reporting? As you know, there's many reporting frameworks and standards out there. And actually, as we're talking, progress is happening very, very fast in terms of harmonizing and standardizing these reporting frameworks and standards so that companies can report on the same issues when it comes to ESG. Now, the part that is important when it comes to accountability and also transparency is that companies need to be candid enough to report on materiality. So sometimes there are certain issues that are not going to be captured by the standards and frameworks, and the KPIs will need to be bespoke and tailored to your value proposition. So when it comes to a company like ours, and as I was saying before, where the core of our strategy, our sustainability and corporate strategy, centers on transforming our company and moving away from cigarettes, what are those KPIs that should be reported on for transparency and disclosure purposes so that our stakeholders and our shareholders, and in general the finance community as well, can really understand and assess by themselves both the pace and the scale of our transformation to make sure that it's happening. And so if you look at our integrated report, you will see that besides and beyond reporting on traditional ESG issues, we have also taken it on ourselves to report on additional relevant KPIs. We have a set of KPIs that we call business transformation metrics. And this set of bespoke KPIs, they come in to really measure and give transparency and visibility to our stakeholders and shareholders to really understand how our company is changing. And so they're a set of financial and non-financial KPIs. They range from R&D spend, CapEx spend, commercial expenditure, how number of markets where we're selling our new products, How is it that our volumes of cigarettes are declining? How is it that our number of factories that are being transformed, so that with the intention that we can allow our stakeholders to really accompany us on the journey of changing, and they can really have full visibility in our entire value chain to see by themselves how serious our company is and how our company is shifting resources from a business that is becoming old and obsolete, that we're moving away from, towards the business that we're going to become. And so, as I was saying before, I think that transparency and accountability come from being very transparent in terms of your reporting that is backward looking, but also giving clarity about what is the future, where is it that you want to go to, with concrete targets, with very clear KPIs that are measurable, that are hopefully quantifiable, that can verifiable, that are externally assured. And with that, hopefully, you can have a sustainability strategy that is robust enough, that can allow you to have engagements and conversations with stakeholders that will take your efforts seriously.
And a rather challenging question from the chat. Can a tobacco company truly be sustainable?
And I think that this is the best question to end the session today. Can a tobacco truly be sustainable? Is it for me to answer that? I'm not sure. I think that is a question that I should put out there and let you tell me what is it that you think. In my opinion, it can. I am working for this company because I believe that protesting or canceling or turning a blind eye, excluding or divesting from the things that we don't like is not the way to go about change. I think that we need to go into those places that make us so uncomfortable that we cannot tolerate the way that they are anymore. We don't want the status quo to continue. And so we need to put our brains and our passion and our ingenuity to make change happen. And so can a tobacco company be sustainable? Absolutely. I think that companies are buildings. It's the people that are inside that create the change. And when you have talented and passionate people that believe in making things better, you can achieve anything, including a tobacco company being sustainable. So thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate your time. And once again, I thank you for holding space to hear me out and having a discussion that was hopefully thought-provoking. And if you have any questions, well, find me online and I'm happy to have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jennifer, for taking the time to speak to our audience. I truly look forward to further conversations. And now for something completely different. I can't think of a better speaker to talk about the history of accounting than Jacob Soll. Jacob is author of The Reckoning, Financial Accounting, and the Rise and Fall of Nations. Let's hear from Jacob now.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you to Peter, and thank you to Shiva. It's one of his sort of radical ideas to bring in a historian to speak about these current events. So I want you to bear with me, because the story I'm going to sort of tell you today is about the history of environment and balance sheets, and how can we get environmental and natural resource measures onto balance sheets. I have to say, historically, it's really very, very challenging. And I think that it's important that current practitioners and people who are trying to achieve this realize sort of what's happened in the past and what the challenges are. My work has been on the history of accounting and the history of accountability. I'm working on a new book on the history of the balance sheet, believe it or not. So here I am. And I talked to Shiva about this, and that's probably why I'm here. My new book on a history of the free market, or the idea of the free market, will be out in 5 weeks. It also touches on these ideas. Balance sheets. To many of you, it might seem kind of semi-simple or modern. It's really, really old. Obviously, accounting goes back thousands of years, but balance sheets and double entry balance sheets really go back to the late 1200s in Tuscany. And we have many forms of balance sheets. I'm just showing you some sort of ancient balance sheets. And it has been a very long and strange struggle to get things onto balance sheets. And I want to talk to you about that today. But the first thing I do want to say is that essentially the history of accounting, which we associate with Italy, actually I think has a more sort of dynamic chapter in the history of Holland. And the reason I want to bring that up today is because Holland shows that there's actually an environmental history of accounting. And the Dutch Republic, sort of between 1580 and let's say the mid 1800s, so 1760 or so, the Dutch Republic, which is per capita probably the richest place and the most productive place in the world for about 130 years, it becomes a society focused on accounting. And one of the reasons is environmental. And so the entire Dutch society becomes fluent in double entry accounting. They become aware of a balance sheet. If I want you to imagine a society where everyone knows what a balance sheet is, and almost everyone from the leader, from the prince to people in the street, can actually audit and do books. That seems completely crazy now, but it was the case in the Dutch Republic. The Dutch Republic, as today, is a country built, well, it's no longer a republic, it's a monarchy, for those of us who find that a little hard to swallow after all the battles fought to keep the Dutch Republic politically free. It was a country, and it is a country, which is mostly, or at least around 50% below sea level. And one of the reasons that this society privileged and focused on accounting so much was because of the fact that it had to essentially take the country from the water. And to do that, and you'll see in this image, this long Dutch history of floods and dealing with water. It actually goes back to about 1150, when the Dutch start coming up with a windmill technology to keep water out. And there's an old Dutch saying, "Whom water harms stops the water." So what one has in Dutch society are these kind of community-based associations to build pumps and windmills to drain the land, to bring land out of the water. This means that the people who do it are free because they're not subject to a feudal lord. It means they believe that God and technology and management have given them land. And what allows these associations to work is essentially community accounting. So what you have is a country that has to build technology to survive and to maintain itself. And this is in the early Middle Ages that this begins. And in order for that to work, they have to have good management. If management fails, they die. And therefore, they maintain remarkable accounting literacy and remarkable awareness of management accounting in their society. Here is a sort of picture of how the Dutch polders work. Now, there's something else. At the same time, the Dutch are also creating charitable organizations. And these charitable organizations are run the same way, often by the same people, often in the same spaces. They might be schools, they might be prisons, they might be monasteries. And what happens is men and women will manage these associations, and they will do so with account books for hundreds of years in Holland. We see a general literacy in double entry bookkeeping, so of real balance sheets in Holland, starting around the early 1500s. That's incredibly early, okay, for to have a general awareness of this accounting. What then happens in Holland is that it just it permeates all parts of society. So artists will give renditions of things using allegories from accounting, like balances. Wealthy merchants will portray themselves with their account books and showing themselves to be expert in the technologies of keeping balance sheets and ledgers and via double entry bookkeeping. if any of you have read my work or seen me speak before, you might have seen these images. It's just sort of remarkable that over hundreds of years in Holland, we get a society in which the finest artists, you have to understand that to create a sort of masterwork of painting, like this portrait of the merchant, which is in the Met in New York City, this is the equivalent of a large budget film. And again, much more lasting, and as far as I'm concerned, much more meaningful. So the kind of energy and resources that go into these paintings are massive. They're found in churches. They're found in the charitable and public administrative institutions. When I talk about paintings, if one goes to Brussels and goes to the Fine Arts Museum, one can see many of them, or in Bruges. I'm talking about many, many paintings with different themes. Some think, for example, that this image is anti-Semitic. It might be. It's also a Christian image where part of the strap of the account book looks like a serpent. The Dutch not only talk about keeping good accounts, but this is important for what I'm going to get to with sustainability and the environment. They talk about the dangers of having too much faith in accounting and not being aware that if accounting is not done well or faithfully, it can lead to existential spiritual failure. And so the Dutch had a sense that bad accounting could lead to absolute downfall, or even in this slide, which is my favorite, it could lead to madness. And I do think that today we're sort of in that state where, at least in the United States, huge swaths of the population are in some sort of massive climate denial. I mean, or practical denial, like I am here surrounded by technological devices. I spent the morning doing things, and I noticed that every 10 minutes I was disposing of a piece of plastic. It's just crazy. It's not sustainable. And somehow that plastic is not accounted for. And it's kind of crazy. If you actually wanted to account that plastic in to a cost accounting, it would be absolutely nuts. And that's just for me and my house and the American mounds of plastic that I produce. So this picture of people, this is probably the finest rendition of double entry accounting we have as far as the actual imagery goes, the quality of the books that you see here. And yet the people in the painting have gone mad. And this is The Two Tax Gatherers by Marinus van Remmersvele. They've actually gone mad because their accounting is either bad or they have put too much faith in it and not enough concern about their own fallibility. I want you to think about a society that not only thinks about accounting, but thinks about it in an existential way, publicly with philosophers and artists and leaders, and then people in normal civil society, but also worry about what accounting can actually do to someone emotionally and spiritually. I mean, it's literally staggering, okay? This painting is another one of my favorites. It depicts a rich merchant who cannot balance his books because the person who owes him money is dead and because he has not taken into account death. And therefore, it's prideful to think one can manage things completely. But it also shows the risk of what can go on or off a book. And death is the one who here balances the books. It's absolutely remarkable painting. Now, one of the things that's very important to realize in Holland is that good accounting and balance sheets, while they actually never fully achieve having state ledgers that are in double entry in a systematic way, they do try. And so this person, Simon Stevin, is one of the great leaders of the Dutch Republic. He's from a common background. He was a humanist. He was a scientist. He was a proto-physicist. He was a Latinist. He was a translator. And he was an accounting expert. And I will say, I found that societies that manage to do good accounting usually have remarkable levels of literacy of all kinds. Literacy, financial literacy, literary literacy, scientific literacy, and that have theologies that are remarkably sophisticated and not simplistic, which means there's a lot of reading and sophistication that goes into religious life as well as every other part of life. It seems that literacy really helps humans. I know that might sound surprising these days, but we're finding that almost nobody reads books. It's a little scary, and reading books is actually part of accounting. Stevin creates a manual that says princes themselves must be able to audit books. That is a remarkable statement, one that has rarely been applied, but it probably hasn't changed. And at the moment he's doing this, the first publicly traded company emerges. It's not the first colonial company, but it becomes the biggest, the richest, and the most powerful, the Dutch East India Company, the VOC. This emerges in 1602, and in the same year, we get the emergence of the first stock exchange. I and others have hypothesized that this stock exchange exists because there is so much confidence in Dutch society and so much confidence in the books of Dutch companies. Now, there's also some confidence in the Dutch East India Company's books. However, after about 20 years, they start cooking the books. And this is, of course, very typical. A massive, one of the first multinational, super colonial, planetary companies. And within 20 years, they're cooking the books, they're doing insider trading, they're doing every sort of possible financial crime one can imagine. And so there's a stockholders' revolt in 1622. I call this the Dutch audit. Some of the shareholders are themselves sort of criminal pirates, but others are legitimate, and they ask for a reckoning, and they get it. And this, I think, is really important because it shows, and Shiva, I know, is very attached to the Friedmanian belief in the goodness of shareholders. I not so much. But this is an interesting and I think important example of the first shareholders revolt, of the first shareholders sort of ever calling for an audit. And part of this actually was a question of what would go on to the company's balance sheet and who could do such an audit. And what I think is fascinating here is they all come to the conclusion that Prince Maurice of Nassau, the head of state, should do the audit. And it just so happens that he was best friends at university with Stevin, the commoner, who taught him how to do double entry. Again, these are these kind of things in history which will probably never happen again. I want you to imagine for a moment an American president or a British prime minister sitting at Oxford with a commoner who didn't go to Eton or Winchester or Harrow, sitting with a commoner who teaches them accounting. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical that this will happen again. Maybe some other form will happen. Prince Maurice was literate in accounting, and we find this out in just recently when some colleagues found his ledgers and found that while he didn't write them, he annotated them and was able to audit them. He audits the books of the Dutch East India Company. It's the state that has to do it. It's the state that actually has to come in, not only maintaining a standard, but that actually is trusted by the public, because Prince Maurice says, look, I can't publish the audit. There's too much state, military, and economic information. You will have to trust me. And the shareholders do. The Dutch East India Company goes on to bring 18% returns for well over 100 years, huge chunks of them from a mastery of trading, international shipping, and slavery, which is where the big money was and where it often is in exploited labor. And in actually grabbing other people's natural resources. That's what the Dutch do. They don't so much as have an empire, as what they do is they go to the Spanish and Portuguese empires and they set up comptoirs or counters where they get to the natural resources before the actual empire does and gets them to Amsterdam. So it's actually a sort of natural resource pillaging model based also on slavery and based on remarkable financial and economic skill. None of this should sound surprising. They set the model for many international companies now, and they're remarkably successful. At the same time, what happens is what we see in Holland is that everyone then starts to portray their institutions with their double entry books open, showing them auditing their own books, and with their books open to the public saying, look, you can audit us. And I just want to show you these remarkable paintings. Can you imagine going to even one of the big three and having a picture of someone doing an audit in their entrance hallway, like a massive painting? I mean, sorry, no, of course you can. If you go on the big three's websites, you will find almost no mention of accounting. They don't really like to talk about it as a kind of philosophical or meaningful practice, which I find really staggering and quite troublesome, to be honest, for them and for us. We'll see how long it is big three. I also want to show the literacy. Probably there were more women involved in high-level accounting in 17th century Holland than there are today in the big three. There are still massive issues with who gets to account and who has the authority of accounting and how that authority is used, and of course, what goes on balance sheets. Now, I want to jump now quickly to the moment that essentially England becomes the accounting center. It looks at Holland, and there's this huge movement of emulation of Dutch accounting literacy. And what happens is really starting in about 1706, I trace the rise of English accounting literacy and mastery. And essentially, what happens is this guy, William Petty, essentially he's an economist, not an accountant. But what he does is he puts people's labor, trees, lakes, all these things, what we would call political arithmetic. He counts up the wealth of a country and puts it onto a national balance sheet. He figures out that per capita, the British are actually, or the English still in this case, are more productive than the French. So he creates this national balance sheet. But what I want to point out today is that this thing, which is seen as part of the creation of modern economics, never really translates into the practices of accounting. And we don't see this kind of national accounting, which actually goes back to the 16th century when the French start counting every church and try and count every cow in their country and every hillside and their mineral deposits as a kind of national balance sheet. So Petty does this national balance sheet in a sophisticated way, and yet it does not end up having an effect on the profession of accounting. It's only in the 18th century that we get a more sophisticated kind of cost accounting. Josiah Wedgwood does that, where he starts accounting for time, labor, space, laziness, loss. But we still, even with colonialism, even with the massive companies of the modern age, we still don't get in the profession of accounting the kind of balance sheets that we actually get in early modern economics. My new book discusses the differences between accounting and economics, and that's so problematic. And I'm startled that if in the 16th and 17th centuries, major economists and thinkers were putting natural resources onto balance sheets, it startles me that we don't do that today in private industry, for example, to the level that we should really at all, as I think is shown from just the use of plastics in my house. Where does this leave us? I believe the accounting industry is, and I guess I'll say this now, it's just not where it should be. It does not have the sophistication, the cultural, political, or intellectual clout to insist on this or really influence things. So who is going to have these balance sheets changed? That is a question that I leave to you. And given these historical challenges, I wonder if this might give you ideas about how we can create new, modern, sustainable, or sustainably oriented balance sheets. I have some ideas from history, but they seem very, very hard to do. And once again, I think they go back to literacy. And that is a challenge right now as well. So I guess I leave you with a lot of questions and some concern and pessimism, but I do see ways forward. So, and I do think going back to history is incredibly useful. So I'm grateful to be here today, and thank you so much for having me.
Jacob, that was truly the most riveting history lesson I've ever heard. I know a number of us have read Jacob's books. To those who haven't, I highly recommend you go out and pick up a copy today. Let's take a short break now. Again, welcome back to the CARE 2022 Accountability in a Sustainable World Conference. Our panel this afternoon is moderated by my long-term good friend, Jan Bowens. Jan is a professor of accounting at the Faculty of Economics and Business at the University of Amsterdam. He is also a co-founding editor of Accountability in the Sustainable World Quarterly. Jan orchestrated and designed this panel on target setting in a sustainable world. I will leave it to Jan to introduce himself and the panelists further.
Good afternoon. Great to meet you at this panel on ESG metrics. I'm really looking forward to our discussion. But before we do that, we first have to introduce ourselves. And I would like to ask Frank to first introduce yourself. I will do that as last. Frank?
Thanks, Jan. I'm Frank Verhoeven, CEO of Vos Logistics, an international or European transport and logistics company based in the Netherlands.
Thank you very much. Tom, may I ask you to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Tom Gosling. I'm an executive fellow at London Business School and also at the European Corporate Governance Institute. And prior to that, I had a long career at PwC where I set up the executive pay practice in London.
Thank you very much. Juliette?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Juliette Gossem, and I'm the head of ESG reporting at Signify, former Philips Lighting, and I have more than a decade of experience in corporate sustainability and ESG. And thank you for the invitation, Jan, today.
Yes, well, you're more than welcome. Great that you could join. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jan Bowens. I'm at the University of Amsterdam, professor of accounting, and very much interested these days in doing research into ESG metrics used in firms. That's where I do my research in firms, audit firms mostly at this time, but also in corporations. And the panel that we are looking at today tries to shed some light on how can we get actually people and get people to work on long-term issues that are related to ESG. What metrics do we use, and how do we get people to work hard on this? But before we start on that, right, we have had a development, and I would like to start with that. And I would like to ask each of you the question: if you go back a couple of years, 2, 3, or maybe more years, can you elaborate on how external stakeholders had a say on how you should strive for firm level performance, and what kind of performance measures were being used then? So maybe I can start again with Frank. Frank, how did it look like a couple of years ago?
And Jan, if you allow me, I take a back step further, and that's I started in this company in 2007, and it was a restructuring case. And during the course of restructuring, which was quite, say, a tough financial job, we had to choose how to go forward as a company if we solve all the apparent issues which we're in. And at that moment, we decided to go on the path of sustainability. It was very much attracted by the cradle-to-cradle principle but it's not working in the service industry where we are in. So we said, okay, we're looking at how to reduce our CO2 emissions, and we started with our first sustainability report in 2009, and that was obviously about CO2, about a lot of apparent operational topics in the company, because it's very well connected to our operational excellence model. But it was for me also a way of driving the company forward and looking at a different way at things we are doing. And I got a good consultant in, Wouter Schepers from Stuart Redclean, and he said, Frank, and I asked him, can you help me on that? He said, yeah, I will help you. But then you have to choose a long-term vision on it. You cannot do that for 1 or 2 years or just as a kind of window dressing, but you have to start and you have to really do it for a long time. And that was So I said, okay, that's good. Then we decided to put a lot of, it was about 10 KPIs for the coming 5 years and put targets on that. And that's how we started. And not only on CO2 emission, but we used it as a kind of sanity dashboard for our company. It's about CO2 emission, but also about the well-being of our staff and about customer satisfaction. And we put our targets there, and then I started to convince my management team to go ahead with that. And they were quite reluctant in that stage to do that. I mean, because it was all about financial and about surviving. But I said, okay, do it because I asked you. And what I did with that is buying some time to convince them that it's working and that we get a different spirit in the company on looking forward. And we started in 2009. We still do it that way. And that was, say, the beginning of a path on looking more at non-financial KPIs. And it's not only about CO2, but it's also about our operational performance, etc. In how to go forward. And it's helping us a lot in managing our companies until today.
So who was actually the initiator of this? So you were the initiator. And how are your stakeholders then? Were they prepared to also work with that?
No, my stakeholders, and then looking at that moment, banks were partly the owner of this company due to the restructuring, and at the supervisory board, I had my clients and my suppliers and everybody around this company, and they let me go, but later on they became more and more enthusiastic about it, but we really started to tell the stories from inside out. It was not say, hey, what do people want to hear, but what is happening in this company, and try to explain and explaining that in stories and how that was working. And it basically attracted a lot of people, especially our customers, gave us a lot of credibility at the customers. And along the way, the other stakeholders came on board as well. And maybe the hardest work to convince was my own management team to go that way.
Do you have an idea as to why that they, you were referring to that they were used to actually work on the financials and improve their financial performance? So why were they reluctant to do so? Were the performance measures so different that they were?
Because people were everybody's looking at financials. We were loss-making, say, hey, how, and very centered to the figures. But if you look only at the financials, you get a result of what you've done in the past, and try to explain how it's come. And very often bad story, but that gives all the focus. And now let's move away from obviously the financials are super key for the continuity of your company, and we have to become profitable and to build up our equity and everything around. But we do that by delivering day to day a good job, be credible to our customers, and get the spirit from our staff, because we are a service provider. That's what we are doing. We're delivering services every day.
Before we go into performance measures and designs of that, I would first want to go to Tom. Tom, so one thing that I would like to ask from you is, these stakeholders, they have a lot of say in what these firms do, and where they invest in and the like. So when you look at research like a couple of years ago and what it tells now about what stakeholders demand from firms, is there a development that you can dwell on that has led firms to set different priorities, and that they are stakeholders get there?
Yeah, I think there has been a big development over the last few years. I mean, I think if you go back, 3 to 5 years, I absolutely agree with Frank that firms have used a mixture of financial and non-financial KPIs kind of for a long time. Although in terms of linking them to pay, the focus tended to be on the financial KPIs, or I guess the non-financial KPIs that are most directly linked to the creation of value. So things like, customer-facing metrics or employee-facing metrics. And I think the really big development over, I would say, pretty much the last 2 years has been an increasing expectation from external stakeholders that companies will take into account metrics that reflect their impact on the world outside, not just the world's impact on the company. So it's this sort of shift in view from what's financially material to the company to areas where the company has a financially material impact. And so we've seen a big growth in both the adoption of KPIs for reporting purposes, but also in the link to pay for things like carbon emissions, diversity, other impacts on the environment, social mobility, even. And this is reflecting a lot of external stakeholder demands, including those of shareholders. And what's been a very marked trend over the last actually pretty much 2 years has been the incorporation of these kind of metrics, which aren't traditional shareholder value metrics, but the incorporation of those metrics even in pay plans.
And should we connect these actually to pay plans? Because we might actually destroy intrinsic motivation if we do that. Don't you agree?
I think it's a really interesting question. I mean, we ask companies to do all sorts of things that we don't then include in pay plans. And, companies have very many strategic objectives, and there are actually a lot of risks in including these metrics in pay plans, because something that can be, a very good reflection of a stakeholder impact can be a really good measure of it until you put it in a pay plan, and then you can find that you meet it in all sorts of ways that you had never anticipated was possible, and you kind of wish you hadn't. So, the law of unintended consequences can be writ quite large here. So we do have to be quite cautious about what metrics we do link into pay and how we do it, and maybe we'll come back to discuss that a little bit more later on.
Yeah, I will come back if I have a chance to that later on. But it's very interesting to learn also that these stakeholders actually really impose on the firms to make these changes happen in these firms. And one firm that has been exemplary in that, I guess, is Signify. Juliette, can you elaborate on how actually stakeholders, helped you to start thinking about these issues?
Yes, thanks for the question. And just to add on what Tom and Frank have been saying, that it is true that we see a shift in the past 2 years. In the 10 years ago, of course, performance of a company was all about financial performance. And this is really shifting, not only on taking broader scope of what the performance is, like looking at more impact and more ESG, so environmental, social, and governance, but also a shift on the time frame on what is performance, and is it a performance for purely short-term frame or long-term frame. And I think that's an important shift as well, not only in the KPIs, but also in the vision. And I think that's what Frank was touching upon a bit earlier. And it's now what I see and what we see also at Signify is in order to be profitable tomorrow, you need to embed the long-term vision and to be seeing not sustainable growth, but the growth for sustainability. And that's one of the major shifts that we have done at Signify recently. And another thing I wanted to add about on this look back is when you had the NGOs in the past were really more leading these discussions. Now, since 2 years ago, that there is a very wide range of stakeholders that have taken this stake on this discussion. So, of course, investors. So we have seen the amount of ESG investor growing, and that is only true also for us what we see at Signify. Of course, consumers are becoming a bit more and more aware and asking more and more transparency from companies. But of course, mainly what we see happening right now, and at least for a company like Signify, is the regulatory landscape. So in Europe is becoming really, really it's a pace that is really fast, but that's also something that we see in Asia and in the US. So looking back 10 years ago, like we've done a massive shift, and in the past 2 years, it has been accelerated a lot. And when you look at Signify, so not to enter too much in the detail, but just to answer also what Tom has been saying, since we did our IPO from Philips, and also because we inherited a lot from Philips, of course, in terms of processes and historical leadership in terms of sustainability. Sustainability always has been part of our pay and our bonuses scheme. And I'm curious to discuss a bit more because, of course, Tom, you mentioned like we need to be cautious about how setting the targets or cautious about how we include these KPIs in pay schemes. My take would be we need to be cautious about how to set targets to be realistic and at the same time bold, but because de facto I believe that they should be included in pay. So whether we need to be cautious to include it, I think it's more what type of target do you set, and that I think that's also something that we can discuss a bit later on.
Yes, we definitely have to discuss also the targets. And one thing that I would really like to discuss with you is actually the design of performance measures in relationship to employees and managers. We know from literature that employees, are tending to look at achieving results in a short run. So they themselves, or people, really prefer to work on a job and see the result as soon as possible. So when we are looking at improvements in our ecological footprint, these are typically long-term decisions. So when we think of designing performance measures, we should actually facilitate our employees and our managers that we show that they can actually observe these short-run results for them, right? While at the same time, they need also to reflect long-term results for the firm in terms of their license to operate, in terms of making the right investments and all that. So this is a very complex puzzle that we are looking at, and both from an design point of view as well as from an academic point of view, that is a big issue. So that is something that I really would like to discuss with you. And Tom, may I ask you to elaborate a little bit on this because you've done a lot of research into looking, how these performance measures are being designed, and from your research, how do firms?
Yeah, typically what you'll find, you're right. It's logically, some of these goals feel like they should be long-term goals and therefore should be in long-term incentive plans. And indeed, the most rapid growth in recent years in adoption of ESG goals has been in long-term incentive plans. They've existed in bonuses for a long time, but a lot of the growth has been in long-term incentive plans. But typically, long-term incentive plans will only go to a senior management cadre in the organization. Even in the largest organization, it would be relatively unusual for long-term incentives to go to more than sort of a couple of thousand managers, and even that would be quite a large number. And there are some practical issues about putting some of these things into long-term incentive plans, because if we take an issue like energy transition and climate change, for example, you might say logically we should put these targets in long-term incentives, but there is such a degree of policy uncertainty at the moment in exactly what the pathway is going to be, that actually 3-year targets could easily be redundant in a year or two's time, because the world is changing so fast in this area. And so actually, I think there's quite a strong case for having the adaptability and flexibility of them being in a bonus. I also think it's really important to recognize that as we get to different levels of the organization, these non-financial goals play a different role in incentives. So for a senior executive on the executive committee of a company, for example, the non-financial goals within the bonus plan will be a way of creating an incentive and an accountability for focusing on those non-financial objectives in a way that's equivalent and equal to the financial objectives. So the sort of incentive component of the pay matters. Once you get to sort of plans that are spread much further throughout the employee population, it's much less about the mechanistic incentive and much more about the signal and communication that you're sending about organizational priorities. And so, in that regard, I think that, people view these targets and measures, kind of very differently, because if you're going down to, 30,000 employees, it's really difficult to fix measures that are within the accountability and line of sight of every single employee. I mean, you just get spiraling complexity. So for the all employee plans, it's much more based around, aggregated kind of group measures of sustainability progress, which the individual employee may not be able to influence quite so strongly. So the incentive, if you like, is a little bit less powerful, but still the communication message that these factors matter to the organization, is still really strong. So I think the philosophy of how these are used does vary as you go down through
and
the
it can get very complex, right? Because if we do go down in the organization, you might be, for instance, wanting someone to reduce plastic waste, but at the same time, that employee might be very successful in that. But at the same time, they might also start to order their produce from much further out than they ever did before, because they have to compensate somehow for the fact that they now have to reduce their plastic waste. So that makes it. I mean, all these measures are very. The more detailed they become, the more distorted they are at the same time.
But I think, Jan, I would say London Business School recently just completed a study with PwC looking at some of the challenges organisations face about linking these metrics to pay as you looked at the wider reward strategy. And what came out very clearly from that is that organisations no longer view pay as this sort of mechanistic points mean prizes approach to sort of controlling people's behaviour, but that actually, when you're looking at integrating ESG into strategy throughout the organization, culture is paramount, right? And the behaviors are paramount. And incentives are used more as a communication device to signal the importance of new priorities and to reinforce that. And they're absolutely not used in a very kind of complicated micromanaging way where you kind of try to ensure that you're within everybody's individual line of accountability. I remember the HR director of one client saying to me very proudly that they had this system of 70,000 individualized balanced scorecards across the organization, which were run out of a shared service center in India. The system lasted 2 years before it kind of consumed itself within its own complexity, because actually it ceases to be productive and helpful. So organizations lead with culture. They recognize you've got to lead with culture and you follow with pay. You don't lead this stuff with pay. If you lead it with pay, then that's where you get yourself in all sorts of trouble around unintended consequences.
Yeah. So we are relying more on intrinsic motivation, you would say, than ever before?
With pay as a reinforcer of that and an enabler of that and a signaler, but actually not just intrinsic motivation, also just kind of leadership, right? Setting the right tone and priorities.
Yeah. Right. So, thank you very much. So now we know that from the research front. How does it work with you in the firm? How do you square this problem that I started with, namely that people want to see results in short run, right? So your employees and managers want to see that in short run, but you are looking at long-term objectives. How do you square that?
What you say, people like short-term feedback of what they are doing. So if you look at the non-financial and also sustainability KPIs, when we started with it, after a few years, we start to bring that down on a business unit level, and we measure the KPIs we can on a month, and that we can do on CO2 emission, on the state of the fleet, on alternative transport and stuff like that. We measure that on a month-by-month basis. So in our monthly reporting, it's coming back there, and that's possible for most KPIs we have. We measure that on a month-by-month basis, so we know at the end of the year if you reach that objectives. And what we do so you get that feedback not after a year or after 3 years. Obviously, we set a long-term goal, but it's like how to eat an elephant. It's piece by piece, and you don't get your long-term goal in one go. You need to make small steps every time to get there. So that's why we do it this way. And and if you look at the payment of our management, which, and I agree with Tom, we do it on a limited number of people. At the end of the day, we do that on the financials because it's easy to measure and it's no discussion. But we say you reach some targets, but you have to do that in the framework of our non-financial objectives, our values of services, and our ethical code. And that's what we discuss and we use as a discussion framework. So at the end of the year, if you don't get there in the proper way, then we have another discussion. So it's much more embedded in the normal system, and only the payments, especially on non-financial KPIs, it's a bit of it's maybe a bit overrated because you get a lot of discussion and you get a lot of, when you don't get your payment, it leads to a lot of dissatisfaction. So it's, however, the principle of payment, performance-related payment is good. If people don't reach their performance or you don't agree on how to get there or not to get there, it can lead to much more dissatisfaction than to satisfaction.
So you prefer not to be paying bonuses? Would you rather say, well, I'm going to give you a salary raise if you do well, but bonuses, no? Is that what you're saying?
No, we do pay bonuses, but based on the financials. We don't base them on the non-financials. It's more the non-financial KPIs, more on how to get to your results. Then that's the final goal.
So what happens if you do not achieve those?
The few management staff, we have some non-voting shares, which gives them a really long-term benefit on the value creation.
So what do you do when they do reach their financial objectives, but not the non-financial objectives? Does that mean that they will be cut out from the financial bonuses, or not?
That's more the discussion we have in between, because we meet each other on a month-by-month basis with the business leaders, and then we have a discussion how together. How are you doing your business? Are you taking? We don't choose every time for the most sustainable solution, but for every investment decision we take or operational improvement initiative, we take it into account. And we have to make the judgment, is it economically also viable to take certain steps? But giving an idea, the buildings the warehousing buildings we create are always according to BREEAM standards, outstanding standards, because it works. It's just ours. It became our standard. And if you look at our way of transportation, we look at the most economical trucks. We look at the most efficient way of driving. We measure the training of our drivers. Do we train our drivers sufficiently so that they have the right behavior? So there are a lot of aspects, but it's very much embedded basically in the DNA of the company, and that's because we do it for such a long time now. And I spoke to a colleague last week who wanted to start up a sustainability program because he was very much convinced that he had to do things different for his kids and for the world. And so I explained how we are doing it. And then I realized that starting it up, it takes a long time before you really get it incorporated in the system of your company.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, thank you, Frank. I have many more questions, but I will postpone them because I also want Juliette to comment on this point. That we have these long-term goals as a firm, right? And on the other hand, we have we have employees and managers that want to see results better sooner than later. How do you solve it?
Yes. So, let me give the practical example of how we do it at Signify. I fully agree with what you've shared, Tom and Frank. And just if I may add from our point of view, so how we do it. So at Signify, we have a 5-year sustainability program. So it's short, medium-term targets of 5 years that we cut in yearly target and in quarterly target. And so we report annually as the same as financial data, non-financial data under reasonable assurance, so that data user can trust the data that we share. We measure progress on a quarterly basis, and our board of management leadership team review this progress, also sustainability progress. And on a biannually basis, we have a supervisory board, which is the highest government body that is aware of the progress because it's linked to our LTI, long-term incentive. And it's true that at Signify, the pool of employees is about 700 top employees, management plus executives. So it is restrictive for the long-term incentives. However, how we do it is that we break down our sustainability KPI, at the group level, but it's also done at the division and at the market level. So at different layers of the organization, they have some targets that could be related to our sustainability programs. Of course, depending on the overall KPI, that the target will be different from a logistic team to a specific site regarding waste, for instance. What I wanted to add a bit on the discussion, and something that have completely changed also in the past years. So we first, initially at Signify, we have sustainability as part of our purpose, which is great. And prior to our new program, we had a sustainability strategy and a company strategy. And back in 2020, we changed that. And we have a 5-pillar company strategy, and sustainability, which is called Growth for Sustainability, is one of the pillars. So it was always integrated, but now it's like really at the center of the company strategy. And that shifted very much the whole interaction and the whole commitment towards sustainability, because it brought these topics not only in the discussion annual regarding to long-term incentives and so forth, but really at the highest level of the business balance scorecards. And that is a great change, because when the sustainability function was much of a pushing previously, now we have a model of pulling. So the business is asking us, how can you help me getting my targets? Because we have a lot of targets related to revenues, sustainable innovation, all of that. And now the sustainability function, what we see is much more an advisor on how to achieve a target rather than a tree hugger pushing that internally. And I think that's related also to the point of Tom mentioned before. It has to be at the culture, but it also have to be as the direction that the company is taking, and how strategic we see sustainability, and how to engage employees. All of that, I can touch upon that a bit, because we have an employee engagement program, and it's not always easy, because it's about culture change, and we know how difficult that can be. But that for us at Signify, we see the big change, and we see also the change in the role of the sustainability function, not only setting up the target and sharing it, but now really helping the whole other function of the organization getting towards the same direction. When we talked about long-term 5-year targets about diversity, about climate change, about circularity, at least all the topics that we're focusing on at Signify.
So it is, we've been talking culture a lot already, Frank, Tom, and you, Juliette. So what happens if someone is actually putting out in a proposal where, the environmental footprint is not so much considered? What would happen then in your firm, Juliette?
What kind of proposal are you taking? Like, for instance, an investment?
So, an investment in new machinery, or how you reach out to clients. That actually the environmental footprint is not being considered. It's more about pleasing customers.
Yes, I think there is different levels in terms of governance on how that happens in the organization. So, of course, we have policies. Of course, we have guidelines for procurement, sustainable procurement, if I'm related to that. If you look at the investment committee, that there is some discussion that we're having, and sustainability is a criteria in some discussions, not all, to be very honest, but we are getting there. Because if you look at, for instance, the EU taxonomy, what is coming our way, and I'm not sure Voss Logistics is falling under the EU taxonomy, but we are at Signify. I mean, this is going to be very tricky. So all our investment, CapEx, OpEx, revenues, all of that will be tagged as green. And so we need to what we're seeing now in the implementation of that means that for anything that we do, we'll have to have kind of a tag, is it green or not green according to the EU taxonomy? And that will create a lot of discussion internally. And I want these discussions to be not only at the highest level, but at every decision. And so sustainability becomes an attribute, whether or not we should go in one direction. And that's what we are implementing right now at Signify. It's difficult because it's about also product data, and I'm not going to enter into details, but it's about all the infrastructure, how you deal, or how you run your company. And this is now, it's not only having targets and doing some nice programs, it's really how you treat your data, how you manage your company, that has to be done in a transparent way, and where sustainability needs to be at every different layers of the organization.
So what
Could I just add a comment there, actually, to what Juliet's saying? Because I think what she's described is absolutely the process of how sustainability should be incorporated in companies, in that it starts with the strategy, it gets embedded into the strategy, and then the pay follows the strategy. And there's a really big misunderstanding, because sometimes stakeholders in the external world think that the reason that we need to have these ESG targets is to kind of stop these nasty managers destroying the planet and force them to do other things instead. And actually, that's not the way it works within company governance. In fact, the board adopts a strategy that has sustainability at its heart, and then the metrics are used as a way of reinforcing those strategic priorities through the organization. And I think that's the process that Juliet has described very well.
Thank you very much for this. Frank, does it work like this within Vos Logistics as well?
No, I agree what Julia is saying, but also Tom mentioned earlier. If you look at the thing about sustainability, it's a lot about one thing. It's inside out. It's what you do in your company, and you want to explain to your team, but also to the outside world, to the stakeholders. And the way of communicating that, it's by the way, it's easier said than done. To really explain what you're doing and where it's leading to on the non-financial side. But that's probably driving people more than the financial incentive, because it's also, if you look at these days, if you want to get young talent on board, they really judge companies they want to work for on how they behave and what they're doing. It's the communication about what you're doing and explaining it. It's super key. It's on the on social media, on reporting. However, we are a private company. We publish our financial report. It's a financial and sustainability report. We do that for more than 10 years now. We put it on our website, so people can read what we're doing and how we behave, and it's all verified. So, and that I'm fully convinced that it helps us to get the talent on board we need to run the company in this way.
So, may I ask you a little bit more about the design of these performance measures that are used in your firm? Are these typically like high level performance measures, or are these performance measures typically very close to the work that each individual is doing in your firm? So what is policy in that? In your firm. May I start with you, Frank?
It is the performance metrics are we build in general, so on CO2 emission, but it's also about what I told on the well-being of our staff, and then it goes as sickness leave, training metrics. How much do we train? In what fields are we training? It's about safety, about lost time, injury rate. But these metrics we bring them down to business unit level. So each business unit manager measures his business on this level, and it's on sustainability. It's obviously on fuel consumption, on efficiency, on driving. It's about on the modernity of his fleet. It's on the energy on the building. So you can really bring that down on a reasonably low level in the organization. And what I told, we measure that where possible on a monthly basis or quarterly or yearly? And that's part of our discussion.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is that many of the measures that individual, even business units take, are also going to affect the performance of the whole firm. So I can imagine that also firm performance is actually an important performance measure, even at the business unit level, for that reason. For instance, emission reduction, right? That you measure that at the firm level rather than at the individual level of business unit, because they also impact each other with their decisions. These business units.
I don't know if I get you properly, Jan. I didn't hear you properly.
Sorry, I will repeat. So one issue with complex objectives like reduction of emission is that if someone in a business unit takes a decision, right, that is potentially going to impact also the work in other business units. So for that reason, in many cases, you might actually want to use a measure that is measured at the firm level rather than at the business unit.
No, I get you. We do it basically. We do a bottom up, so we measure it in each business, and some things are easier to measure than other. But looking at, we have about 1,500 trucks on the road. We can easily measure what our fuel consumption is on a monthly basis. But then we have to put our performance. What did we deliver? How much kilometers did we drive? And how much tons did we move? So that's a very simple, relatively simple one. So these things we can measure. And then if you look at, there's another thing. It's the impact, and because you can measure your operational performance. It can do slightly better, but we are looking to an energy transition. So how are we going to make this move, and what input do we get as management from the different businesses to make the to make the big steps? And there we form cross business. We form some teams. We have an energy transition board. They meet each other on a regular basis. They are in contact with universities, with colleagues in the business, and they look at how can we change our fleet. How can we started 10 years ago with LNG, the liquefied gas, to move our trucks. We were the first in North Europe with this fuel. We look now very much in electrification of our trucks, but that's not only the truck. It's also our buildings need to be ready for that. We need to be able to charge these trucks. We need to look at the performance of the trucks. What can we do? How are they operating? So this we do cross over the business, and our people are very committed to contribute to that, and they're eager to learn and eager to contribute.
Even at the cost of their yields.
Sorry.
Even at the cost of their yields, of how much money that they make in their own business. It's always better to stop people than that you have to push people in their initiatives. But sometimes, right. It is what we say. It's thinking about big plans, but you have to keep your feet on the ground, because we have to deliver our performance day to day to our customers, and we have also we cannot run faster than the market allows us. We cannot double our costs to be sustainable, because if the market is not prepared to pay for that. Yeah. From your research, Tom. Thank you, Frank. From your research, Tom, how do firms push down their ideas, in their performance measures to make sure that people, think of these long-term objectives, but not only think of their own unit, but also think of the other units in the firm?
I mean, there are two parts to that answer. I mean, one is that it very much comes down to the leadership culture, within the firm, in that, I've seen frequent examples of people doing the right thing for the team, even though it might have harmed a particular KPI in their business, and a strong team we'll do that, and everybody will share at the senior levels in the equity of the firm, and therefore will benefit from the whole. But I do think, there are situations where organizations just need to really think through with these non-financial measures. What are we really trying to achieve? And what are the potential unintended consequences of how we set it up? So to give you a very specific example, an organization I was working with was looking to increase gender diversity at senior levels within the organization, and they concluded that the right way to set that goal was to have it as a team goal across the whole business that was shared by the executive committee, because what they didn't want was that if you're trying to achieve a specific diversity target in lots of individual teams, that can firstly be very kind of distorted by one or two kind of hires or resignations here or there. But also, in order to build the pipeline of women in the organization, they needed to move women around to the best opportunities within the organization. And they didn't want one division kind of hanging on to their best women because they were worried about kind of the impact on their diversity statistics. And so in that organization, they said, actually, the right way to do this is to recognize it as a collective endeavor that we work on together. And so we're going to share that goal across the business. And I think, depending on the goal and the situation and the starting point of the firm, this sort of decision needs to be made on a case by case basis. Whereas other factors such as health and safety are very naturally cascaded down into the operational responsibility of each division.
Thanks for that, Tom. That's very clear. Juliet, may I ask you?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Tom, you stole my answer. That was exactly what I was.
Sorry about that.
No. I was thinking about it, and not all KPI impact all employees. And Tom took the example of diversity. So at Signify, we have the KPI to double the percentage of women in leadership positions. In order to do that, you need to have it affects all the layers, in fact, because you need to build a pipeline. And that's a collective effort. And every team and every hiring manager will have to follow a certain list of positive actions to make that happen. So that everybody is aware of this KPI internally. But when you look at other targets that we have, like zero waste to landfill, this is purely in a manufacturing site, and site managers will be very well aware of this KPI. So that depends on the KPI. Then when you look at how can we have all the company being aware and supporting all the KPIs, I think that's difficult. So what we do at Signify is that we have quarterly employee engagement, where every quarter we change the theme so we can create a bit of interaction, understanding, and awareness about a topic, and then link that back to a KPI. So then you could look at the individual level, because it's not only in their job, but sometimes, a lot of times, it's also related to their personal, individual affection toward the topic rather than another. So we try to create a bit of awareness around a general theme, and then link that to our KPI, link that to each individual actions, whether it's at work or in their personal life, and try to create a bit of discussions around that. But this is difficult, but there is a lot of learning, there is a lot of discussions, there is a lot of interaction. And now what we can see is that some of our colleagues from logistics created their own roadmap towards reducing emissions, which is great. That's initiatives are popping out around the organization, and we encourage that. And the sustainability team is not shaking it, but of course making sure we're aligned with the overall target of the company. But we encourage this kind of initiative, and they are coming. So that would be the take on this answer.
I think, just if I could add something to that what you've just said, Juliet, really chimes with something we found in the study London Business School did with PwC, where we found that one of the most common regrets that people had around the rolling out of ESG KPIs was that they had not engaged with employees more. And I think there are two really important reasons for engaging with employees a lot as you're developing an ESG-based KPI system. One is, of course, you want people to understand what you're trying to do so that they're more likely to come up with these initiatives that Juliet's described. But also, going back to a point that Frank made earlier, one of the big kind of connections between sustainability and value for the firm actually comes through the channel of talent acquisition and retention. And a big reason why firms are doing this work is actually because employees want and expect them to do it, and it's really essential for retention and attraction of talent. And therefore, understanding where what employees think it's important that the firm stands for is also a really important part of designing the system in its own right. So, the strong feedback that we got from firms that have been down this journey, almost uniformly, they wish they'd done more engagement than they did. You could almost not do too much engagement with employees on this topic.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that a lot. One thing that is important to individuals already referred to is that people are able to actually see how much progress that they are making over time. And for one instrument that firms tend to use for that is actually to set targets, right? Targets that have to be achieved for the next period. And if they have achieved, that is a point of reference that you create with it for the employee, for the manager, to refer to when he or she is looking at, what did I achieve and did I do the right thing? So that leads me to the question, when we think of targets and target setting, right? What I learned until now from the discussion is there's two things. One is the culture, right? The cultural part that we introduce in the firm. The other part is that we want to make sure that people know how they get from A to B. And A to B is actually that we also want to make sure that we achieve ecological objectives, but at financial objectives at the same time. So we want to actually show them how they get from A to B. And then we have the financial measures and the financial incentives. And we set targets on these financials. And maybe we also set targets on these non-financials. And I would be interested to learn from you, how do you set these targets? So maybe we can make a difference between non-financials and financials. And maybe we should also look at the same time at this dimension of culture, because that makes it, not to make it complex, but that is how complex it is, I guess. So how do you set targets? It's a simple question. And maybe I can start with Frank. How do you do that in your firm?
Jan, it's not so scientific how we are doing it, but it's pragmatism wins from perfectionism here, and it's a kind of incremental process that you want to do it better year by year, and that's how we started initially with our non-financial KPIs. It's measure. We take a baseline. How are we doing it now? And say what is a reasonable expectation for improvement, and we set that for 5 years, year by year, and then we start to and we measure it every year, and then we define, hey, what's the reason we reach our objectives? Are we doing it better, or why are we underperforming? Because if you don't know what to do, and say if on CO2 emission in transportation, we had one year we had a very big transport lane we were able to do by vessel on a multimodal way, and then the shipping line stops this lane, so I had to go by truck. Then I'm losing on CO2 emission. My performance is getting worse then, and I interview stakeholders on my way of reporting if they like it or not, and I do that with customers, with general stakeholders, with staff. But people like to know the dilemmas. Why are things going right or why they're going wrong? So instead of trying to force people to say there must be a good performance on it, I'd rather show now and then an underperformance and explain why it happens. That's not very different from your financial performance, that we were suffering from COVID there. So we need to explain why it is. And that's also with the non-financial KPIs, but you have to get used to it. But and then we set every time we set our targets for a few years. And then we follow up.
And how do you get that information then? How do you get the relevant information to increase the target, or to actually, maybe you want to reduce it at some point? You
get the information on CO2 by I don't know if that's what you mean by measuring it, but you're improving this KPIs by taking action, by by training drivers, by going to a different transport lanes, by building energy efficient buildings, by starting projects with customers on reducing kilometers or optimizing loads. So you do your projects in the end of the day to get your improvements. And the result it's a result of the actions you take. If you do the same tomorrow as you're doing today, don't expect a different outcome.
And what is your strategy then? To set very difficult targets or easy targets? What is your strategy there?
No, we try to set realistic targets, and start from there so that people can reason. But that's realistic targets are also targets which you not reach every year. But if you have a good explanation why you don't reach it, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but at least we know why, and we learn. It's kind of voyage. It's a learning process you go through, and you have to get used to it. You have to get used to it. If you only set your targets on the non-financial KPIs, which you always reach or outperform, people are also not attracted to it. There needs to be a kind of challenge in it.
Yes, I can confirm that from research, Frank.
It works as well.
Thanks for that. Well, thank you very much. Juliette, may I ask you, how do you set targets in
it's not easy. It's an art,
No.
But first thing first, I think you need to set targets. If you take a topic seriously, there is no way around. You need to have a roadmap. You need to have a target. You need to be accountable against your commitment. And I think that the targets are for. I think setting a target, at least what I would recommend to any companies, is to focus on what matters. Doesn't matter if you are a company that doesn't have anything to do with water to have a target on water. I mean, that's linked all to the maturity, and the target needs to be related to what makes sense and what your biggest impact, negative or even positive, are. So that is important to say. Then when you have that in mind, this is a difficult dance, because you need to be ambitious enough. At least for Signify, we're a leader in sustainability, so we need to be bold. But as Frank said, we need to be realistic at the same time. So where does that? So you need to have a strong baseline. You need to know what is a statu quo, and you need to make your homework to see what is expecting from you in 3 years, whatever is the roadmap, and what can you achieve, and knowing a bit where you think you can push the organization in one direction. So that's for us the way that we set up our 2025 program. The sustainability team came with a strong set of data, knowledge, and expertise. This is what we would like to do, and there were a lot of interactive discussions with our leadership team, also because it was important that all the leadership team, not only the CEO, was aware of the target, so they can embed that also. And that's how, one way or the other, sustainability fall under the company strategy. Everybody was aware at that time. Everybody was on board, and so that was a great thing to do. One thing that you mentioned also in your question, Jan, was financial, non-financial. I think we should see these targets are hand in hand and not as in opposite. And that's why for us also at Signify, we had some sustainability revenue type of target. And this is where the frontier, the border between financial and ESG become very blurred, also internally and externally. And this is where it starts to be interesting in terms of, at least for me. And then one thing that Frank mentioned is that, of course, you need to track these targets. And of course, you need to make decisions based on these results. And action can vary depending on the issues. So if your target is always in the green and it's too easy, it happened to us at Signify, then we put the different threshold, and to be even more ambitious, because you know that your stakeholders will come to you and say, well, is it really a target? So for instance, in the past program, we had the sustainable revenues that was related to the energy efficiency of our lighting, which is one of the key topic for us. And the energy efficiency threshold was as we were going in the program became more and more stringent. So we could keep up also with the regulation, keep up with, innovation in that field, and keep up a relevant target. So I think that's important that you can restate your target and explain why and show your ambitions toward that. And if you don't reach your target, I think one thing Frank also mentioned is that it's okay. And the only thing is, and at least that's also from my past at GRI and other organizations, is that you need to be transparent about it. And as long as you explain why and you know why, and you have action toward what you can do next, I think that is perfectly fine for any stakeholders, including financial institutions. Potentially, you need to have more investment there. You need to take action. But I think being transparent about it, that's what is expecting from corporate, and that's okay, because even if you don't reach a target, you did a bit of progress compared where you were before, and that's what matters in the big scheme of it, right? So
it's okay not to achieve the target as long as you can explain it. What is the mechanism then to make sure that people are not going to make up stories, but that you get some real explanation for that, you really increase your understanding? What mechanism do you have in place to make sure that happens? Is that just you trust your employees that they do the right thing, or is there something else that you make sure that information is somehow verified?
you mean to reach the target?
Yeah.
Well, we have a data system like finance would have to report against whatever data point it is, and then you compare to it, and then it's a system of accountability, right? And that's what is happening in the financial world, and that's what is happening in the ESG sustainability. So if your target is about carbon and you look at emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and then you don't reach it, then you look at the different layers of where that you go to the more granular to understand where it came from, and then you ask accountability to the person in charge or the entity or the department, whatever that would be, and you have a discussion there. But that's exactly why we have a quarterly reporting process when the sustainability is reviewed not only by sustainability but whole leadership. So anyone in the leadership team can ask questions about it, or at least is aware that their entity didn't perform on that one, and so the accountability is there.
Do people help each other if they don't achieve their targets? Do they help each other?
They better do, because as we mentioned before, it's linked to the long-term incentives. Okay. So, and they will have to give feedback to our rewards team and our CEO and our supervisory board. So this is where also the link to LTI is helping a bit in the discussion and taking this thing seriously.
Very interesting. Thank you for that. And Tom, I know that you've done research into this issue as well. So may I ask you to comment on this as well, please?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, the first thing I'd say, I think this point about setting sufficiently stretching targets, at the same time realistic, is really important for the credibility of this whole venture, because what we know to date is that in the early experiences, some of these non-financial targets pay out at a higher rate on average than financial targets. And I think if that persists consistently over time, there will be a credibility challenge from external stakeholders who say, well, you're just setting targets that are too soft. So companies, will really need to grapple with this. And I think how to do it really kind of depends on the measure. So there are some non-financial measures such as employee engagement, customer satisfaction, health and safety, where there are long time series. You can benchmark yourself against organizations. There are big data sets on what's a realistic annual level of improvement, and you can get quite scientific about how you set those targets. There are others in newer areas of ESG that are being incorporated into pay systems where really those benchmarks don't exist. I think it's and so judgment is required. I think having the discipline, as Juliet mentioned, about focusing the targets on what's really important kind of helps. So the really important issues that require a step change will be linked into the strategic plan. And so you'll have a very good idea about what level of improvement is required to meet the strategy. And also in a well-constructed strategy, that should also reflect the kind of commercial sustainability trade-offs that Frank has been talking about. So that should help kind of remove the conflict. But there is inevitably an element of sort of art rather than science. And that's why also, and this is difficult to do at board level, but further down the organization, there's also a need for a process of sensible judgment to apply in the evaluation of these metrics. Firstly, to avoid situations where they might have been gamed by managers or employees, but actually also to make a realistic assessment of whether a target was in retrospect, too tough and too easy. And so we do quite often see, a qualitative overlay. And actually, this takes us on to a kind of a governance point around this, in that, governance is having to evolve anyway to deal with sustainability strategies. Boards are having to figure out how they integrate it into the board framework. Do they have a separate committee that monitors these plans? How do the functions work together in the management team? And that's particularly important in this evaluation of achievement, because there does need to be an element of judgment around this.
Yeah. Well, thank you. This is very effective.
It might make you happy, but all our non-financial KPIs are validated and checked and audited by our financial controllers. So there's no different treatment between our non-financial and our financials on that field.
Yeah. Thanks. That is an important. That is also an important point that you make here, Frank. I have a closing question, and that is a question that really bothers me. So we have E, we have S, we have G. Should we not focus on one of them, rather than that we try to solve for all three of them? So that is my final question, if you don't mind. And maybe Frank, can I ask you to comment on that? Should we not just focus on one of them, like on E, and then the rest?
I don't get you, Jan.
Okay, so we have to look at the environment, we have to look at social metrics, and we have to look at governance metrics, right? Should we not just focus on one, just on the environmental, and the rest should then follow from that? Are we not making our lives too difficult by looking at all three of them?
It's always good to simplify the reality, but we cannot go with it. We have to face it, and it's about finding the right balance between the different objectives you're trying to reach. But for sure, what you see in recently, and then again, we do it for a long time, and we'll be starting on environmental measurements. Companies were quite attracted, but then there were quite some years that it was fading away, that people were not so interested in it. And if you look at the recent years, it's most people are convinced that it's probably the largest challenge we are all facing, despite all the black swans which we have, like Corona and the war in Ukraine at the moment. But if we don't tackle the environmental issue properly, we have a much bigger problem than we can foresee. So yes, it's super key and a super important driver. But then we have to see how can we drive it. And for that, there are some things we have to deliver. We have to deliver financial performance. We have to make sure that we get talent on board. We have to make sure that we are compliant with law and regulations, which are, by the way, sometimes very contradictory to environmental objectives. So you have to take that into account. So if I'm not financially, we are not viable, we're not performing, I'm not able to invest in my environmental strategy, and I'm not able to invest in my people. And I'm not able to invest in growth of my company. And if I'm doing things the right way, then it might be good that I'm growing as well as a company. So it's not a one-trick pony. It's, however, we would like to see it like that way, but I think it's not possible.
Thanks, Frank. Juliette, am I asking for the impossible?
Yeah, I think you know the answer. Yeah, no, of course not. That would mean, like, what is more important, human rights violation towards climate change or anti-corruption? And the thing is that we know that all of these topics are intertwined, related. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, one impact the other, and it's a very complex ecosystem. So while it's difficult to look at all, and that's why, again, this idea for corporates to focus first on what is really important, help a bit getting in one direction, whether in all directions, which could be easily the case. But you can't choose over E, S, or G, to be honest with you. And environmental, by de facto was the one that may be more advanced because it might be easier to quantify, of course. Nevertheless, you can see that now currently in the different developments, I mean, human rights is getting very fast in expectations from stakeholders, and governance has always been there. It's giving a bit more different light now when they talk more about ESG, but that's hygiene factors for the company to be financially viable, profitable in the future. So,
Thanks for that, Juliette. And Tom, from your research, what do you see that people and firms are actually looking at the balance between the E, the S, and the G?
Yeah, I mean, the G in a way sort of underpins everything because, good governance processes enables you to deliver the E and the S effectively. And, it's much less common to have kind of KPIs around the G, if you like. I mean, but the E and the S, I completely agree, are very intertwined. And it's very difficult to say that we should just, focus on one and not the other. But having said that, I mean, I think, companies face a sort of blizzard of demands from various kind of interest groups and external stakeholders. And so I think it is really important for them to go through a prioritization process of understanding, what really affects us as a company and what can we really affect, and then try and sort of tune out some of the noise so that really the company is devoting its resources to really the most material issues where it can have impact. And there is a little bit of a tendency sometimes for companies to react to kind of whatever the current issue of the day is, even if it's not particularly relevant to them as a business. And it's a bit easy, it's easy for me to sit outside corporates and say, well, you should tune that stuff out, tune out the noise. I know when you're in the blizzard of it, it's very difficult to do. But I think there is a danger of trying to focus on everything because then you just get, kind of distraction. And actually, initiatives can lose credibility within the organization if they're not visibly linked to the priorities of the company. So I do think that linkage with strategy and materiality is critical.
Thank you for this. We're running out of time. If I'm trying to summarize our discussion of today, one thing that I picked up is how important culture is, in achieving all of these objectives, because otherwise it's not going to happen. Also, that we are really trying to lead people to think long term is very important. They can make mistakes, but we do at the same time have measures, and we actually also have a hard nose in them achieving these targets at the end of the day, to make sure that indeed we in the end achieve our long-term targets. And that was mentioned a lot by Tom and Juliette, and also by Frank. Is it really starts with a strategy that we set out, and then try to really understand as to how that we can get there. I would like to thank this panel very much for their insights, very, very much. I learned a lot from it, and I'd like to thank you for this. I hope that we can discuss this later on even much further than this, because I also see many research questions popping up, and I'm sure that Tom is also seeing those. So thanks a lot for this, and I look forward to see you later on.
It is wonderful to hear from my good friend Jan and his esteemed panelists. As expected, the thoughts regarding target setting and the importance of targets that were presented were truly insightful. Thank you. Now on to the final speeches for the day, our spotlight speeches. First, Florian Berg, who is a research associate at the MIT Sloan School of Management. He is working with Roberto Rigobon, who was one of the popular panelists at the 2021 CARE conference. Florian will address the often discussed issue of divergent ESG ratings.
Hi, my name is Florian. I'm a researcher here at MIT Sloan. And today I'm going to talk to you about a paper that I just recently published 2 months ago in the Review of Finance, and that is Aggregate Confusion, the Divergence of ESG Rating. This is joint work with Roberto Rigobon and Julian Kerbel from MIT as well, and Zurich, University of Zurich. And we started this project 5 years ago, where there was a lot of talk at conferences, practitioners, and academics that ESG ratings do not correlate. And so we wanted to find out why they don't correlate. And we came up with a quantitative method to attribute the divergence to three sources. The first source is scope. So do I measure something? Do I measure an issue? Or do I not measure it? That could be, for example, electromagnetic fields. Some raters do measure this, other raters do not measure it. The second source would be weights. So if I agree now on what indicators I actually measure, what is their relative importance? For example, do you think that climate change risks are more important, or do you think discrimination diversity is more important? And even if and the third source of divergence is measurement. Measurement is how do you actually measure then, if you agree on this indicator that you will measure it, how do you measure it? For example, discrimination, we observe the gender pay gap, we observe sexual harassment cases, we observe the number of women that get promotions compared to men. But intuitively, you can see that this doesn't really tell you how women are actually treated in the workforce. It just tells you it should correlate, but there should be also quite a substantial measurement error. And so different raters have different approaches to interpret this raw disclosed data from the firms. And this will lead then to measurement divergence. And according to our findings, roughly 56% of this divergence, of this non-agreement between ESG raters is due to measurement. 38% is due to scope. So what do I include? And the rest, so those couple of percent, the 6% that are left, they are actually due to weights divergence. So the relative importance that I give to an indicator in my ESG assessment. And this is the overall finding of our paper. So we also had another finding because we investigated the measurement divergence a little bit more. And what we find is actually, or let me give you an intuitive example. So you imagine you're back at elementary school and you have the same teacher in almost all classes. Let's say you have 6 classes with him, and in 5 classes, you're actually the best in the class. But in the 6th class, you're really not interested. Geography is just not your subject. And so you actually, on the exam, you have quite an average grade. Whereas, but the teacher doesn't know that you just don't care about geography. So he would actually most likely give you a better grade than you actually deserve in this last subject. And so this is what we see also with ESG raters. We can see actually statistically in our analysis that the perception that an ESG analyst has of a company will actually guide him in the assessment of each indicator. And we call it the rater effect or the halo effect. So our findings do have a couple of very important implications. And these implications are for example, that roughly half, or a little bit less than half, of the divergence is due to the definition of sustainability, due to the definition of ESG. Because scope and weights, so what do I include and how relatively important it is, it's just the conceptualization of ESG. And everyone is entitled to their own conceptualization, to their own definition of ESG. Hence, you do have here, as an asset manager, when you buy those ESG ratings, you should make your due diligence. You should really know if those preferences of the ESG rater actually match your preferences. And if you agree, so if you buy just the raw data and then you come up with your own ESG rating, you should actually look at, you should actually, be able to justify your choices. So this is one. On the other hand, as we said, the main source of divergence is actually measurement. So you should also be okay with the measurement philosophy of those ESG raters if you buy their data. This is one point. The other implications is for regulators. So in my talks with regulators or with a lot of asset managers, I hear calls for standardization. But I do disagree with them because, first of all, everyone is entitled, as I said, to their own definition of sustainability. Why should the government regulate this? And maybe what is important today will not be important tomorrow. For example, Black Lives Matter changed ESG quite a lot. Climate change risk in the last couple of years became more and more important. And so a regulator would need to catch up with it constantly. So it is much better, I think, if the market actually, if different players have different offers, and by that then have, figure out what actually is important. The other reason why I'm against it is because we do not know how to measure certain things. We know, for example, with discrimination, as I said, intuitively, there's a lot of measurement error. So if we standardize now how to measure discrimination, then we would just standardize a wrong measure or a not perfect measure. And we would avoid or we would prevent any future innovation on improvement of those measurement methodologies. I'm talking now about the interpretation of the raw disclosed data by companies. So I'm very much for standardizing disclosure on the firm level, but I'm against standardization on the interpretation level than on the ESG rater level. Because we see also in a follow-up paper where we look at measurement error that actually the measurement error is quite substantial in those ESG ratings. So now I actually would like also talk about another topic that we hear quite often, and that is why can't ESG ratings be as correlated as credit risk ratings? And credit risk ratings, I think the reason why they so highly correlate is because they only measure one issue, and that is credit risk or loss associated to default. So this is actually, and you observe this quite measurement error free. It's a binary variable, either you have default or not. And so over the long term, credit risk raters can actually improve their methodologies because they observe the outcome and then see if it's actually, if their assessment was correct or not, and can adjust their model. So there's a natural tendency to converge for all those credit risk ratings. With ESG ratings, you don't have that. You have, first of all, you have a multitude of different indicators, and there are up to 184 with some raters. So, and they're kind of apples and bananas. So they're very different. And second, you do not observe over the long run, you do not observe actually how big the measurement error is. And in my opinion, it's very persistent. So even though, for example, you would have new data on discrimination and diversity next month, such as the gender pay gap, it varied you still can see that the measurement error is probably very much the same over time. And you cannot know if how much it is and what direction it goes. So this is actually then a natural reason why those ESG ratings will diverge in the future. And they will naturally do so. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you, Florian. You have clarified a lot of issues, at least for me, and I'm hoping for the wider conference audience. We'll now hear from Marcel Metzner, another emerging academic. Marcel is presenting research he conducted alongside his colleague, Annette Meeks, at the University of Oxford. Marcel will address the issues associated with measuring carbon emissions, particularly in the European Union.
Hello and welcome to this talk on management accounting and decarbonization strategies. In the next 10 minutes, we will explore how heavy industry is embracing new strategies and novel accounting tools for decarbonization. My name is Marcel Metzner. I'm a research affiliate at Saïd Business School, Oxford University, and this is joint work with Annette Meeks, Associate Professor of Accounting at Oxford University. And let me begin with setting the scene. Today, industry is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. In 2019, it accounted for 34% of global emissions. And heavy industry sectors like metals and chemicals are particularly emission intensive. So decarbonizing those heavy industry sectors is essential for reaching net zero emissions. And governments are increasingly taking action to incentivize companies to deliver substantial emission reductions. In the European Union, companies are required to purchase permits, so-called emission allowances, for each ton of carbon dioxide equivalent that they release into the atmosphere. And the price of these emission allowances has increased significantly in recent years, as you can see in the top right corner in this chart here. And this price increase is threatening the profitability of companies that are unable to substantially lower their emissions or pass these additional costs on to their customers. Now, doing either of these two things is challenging for heavy industries because many of these companies rely on fossil fuel-powered production processes and they compete primarily on price in global commodity markets. So it is in this context that climate action and carbon pricing is often understood to pose an existential threat to heavy industries. Now, our research on European heavy industries over the past 3 years indicates that this is the wrong narrative. We find that a new economic order is on the rise, in which climate action is no longer a threat, but an opportunity. And heavy industries are gradually recognizing that the low-carbon transition holds strategic opportunities. Based on our research, we have identified 5 strategic steps that enable companies to seize those opportunities. The first step is to reconfigure the business portfolio. And this essentially means moving away from carbon-intensive products and production methods towards low-carbon products that are manufactured in clean production processes. And a good example here is Ørsted. It's a Danish company that transformed itself from an oil and gas player into one of the world's leading wind energy companies. To make such transformations a success, companies need to find ways to differentiate themselves. And this brings us to step 2. We find that companies are deploying 2 types of differentiation strategies. The first one is carbon lightweighting. And here, companies help customers to meet their own carbon reduction goals by providing them with low carbon components and products. And a good example here is green steel, which is steel that is manufactured with considerably lower carbon emissions compared to conventional steel. And customers like leading car manufacturing companies can lower the emissions, their own emissions, in their supply chain by purchasing green steel. The second strategy is circularity. And this is an approach that keeps natural resources in economic use for as long as possible through minimizing waste and maximizing recycling. Now, to optimize the benefits from these differentiation strategies, companies need to be able to properly measure, report, and market their impact. And this is where accounting comes into play. Many companies already anticipate tougher carbon pricing regimes, and they apply an internal carbon price to factor in future carbon costs, both in strategic planning and in investment appraisals. And the benefits of applying such an internal carbon price are twofold. First, it's a way to stress test business cases and check their resilience against different climate action scenarios with different carbon price levels. And second, it enhances the visibility of carbon emissions, and it stimulates new conversations on emissions throughout organizations. But applying an internal carbon price is not enough. To gain a competitive advantage, companies need to make their emissions transparent so that customers can make informed purchase decisions. And this is step 4, account for the impact. Companies need to credibly market the climate benefits of their low carbon products. And to do this, they need to have robust systems in place that enable them to calculate and report the carbon emission savings that are realized by low carbon products. To enhance the credibility of those climate benefits, we find that companies turn towards third-party audits to certify those emission savings. And this then allows companies to pass down these emission savings to their customers as a value-adding product offering. The fifth and final step here is to engage in corporate activism. And decarbonization strategies, they will require substantial investments, especially in heavy industries. And without support from a broad coalition of stakeholders, many early movers in this space will not be able to make those investments on their own. And it's therefore important for companies to advocate for ambitious climate policies that incentivize strong climate action. In other words, companies need to engage in a form of corporate activism by working collaboratively with stakeholders, including customers, governments, and investors, to accelerate transition to a low-carbon economy. Now, the way in which companies pursue these 5 strategic steps is shaped by 2 factors. The first one is the carbon intensity of their asset base. And this is essentially the starting point of the decarbonization pathway for each individual company. And it basically means the higher the emissions, the more challenging it is, or the more challenging it is going to be to reconfigure the business. The second factor is decarbonization in value chains. And that is the idea that as more companies set emission reduction targets that cover purchased goods and services, so basically the supply chain, carbon emissions emerge as an increasingly meaningful product feature across value chains. And again, a good example here is the emerging demand for green steel or low carbon steel, which is driven by commitments of leading car manufacturers to lower the carbon emissions in their supply chain. So to sum it up, responding to the decarbonization challenge is part strategic differentiation, it is part accounting, and it is part corporate activism. In any case, decarbonizing heavy industries will take substantial investments and a leap of faith from all stakeholders. So for companies, it is important to demonstrate the benefits of these investments to all stakeholders: governments, customers, and investors. And the key for doing this is to have reliable information available to unlock the support from a broad range of stakeholders.
Marcel, may I interrupt? Why now? What has changed that has resulted in heavy industry now embracing decarbonisation strategies?
That's a great question. Thank you. So there are several factors at play here. The first one is policy. Policymakers in recent years have really stepped up their efforts, especially in Europe and the European Union. So the EU has a very ambitious and wide-ranging climate policy agenda. And maybe the most relevant piece here is the tightening of the emission trading system, which is basically the carbon pricing mechanism in Europe, which involved several measures. On the one hand, reducing the supply of emission allowances that are outstanding, but also the EU is set to phase out the allocation of free emission allowances, especially to heavy industries. And combined, these measures are behind this quite spectacular price increase that we have seen in recent years. And just to put some numbers on that, in early 2018, the price stood at under €8 per emission allowance. And in early 2020, it stood at €96. And at the moment, I think we are at around €78. And companies do feel the pinch here. This is now a significant cost factor. The second factor are investors. Investors that are increasingly pushing for climate action, and to highlight here are in particular institutional investor groups like Climate Action 100 that are pressuring carbon-intensive companies to reduce emissions across their value chains. And the third factor is civil society. And here I have social movements in mind, like Fridays for Future, that have really amplified the concerns around climate change, and they have highlighted the urgency to act. And together, this has created a strong momentum, and companies are realizing this is not going to go away. And I think the leading companies are realizing that this is also presenting really significant opportunities.
Why is accounting for carbon emissions so challenging?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. So I think there are two different ways of answering this question. And the first one is there are some conceptual reasons here. So the de facto standard of accounting for carbon emissions is the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. And at the heart of this protocol is the distinction between Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. Now, Scope 1 emissions are direct emissions from sources controlled by a company. Scope 2 emissions are all the emissions from generating the electricity that companies buy in. And Scope 3 emissions are from sources that are not controlled by the company. So that includes everything in the supply chain and the use phase of the product, and also the disposal of the product. Now, the problem here is, or the challenge is, that the Scope 1 emissions of one company are the Scope 3 emissions of another company. And this results in double counting of emissions across value chains. Now, so this is the conceptual challenge, but this has very practical ramifications, namely that accounting for Scope 3 emissions is fiendishly complex, because it basically requires a company to track emissions along very complex value chains, all the way from the sourcing of raw materials down to the disposal of products. And both of these issues are challenges that companies have to grapple with, and why something that might be from the outset look as a fairly straightforward task, that is accounting for carbon emissions, is actually quite a challenge. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Marcel. Your optimism is very encouraging. I wish you all the best in the future work in this area. Now let's hear from Christian Hoffmann, Professor of Accounting and Control, LMU Munich School of Management. Christian is a senior scholar with whom Jan and I have had a long working friendship. In the interest of time, let's go directly to Christian.
Thank you, Peter, for the nice introduction. I'm really very happy to have the opportunity to present our work here at that great conference. It's entitled Greenwashing and CEO Integrity, and the work is related with a student of mine, Raphael Sachel, also from LMU. So the starting point of our study is the observation that societies become more and more environmentally aware, and that stakeholders, as a consequence of that increase in awareness, are having larger expectations that firms behave in an environmentally friendly way. Now, research documents that firms increasingly respond to that environmental expectation by engaging in greenwashing. That means in disclosure activities that are aimed to mislead information recipients into adopting overly favorable beliefs about a firm's environmental behavior. Now, what we want to study is whether a CEO integrity is an important determinant of a firm's greenwashing activities, and to what extent the information recipients actually see through the firm's greenwashing behavior. Now, to be more precise, greenwashing, some observers have claimed to be the new climate misinformation battleground. What we assume here or consider is that greenwashing messages are those which make firms look greener than they actually are, messages that mislead the recipients, even though the messages are not totally untrue or unlawful. And very often that applies to messages which are unaudited or hard to verify. So basically, we're talking about voluntary disclosures by firms. The Economist, in a recent issue, has picked up on that issue and has stated that investors, as they become wiser to such flim-flam or greenwashing, that investors also have grown to be more skeptical regarding firms' voluntary environmental disclosures. So from prior work, we do know that firms' greenwashing activities vary with various determinants at the firm level, such as the environmental damage that a firm is experiencing, the firm's performance, societal and institutional pressures, or even the coverage by media. However, we all know from other work that managers ultimately make the disclosure decisions, and in particular, therefore, that managerial characteristics are potential drivers of greenwashing. What we focus on in our study is now the managerial integrity, which is the inclination of managers to honor one's word as a potential determinant of greenwashing activities. So the two questions that we ask are, first, whether CEO integrity is associated with a firm's greenwashing activity, and then secondly, how information recipients assess the firm's greenwashing activity in combination with CEO integrity. The two hypotheses that we investigate are, first, whether CEO integrity is associated with greenwashing. And here, greenwashing we consider as a discrepancy between a firm's environmental performance and the firm's environmental disclosures. So the basic idea is that the CEO decides whether or not to voluntarily release information on the firm's environmental performance, and that the CEO in particular may also decide to release reports which are inconsistent with the firm's environmental performance. Now, a low integrity CEO is likely less concerned about such questionable disclosure practices than a high integrity CEO, who's more concerned about honoring one's words and also about the associated reputational issues. So that leads us to our first hypothesis, which is that the relation between environmental performance and voluntary environmental disclosures is moderated by CEO integrity. In our second research question, we consider how information recipients now assess the greenwashing activities, given and taking into consideration CEO integrity. We know from attribution theory that recipients ultimately use the attributes of the information senders in order to understand and evaluate the sender's behavior. There's a broad literature that supports attribution theory. For example, research has identified that stakeholders consider the motives between firms' CSR initiatives, and more generally, other work has shown that investors assess managers' motives and evaluate disclosures accordingly. So given this work, this prior work, our second hypothesis is that we expect there to be a relation between voluntary environmental disclosures and the environmental performance as assessed by the recipients, that this relation is moderated by CEO integrity. Now, our research design is such that for our first research question, we consider the relation between a firm's environmental performance and voluntary environmental disclosures moderated by CEO integrity. We operationalize the firm's environmental performance by looking at the pollution in terms of carbon emission of the firm. The voluntary environmental disclosures we operationalize by looking at the tweets on firms' Twitter accounts and to what extent these tweets are including environmental terms that come from a CSR-related word list identified by Penkle and Malaescu. So whenever a firm's tweet includes such an environmental term, we consider that tweet to be an environmental or green tweet. CEO integrity, our moderator here, reflects the truthfulness of the CEO. There's broad literature that investigates and operationalizes the truthfulness or deception of CEOs. And we follow that literature, Larker and Sakalyukina and Hope and Wang, by looking at shareholder letters signed by the CEO in order to identify to what extent CEOs are more or less deceptive. For our second research question, we look at the association between voluntary environmental disclosures and the assessed environmental performance moderated by CEO integrity. The assessed environmental performance either depends on the assessment by investors, where we look at abnormal returns, or it considers the assessed environmental performance by ESG analysts when we look at environmental ratings. We investigate our research design and the sample that we consider reflects German firms from the HDAX in the time period between 2015 and 2020. What do we find? So for our first research question, we find that low integrity CEOs, in contrast to high integrity CEOs, appear to engage in greenwashing on Twitter, which means that they make use of voluntary environmental disclosures to an extent that is not warranted by their environmental performance. So specifically, we find that for deceptive CEOs, an increase in pollution is associated with more green tweets, whereas for the truthful CEOs, an increase in pollution is associated with fewer green tweets. To our second research question, we find that the information recipients, so the investors and the ESG analysts, appear to see through any misleading disclosures. And that means that for the investors, we find that for the deceptive CEOs, green tweeting is actually associated with lower abnormal returns, whereas for the truthful CEOs, green tweeting is associated with higher abnormal returns. And for the ESG analysts, we find a similar association between the green tweeting and either a worsened or an improved environmental rating. So to conclude and highlight the contribution and the implications from our study. So first of all, we think that we contribute by identifying managerial characteristics, specifically CEO integrity, as a determinant of voluntary disclosures in general, but more specifically as a determinant of greenwashing. So our results suggest that unregulated channels such as Twitter are used for impression management, i.e. greenwashing, by low integrity centers. Our second contribution refers to how information recipients actually use managerial characteristics to evaluate disclosures. And here we find that the information recipients appear to have the capabilities to infer and also act on the managerial characteristics. So that implies or suggests, when you think about regulation, that professional information recipients, such as investors or ESG analysts, do not appear to be fooled by misleading disclosures, and therefore this suggests that regulation is not really necessary to regulate the use of Twitter by firms. So that's it, what we have. Thank you so much for your interest in our study, and I look forward to any future comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. What a great way to end the conference. I hope you all have enjoyed this conference as much as I have. We've heard a very clear call to action within the Academy. The call has been repeated by several speakers from practice, and several encouraging solutions have been provided. It is clear we need to continue to keep the dialogue between practice and academia going in an effort to bridge the gap and form the future of sustainability. I hope you have been moved as I have by what you have seen and heard over the 2 days of the conference and during the Sustainable Investment Forum. It is clear that practice, particularly outside of the United States, is moving much more rapidly than academia, both from a research and a teaching point of view. I urge my academic colleagues to move quickly to catch up and to contribute. As I become more involved in the accountability for a sustainable world space, I believe we are experiencing a sea change in accounting education and research. There are several reasons for this. One, this is urgent. We must act now. Two, measurement will be at the core of sustainability going forward. Three, our research must be relevant and provide evidence and thought leadership that helps the community at large. And finally, our accounting curricula will have to change if we are going to prepare our students for a world where reporting and performance evaluation goes way beyond the current focus on financial data. In closing, I thank everyone who has contributed to making this conference a success. Thank you to the keynote, plenary, and spotlight speakers, as well as the moderators and panelists for presenting such thought-provoking and informative sessions. Thank you again to our sponsors, Accountability, Cambridge Business Publishers, and the University of Notre Dame in the US. Thank you to Climate Action and Duna Films. And last but not least, thank you all for your participation. You are the reason we do what we do. We're looking forward to releasing the first issue of our new peer-reviewed journal, Accountability in a Sustainable World Quarterly. As a participant of the conference, you will receive a complimentary subscription to the first 4 issues. Expect an email in mid-November this year. We welcome your submissions to the journal. For further details, email asw@nd.edu. We also welcome your comments, feedback, and suggestions regarding future CARE conferences and regarding the new journal. Thank you for participating. Good morning, good afternoon, good night.